if I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I begin, for those who may not know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney. Y'all see the law license on the wall, signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I was minding my business. I was drinking my water. And somebody said the jury has some questions. Let's see what the questions are. I thank y'all for stopping by. I didn't plan on going live today, but I said, why not? And we got a little time to spare. Why not? We got a little bit of time. Let's see. What's going on, Miss Deborah C? What's going on, Bruce? He said, happy Bible study Wednesday. Come on. Love the thumbnail. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. It took a little time to get that worked out. But I think that was really good. A really good moment that was captured of Shannon and his attorney, Max Shard, that really sums up their relationship that they had throughout this trial. So I think that was really good. What I want to do is jump on real quick to see what the questions were. From my understanding, the judge and the court ran out before the cameraman got a chance to set up. So we missed out a lot on the beginning of what the jury really wanted. From my understanding, they wanted to see some video. They wanted to find out about what was said about a watch. So we're going to take a look at it and we can see whatever the camera was able to capture. Let me see if I can just share this real quick. Hey, what's going on? On Tia and I with TBA. What's going on? What's going on? Let's see real quick. And do it like this. Yeah, I think it took a while for the sound. Let's see. The sound should be coming any second. Come on, sound. Let me just speed it up.
That's the appropriate response.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Go back.
That's the appropriate response.
Yes.
Although, I think that the confusion is when one is a predicate of
Right.
the other.
Yeah, I think that's what they're
And I
struggling with.
think the correct response is, as alleged in the indictment, that if a offense is listed as a predicate.
I mean, I'm not going to say predicate because maybe just say like if it's dependent upon or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
They would have to prove out every element alleged in the count, including Mr. Weinstein.
I mean, that's already in the instructions to the jury that they have to consider each of the elements. I mean, could the response just be a referral to the jury instruction?
It could be, but it would be unbelievably unhelpful if we did that.
Well, I guess I'm still struggling with exactly what their question is. I mean, they're dependent. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's why they're asking that, I think.
Your Honor, one other thing that comes to mind is with at least the firearm count. the machine gun is removed, but there's multiple firearms in the house. And I'm trying to find what the number was, but in our instructions, we had, sometimes there's multiple ways to commit an offense. That specific instruction may aid them if it's in relation to, sorry, Ms.
Right, if that's what they mean. But
Yes, Your Honor.
considering that, and I can explain that they don't have to have possessed all of the guns as long as they find that they possessed one of the guns with the requisite intent or whatever, if that's what they mean.
Yes, Your Honor. And the other state's thought on regard to, I do think it's appropriate, and as each individual count, they have to evaluate on its own merits. Obviously, these counts relate with one another, but I think that principle of law is.
Well, yes, yes, they need to consider them individually and reach a verdict on each separately, but they are interrelated counts, so that's why they're asking. So
Yes, Your
we
Honor.
need to-
If their question is regarding the possession of marijuana issue, because that seems to be the thread that runs through these three, right?
Yeah. I
The only
think
thing
so.
they have in common. So.
In Your Honor, there was one other thought when Mr. Weinstein.
No, I guess I'm still struggling with their question. If the issue is the marijuana, then if they don't find the marijuana, well, obviously they have to find it as well.
It's easy enough to start with 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute.
Yeah.
I can say these are the elements, and they want to understand what intent to distribute means.
Does their question seem to be more if they don't find 58, then they can't find 61?
I think so.
Yeah. And I think that would be maybe what they're looking at.
Yeah.
And then obviously 57, they have kind of two options there, as I see it.
All right. I'm going to.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Say make it smoother in terms of the surveillance video.
Yeah.
For the barbershop footage, there is 5 videos and really 4 angles.
Uh-huh.
One of them captures the shooting. One of them captures inside the barbershop. And then 2 of them capture the street in front of McDaniel Street itself, but doesn't capture the shooting. And one kind of faces the Texaco. And with the Texaco footage itself, there's a lot of surveillance video from the Texaco with different camera angles. I believe there's as many as 7 or more. So I have an idea in my mind. I don't want to assume which specific portions they want to watch. But for example, some of the vehicles at issue, like when they arrive, some arrive as early as 8:40 or 6:41.
Mm-hmm.
And then they leave at 7:20 p.m.
Right.
And so I'm working on, there's different softwares that play those, but the state's getting in a posture to be able to play those surveillance videos. But if we have clarity, at least with the Texaco, it can be a little cumbersome to pull up the different cameras on the fly. So I just wanted to, if there's any more clarity on what specifically with the Texaco, because it captures almost 2 hours worth of footage, some of which is irrelevant for purposes of you don't see any suspects.
Well, I'm sure that they don't want to see a part that they never saw to begin with.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree, but there's also, there's a portion where there's many different portions that could be relevant. Like there's a portion where Mr. Kendrick walks in the store. There's a portion where different vehicles leave or arrive that captures 50 minutes worth of footage. And so there may be very specific events, so to speak, or times of that they want to watch. But I just wanted to highlight that for the court.
So would the idea be to queue each of them up, the portions that were shown before, and say, do you want to watch this? We could do that.
Yes, Your Honor. Or if they were able to describe an event or something that came up in closing or something to orient what they want to watch. Like we want to see when the Pontiac arrives, or we want to see when And they may not be able to give that clarity, but I just wanted to highlight that because it may make it more efficient when we publish it.
Ideas on that?
I think if we just ask in a non-leading way, what portion of each, because the same thing, my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, in the letter, in the note, they said something about McDaniel Street.
Right, it
So-
said the drive-by shooting, I mean, that one we know what they mean, right? And the Texaco Northside McDaniel Street.
So I think if they, I believe I know what camera they want to see from outside the barber shop. Even with the barber shop, we had 4, I think, different cameras.
So
if we just get clear.
if everybody thinks they know which of each it is and y'all agree, then we can just start with those and say, is this the one you mean, or is there another one?
Okay.
With the Texaco, though, I'm not sure which one they mean because there's so many different cameras at the Texaco. With the McDaniel Street Barber Shop, I'm pretty
Well, I
confident.
don't think it's the one from inside the barber shop.
No,
That
but
one
there's
wouldn't be
2
helpful.
outside the barber shop. So, but I think it's probably the one that shows the actual shooting. I'm guessing.
Well, we can start with that one.
Yeah.
And then say, is that the one? There's another one. Would you like to see
Right.
that one too? And they probably will say yes,
That's-
honestly, but
That's fine with that, with the
Yeah.
barber shop. But with the Texaco,
Right.
there's so many options. I think we have to ask them what they specifically want to see. I mean,
what are the, do y'all want to put a description of each of them together and we can send it out and say, circle the one or ones you want to see? I mean, I don't know how else to,
yeah, I get, because there's kind of an inside Texaco and an
describe
outside
what you want to
Texaco.
see seems,
Yeah. I mean, what do you think about the Texaco?
I think there's just an inside and an outside.
No, the Texaco is there's multiple insides. Maybe there are multiple insides in the Texaco. Well, we could just ask them, do they want to see the inside of the Texaco or the outside of the Texaco?
okay, that much we can do.
Yeah. Can I jump back to where the 57, 58, 61?
In a second, Sergeant Brown, can you go ask them to let us know whether the video from the Texaco they want to see is the interior or the exterior? And if they can give us any more detail about what they want to see.
I will say now that is pretty much strange to have to ask the bailiff of the court to go communicate with the jury what the jury wants to see. Normally, the way it works is you respond in writing. The jury asks a question in writing. The court responds back in writing. So to have the bailiff go and start questioning the jury and bringing back out what the jury said is new to me. I never heard of nothing like that.
Your Honor, this might help, I'm not certain, but they're probably talking about something in closing. And so if there was a point of reference, like play by.
Well, if
prosecution,
they've
defense,
just ask the question that I asked you to ask them.
Okay.
If they want to clarify further, that way they can.
okay.
And
Yeah, and I will say I think they should write it down. Everything needs to be wrote down for the appeals court. So there'll be no confusion when it's time for an appeal where the bailiff asked this and that's what we really didn't say. And it could be so much confusion. So just write down everything and put it in the record. But to have the bailiff is, wild. And this is my first time watching. Yes, this is today. This was earlier today. Right. Somebody said we don't trust the bailiff to do the correct thing, relay the correct information. Let's keep watching.
okay.
Don't want
Fif-
us talking while
I
the jury
understand.
door is open.
Fi-
Okay.
57, I think I misspoke on 57 where I said there were 2 ways. Rereading 57, count 57. It looks like without the possession of the marijuana, they can't do 57, 58, or 61. So that may be what they're referring to. Because of the possession of a firearm during commission of a felony in 57, requires 58 and 61, which is the marijuana again. So that may be what they're talking about with 57, 58, and 61. Is the possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. Because wasn't there also a question regarding intent that came to us?
Yeah, they originally said, well, no, I'm sorry. On their second one, they said, please clarify the wording intent to distribute and underline the word intent. So I'm looking for where I explained intent to distribute and intent right now, and we'll see.
Hey, have y'all ever heard of that game, the telephone game? Where you might say something to one person, maybe a classroom, say something to the first student, and by the time it reaches the last student, the message is completely different. So you don't want people just carrying messages by word of mouth. That can be a disaster when it comes time for the appellate record. I mean, look at it. We're not in a cookout. Hey, go see what you meant. Go ask them what you think they said and come tell us what they said and what they want to see. Like, what? But it seems as though the lawyers didn't really object or have any issues with it. So, hey, what's going on, Keys Mobile? Good afternoon / good morning for the people in different time zones, which is over here still morning. What's going on, my East Coast people? Afternoon. Somebody say, yes, we played the telephone game. Right. What's going on, Paris? Hello. What's going on, Stephanie? What's going on? So, from my understanding so far, and this was recorded earlier this morning, is that the jury had questions. They wanted to see certain evidence, and they wanted to get clarification of what some of the attorneys said. That's kind of what I've been seeing on social media. But I haven't had the chance to actually watch this. So I said, why not get on live and watch it with you all? We can watch it together. Perry said, I said Doug is going to find out who has that watch, Operation Watchgate. Paris, you really had me laughing yesterday. You had told me you went to go see a movie called Wicked, but you still had on like your AirPod. You were keeping up with the trial while you were watching the movie Wicked.
What is the definition?
And somebody had told me they don't know how you did that because that movie was so good.
I'm sorry?
I haven't seen it. I don't know.
The intent to distribute is defined at the bottom
Yeah.
of page 23.
Yeah. Which they have out with them. So obviously that's not helping them. But
Maybe they just can't find it.
maybe. I mean, I'll read that part over to them.
Yeah. They said, how was she able to watch a good movie and watch the trial? Keep up with the trial. I said, I don't know. I'm going to ask her the next time I see her.
Of course, I think that's another one of our circular definitions that ended up in here. Or recursive definitions.
So on that, I would propose to say,
Okay, yeah, so it seems as if the first question that we were able to recognize is they were asking what is the meaning of the word intent. If I got that correct, what is the meaning of the word intent? Intent to distribute. So maybe they are trying to see if the defendant had the intent to distribute the, illegal drugs.
Say that for, which count is it? Is that count 58 for count?
The possession with intent to distribute, Your
Yeah.
Honor? It's actually an element of
Well, I
all
know,
three.
I know, but so for possession with intent to distribute means that Mr. Kendrick, frankly, if you go back to the knowledge part that I charged on page 13, knowingly and intentionally participated or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it.
Yeah, I agree that incorporates the
Okay,
proper definitions.
so the state must prove.
Your Honor,
Hang on,
Yes,
hang
sir.
on, hang on. Sorry, I just need to get this down and then just hold your thought. Let's turn our phones off. That's one of the jurors' phones. It's in a box over here. Okay, maybe you can go figure out and like put them all on vibrate or something.
I got you, Paris. Paris said this was just too good to miss. You can always catch up with the movie later. Shout out to Paris. Antoine Jones, they just trying to get these guys on anything and ain't got nothing on them. I don't care what they got on here. They love that haircut. Y'all funny.
All right, yes.
part of the instructions the court had read that may be helpful is where it's page 11 and 12.
Okay,
It describes criminal intent. Intent may be shown in multiple ways. Criminal intent does not mean, it starts right on the bottom of page 11. Intent is an essential element of any crime. And then I believe it continues to discuss about intent right through the middle of page 12, and then goes on to describe party to a crime. But that instruction about intent could also be beneficial, the state believes.
I mean, the most helpful part of that is it means the intent to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute, which is specifically with regard to this one, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell marijuana. I'm thinking about saying on intent to distribute, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, the state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it,
That's,
and find out whether that
that sounds
covers
like the
what they
right,
were asking.
that sounds like the right course. to Mr. Kendrick. When you have a second, I just want to go back to 57, 58, and 61.
Sure, I mean, I know we need to
Okay.
get that.
I know, but I don't want to do that if you're still
Yeah,
writing
I
or
appreciate
thinking
it.
or,
All right, yes.
okay. Regarding their question about the separateness, interrelatedness, whatever term they used to 57, 58, and 61,
Yeah,
I just think it would be, perhaps it would answer their question if you went back and explained that possession of marijuana with intent to distribute is a required finding of each of those three, and that may help explain that.
okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, when the court allows, I have a question.
Hang on. All right, yes, ma'am.
The court may have already answered this question, but I don't know whether what Mr. Atkins just referred the court to was the part about intent may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct. Did the court respond to that?
I'm not planning to read all of that unless when I read the first part and ask them if it covers what they're asking. If they say no, then I'll circle back and read that whole part. Did they get back with us on the video thing? Okay. Do they know to do the light? I mean, they were doing it earlier. All right.
Y'all ain't gonna let love rest today, huh? Yes, so,
It's not going to be very helpful. All right, let's see.
okay. So maybe they wrote something down. The judge just received a piece of paper. Let's see what this, what's on there.
Please provide the videos of the following: the gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. Y'all understand what that means? Okay, and then number 2, the drive-by shooting in front of the barber shop on McDaniel Street on Donovan Thomas.
Okay.
They
Yes.
clarified that one for us too.
Judge, there are there are 4 camera angles of the drive-by shooting. So we'll be prepared to play one of them or all of them, whatever they prefer. There are 4 different camera angles of the drive-by shooting. I'm presuming they mean the one that actually shows the shots, but there.
I would think so.
Well, the thing is, you can't presume. You have to know for sure. And to me, this gives the state and the defense a chance to introduce or replay certain parts of the evidence that the jury really don't want to see. So either side can say, well, this is what they meant. This is what they meant. That's why you got to be specific. But Love, I'm sure she's going to take advantage of this. Let's see what she do.
So let's start with that one and ask them, is this the one you meant?
Okay. Do we have this on?
Yes.
So they added,
Oh, we got more.
Mr. Weinstein,
Let me write this down.
also, please have Attorney Weinstein clarify if he said my client's watch or where is the watch regarding the Richard Milley watch, which is in no way, I mean, it's a total red herring. And good for you for distracting them, but that is not an element of anything they're supposed to be considering.
Your Honor, with-
I don't believe that that was a red herring, and it went to the credibility of law enforcement and
That's
their
true,
witnesses.
but
So I would disagree with that characterization
anyway,
of the
what
court.
did you say?
I said, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say his watch. I probably said the watch. If I said his watch, that would have been I would have misspoken.
Okay. So I will just say, Mr. Weinstein did not say my client's watch. If he did, he misspoke.
I probably said, where is the watch? That was a gift, a 30th birthday
Where
gift
is the
from
watch?
Drake to Mr. Williams.
All right.
Okay, I will say that's strange too, to have what's said from an attorney repeated back to the jury. Normally in this situation, we have what's called a transcript. Anybody know what that is? It's a transcript. It's a written recollection of what was said in the courtroom. It's wrote down, typed for a reason. You can go back and have the jury read that particular part, but you don't have a lawyer say what he said or what he thought he said. I mean, that's strange too. I'm just calling it fair on both sides, but it's Georgia. Anything goes. Why not?
And
So
great
I'll just
sentimental
answer that he said, where is the watch?
Your Honor, would the court be inclined to respond that what the attorneys say is not evidence?
Yes, that's
And
an
that should
excellent
not be
idea.
even a consideration,
Uh-huh.
rather than telling them
Yes.
what he said.
I mean, I'll get to do both.
Hey, I will say, but listening to that, see, we got to put it in perspective. First, they were asking about what does it mean to be in possession of these drugs? What does intent mean? Did Deamonte know about the drugs? Did he live in this, home? But it seems as if they could be using the watch for a different purpose. It's not about credibility, because it don't matter if he said my client watch or Jeffrey Williams watch. The watch is missing, and the detective is accused of it. So it doesn't matter about credibility. I mean, it don't matter who the watch belonged to, it's missing. I'm thinking they're using that watch to show if Deamonte potentially lived in that home, because they're trying to figure out if he has a watch there. If Weinstein said my client's watch, your clients have a watch there, $500,000 watch in a closet. He lives there. So if he lives there, he knew about the drugs in the home, the codeine and the marijuana. So I'm thinking that may be an angle that the jury is possibly trying to say, if his watch is there, he lives there, he knows what's going on in that house. So we don't know why they asked the question they asked, but I don't think it's for the obvious reason that we just think automatically, oh, they want to know about the watch, and the watch has nothing to do with nothing. You'll be surprised what juries think or come up with in their own minds. I mean, it's 12 random people from all walks of life. Let's keep going and see what else they want to know.
It was definitely the watch.
I'll just say, Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, what the attorneys say is not evidence. How about that? Does that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
And
Remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, 292 Yankee Alpha is the shooting barbershop surveillance footage. I know when the shooting happens. I wanted to ask on the record or defense counsel, there is about 8 minutes that plays before the shooting occurs.
Can't
Uh,
imagine that's what they want.
I don't want to just, I want to tell, for the record, or agree with defense counsel, find a portion we can all agree to start that video.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine to start
Okay.
a minute before or
Okay.
whatever. That's fine.
Thank you.
But thank you for clarifying that, and mentioning that.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
I'm going to say, however, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence.
So it seems to me there must be some disagreement in the in the jury room. Somebody said he said his client's watch. Somebody said the watch, Mr. Williams' watch. But for the judge to say that it doesn't matter at all, that was kind of inappropriate. And that's why Doug Weinstein clapped back. He said, hold on now, Judge. It goes to credibility and who knows? The example I gave were a number of other issues the jury's trying to figure out. But I'm thinking, as far as the video, I'm thinking it might be a holdout, one or two people, one or more, that either think the video shows something else and the other people are now trying to prove it. The majority is like, hey, the video didn't show that. He got back in this car. He didn't get in another car. Somebody said, no, he didn't. And hey, Judge, show the tape. Because normally they don't ask to see videos unless you have to persuade someone. And I'm thinking they're trying to persuade a juror, one or more, that Yak got in a specific car. And the car he got in was not the car that actually shot at Donovan Thomas. But y'all know Hilton said maybe they went behind a store on a one-way street. They went on a one-way street because they don't follow the law anyway. He could have got out the car on a one-way street and then got into the Infinity car that actually shot at Donovan Thomas. I mean, it's too much, maybe, perhaps, he could have, he should have. I mean, you got to have some evidence when you're trying to lock people up, especially for life, for murder. Seven Stream said that is a good point about the watch and him possibly living at the house versus visiting.
All right. How about after giving them the definition or the explanation of possession with intent to distribute, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately, you need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each separately. But possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57.
Yes.
And I'm putting them in that order because that's kind of the order that 58 is possession with intent to distribute. 61 is possession of the gun because while you're committing that crime. And then 61 is if you're committing that crime, are you then potentially committing gang activity?
Yeah, I understand. That's a far more natural order than they appear in the indictment. So,
All right. All right, are we satisfied then with the answers? And then we'll just have them, I think I'll have them watch the videos, and then answer their questions.
Okay. And what I will point out, I'm not saying, and I'm not sure if this is what your statement means. I'm not saying that the credibility of Viverito is not an issue. I believe, the jury can see a watch is missing. what, no matter who it belonged to, the police showed up and now the watch missing. So I don't think that was the angle. I'm not saying that they believe Viverito or her credibility. I don't think that was the angle as far as them asking what was the watch for, because it don't matter who watch it was. Somebody stole it. So I don't think they would want to know that. They would want to know, in my opinion, was Shannon living at that house? Did he have belongings there? And to leave a valuable watch there could be considered a belonging, which means you live in the house, which means you knew about the drugs, you knew about the weapons, and we're trying to see whether you're guilty or not of possessing. And that's why they're trying to figure out, what does intent mean? Did he have intent to possess these things? How could he have intent? He didn't live there. He was just visiting. Somebody pointed out, his lawyer pointed that out. So I believe that's the angle they were working. All right.
Because that way, if there's any follow-up, they can let us know that. All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Your Honor, the intent is to play the Texaco footage first?
Yeah.
And then will they tell us when they want us to stop? Because they're at the Texaco for about 36 minutes. So what?
Do y'all know when you intend to start? I mean, did we watch 36 minutes?
It was all introduced, every
Okay.
bit of it.
I think they requested a very specific part of that Texaco.
Yeah.
Didn't they mention entering a car? Or
The
exiting?
gas station when Yak was getting into the car, camera in front of the station. So I think we start there.
Yeah.
And then
When he was getting.
I'll just,
Into the
that's what
car.
it says, when Yak was getting into the car. So, I mean, do a little bit that leads up and a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, let's
and
just play the portion
If
that they're.
it's any more than that, I'll just say,
He
does that cover what you
Three
wanted?
times. So do we? meet
Well,
the
then
last time?
play each time he gets in the car, I guess.
Okay, so that's going to be on camera 10, just for the record.
Okay.
And I'm gonna, if the court will give me 1 minute, I'm gonna pull
Sure.
it to the first part.
All right.
Look at Love. Love ready to scheme, boy. You can't put nothing past Love. She didn't get a chance to do the closing argument. So she gonna try to work something in right now.
Do we have the extra copies of the indictment to give them?
Somebody said they want extra copies of the indictment.
Have we given them extra copies of the indictment at this point? Sergeant, have we? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so everybody didn't have their own copy?
All right, let me know when you're ready and we'll have them out. Get on Zoom.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Miss Carmela. I'm hoping 20 people watching. Yeah, thank y'all for liking the video and circulating through the algorithm. Appreciate that. We might do one later. We had did one, I think yesterday or the day before. But I guess we can ask again, in light of these questions, which way y'all think the jury leaning now? Do these questions favor the state or do these questions favor the defense? Are they looking for a reason to set him free, Yak and Shannon, or are they looking for a reason to nail him down with a guilty verdict? Someone said there was a deputy that had to turn himself in this morning for trying to influence the jury and all the messy stuff that has been happening in the court. Oh, wow. Now that's wild right there. Where did that happen at? Yeah, that is strange. Why would the judge assume the watch was a red herring and not a credibility issue? Yeah.
All right, and Your Honor, we have it queued up 296Y at 19:16:33.
All right.
Okay. And I am keeping an eye on the live stream just to see if we have any movement. So if we do have any movement on a different monitor, I'll just jump back to that view. But right now it's still no movement.
All right, let's get the jury in.
And even if I don't, somebody in the chat gonna say, "Hey, they back, they back." Shout out to the chat. Okay, someone said Shannon is 50-50, though I don't think he committed a murder, or at least they can prove. Right, we're gonna have to watch the videos again to see what the jury wants to see. Yeah, I agree. If you have one or two that's having doubt and the other members need to show them the video for the the 99th time, then I guess we got to show it again. Brooklyn, that is against the defense. If they think the watch is Jack's, they would think he lives there. And I will say, I believe that's why they want to know. And I believe the judge will answer the question. She said to Doug, they're going to say the watch. He didn't say my client's watch. He just said the watch. And I guess that will show that, I guess his client don't live there. Maybe.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing we're going to do is watch the videos that you all requested, and then I'll move on to answering the questions. All right, go ahead with the first one.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Do you want me to stop the video?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So I think the issue is the jury wants to see him getting in the car. They didn't ask for all this extra stuff, of him going in the store. And I believe that's what the objection is right now. See, Love would try something slick. Y'all know Love slick. Come on. She slicked her hair down for us today to show y'all how slick she is. She's going to try to slide some extra in. Let's go.
Give me a second, Phil.
Yeah, we watching you. You see she ain't get up and go over there. Look at her. Let's see. Weinstein said on TikTok they had a bench conference because they played more than they were supposed to. Yeah, see, exactly. The jury said they want to see him getting in the car. Why are we looking at him inside of the store? Somebody said play the part. The jury asked for a man, right? And when did she become tech support? She ain't control the camera the whole trial. Now she in there playing videos. Come on. Somebody said no one would leave a $500,000 watch at a friend's house like that. Come on. Yeah. So, if it's not his house, Deamonte's house, then his lawyer had a good point. You don't walk to someone's home and say, hey, do y'all have drugs in the kitchen cabinet? Do y'all have guns under, the couch, the sofa? Those are not questions that you would normally ask someone. And if you are asking those questions, you may need to decide how long you want to stick around that house. Oh man, y'all. But y'all asking some good questions in good comments in the chat. If y'all think of any other scenario, just point them out so we can just discuss it while we wait. And thank y'all for liking the video too. This is, relaxes. Relax to give you brain. Yeah, there's probably so many chemicals in all these hair products and stuff that they be giving us, shampoos, conditioners. Who really knows what's in that stuff? Thank you, Carmela, for being a member. Definitely appreciate it. But yeah, Tia, I figured that's what he objected to because he objected once we were inside of the store. He didn't object to Yak getting into the car because that's what they said. Can we see the video when he gets into the car? And Love said, well, he got into the car 3 or 4 times. And the judge said, okay, we'll play all of those times. Let's see if we can just move it along.
We're going to try that again.
Love, we watching you. Specifically you, Love. I got my eye on you. Oh, man. Oh, Miss Bridget. TalkThatLaw chat should be the jurors in this case. Knowing what we know now, I want to see if the poll will change from the other day.
Your Honor, for the record, we're on camera 10 at 18:44:31.
We're not sure exactly which getting into the car you meant, so we're just trying to show all of them for y'all, okay?
just while it's still on. Mr. Lawrence?
So as we can see, he's in a, what is this, a silver Pontiac? What's going on, Jiggy? The jury came back and asked to see a specific portion of a video, not the whole thing. They just wanted to verify or clarify which car Yak got into. And to me, that almost seems as if somebody could have said in the jury room, no, he didn't get back in that car. And then people are saying, yes, he did. And they're like, no. So they're like, okay, we gotta play the video. So I think there's disagreement. That's keeping the watch. Right.
So, Your Honor, at this point, for the record, we're going to stop it and stop sharing and then fast forward to the next point that he gets into the car.
Okay.
We're stopping at 18:48:17.
Oh, wow, y'all. Okay. We got 8% guilty so far. 8%? Interesting. The jury, I don't have like this. No, normally what you do is you'll bring it out. Some courts will send back only that portion. And then normally what you do, just bring them out and we can all watch it together, the lawyers and the defendants and the judge. I mean, I think it's easier that way as well. You bring them out, we can go straight to that part and play it for them. They don't have to be in the back trying to figure out how to work it. And, play around with it. They can get right back to work.
We're fast forwarding now to 19:15:25 on camera 10.
Thank you so much, Tips Takes. You had me laughing earlier when you put the snake emojis in the chat. I said, what's going on here? Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Thank you so much, Tips. It's really kind of you.
So that was the second time he got in the car.
Wait
Now
a
we're gonna
minute.
Fast forward to the next time he gets in the car.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Is Love narrating the videos? This is crazy. Why do she get to narrate and discuss what's going on with the videos, especially in her tone of voice? This is the second time. Listen to the emphasis of her voice. Like she's trying to influence the jury. Like this is not closing arguments. You know, that ship has sailed. Let's go back a few seconds and listen to how she said that. I don't think she should be narrating at all. I'm surprised the attorneys didn't object.
So that was the second time he got in the car. Now we're going to fast forward to the next time he gets in the car. Which will be at 19:15:52. We're fast forwarding to that.
All right, does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on
No,
that?
that's not the last time he got in
Okay,
the
all
car.
right, sorry,
We're fast forwarding.
sorry. Thought y'all said 3.
Wait a minute. Look at her. She's shaking her head. That's not the last time he got in the car. No, no, ma'am.
All right, does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on
No,
that?
that's not the last time he got in
Okay,
the
all
car.
right, sorry,
We're fast forwarding.
sorry. Thought y'all said 3 times.
So we're now
My bad.
fast forwarding to 19, 17, and 10.
Yeah, she do too much. He do too much for me. Okay, so he's driving off in that car.
Those are the
Okay.
times that he,
Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see? Y'all are nodding yes. Okay, all right. Now we'll move on to the barbershop video.
Your Honor, and for the record, it's 292 Yankee Alpha, and we're starting at 8 minutes and 22 seconds of that exhibit.
And y'all see that when they asked the jury, is this what y'all want to see? It wasn't really much verbal communication. It looked like it was only played for one person. Like, hey, we know what it showed. Is this what this one person or two people needed to see? We know what it is. So I found that interesting as well, that it wasn't like a lot of yes. All right, let's see if we can see that Pontiac he just got in. Thanks again, Tiff. Let me hide this out the way so we can see. Okay. Okay, so that's clearly not the car. That's definitely not the car he got in. Look, that's not the Pontiac he just got in. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. My eyes could be playing tricks on me. That's not the car. Anybody think that's the car? I guess it'd be easier to ask it that way. Anybody think that's the same car that he just got into? Do anybody think that's the same car?
Your Honor, may you inquire if there's any more of this video? I'm stopping for the record at 9 minutes and 14 seconds.
All right, does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on that? Or is there a different angle or more that you want to see? That's good. Okay, that's what they wanted to see. All right, moving on. Sorry, Good, okay. All right,
Wait,
moving-
hold on, y'all. I didn't hear. It sounded like the juror said something.
that's good. Okay, that's what they wanted to see. All right, moving on. Sorry. Good, okay. All right, moving on to the questions. Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence.
Okay, so y'all heard what he said. He said the watch.
Okay. All right, moving on to the questions. Mr. Weinstein said the watch. However, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. All right, moving on to the next couple of questions.
Thank you so much, Get 'em, Joe. Definitely appreciate you. It's really kind of you.
All right, on count 58, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, the state must prove that Mr. Kendrick knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in possessing marijuana, intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it. Does that cover what y'all are asking with regard to that one? Yes, okay.
Y'all see, I'll stop right there. Y'all see the correlation? They ask about the watch, and they asking about the watch in the same paragraph that they're trying to find out what does, possession mean, intent mean. They're trying to find out if he was in possession of the drugs. And, how would he have known about the drugs if he didn't live there? Well, he did live there. His watch is there. His attorney said it was his watch. No, his attorney didn't say that. His attorney said the watch, or Mr. Williams' watch. So that's why I kind of put that together. That was my analysis of why I thought that the watch question was asked for that purpose and not for the purpose of credibility of Viverito or lack thereof. Let's keep going.
All right, moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately. You will need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each of them separately, but possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57. Does that cover what y'all wanted to? Okay. All right, then I will excuse y'all to continue deliberations. Thank you.
Oh, my bad. Okay, so all right, y'all see. So someone in the chat originally thought, he said, "Oh my God, I was so wrong. That's not the car." Wow. Yes, those cars are completely different. He did not get into that car. And Hilton, for her to say, well, maybe they switched cars, somewhere else. Maybe they went down a one-way road and he got in that car and somebody else got in another car. I don't think that holds enough weight for what she's trying to do, because we got to remember her burden is not 50-50, more likely than not. Her burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. And to see him get in a car, one car, and then a shooting happens in another car, that doesn't meet the threshold, in my opinion, of beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the very definition of doubt. Just these two separate cars on video. We got a video of the shooting, that car, and we got a video of the car he actually got in. So I said, nope, he was not in that car. Don't look like it. No. No, that was not the car. It had the sunroof. It's not the same car. Right point. Not guilty for the unalivened, but guilty for YSL being a gang. And I mean, that may be another thing with the watch. Who knows? Maybe they're trying to see their association. I mean, are they a gang or are they friends? He come over from time to time, or they must be a gang. He's leaving a $500,000 watch over at his house. They have a close connection like that. So you just never know the angle that they're looking at with the watch. So I do think that it was very relevant. Any question that they ask is relevant, and it shows that they are taking their job seriously. Let's see what else. Now the jurors should be looking at Hilton sideways. They said she tried it. Let's keep going.
For the juror.
All right, we'll be in recess until we hear from them again.
And not for the record, but,
Would it work for, this is not for the record, I'm just asking you as the cameraman, would it work for,
Well, she said I just heard a voice say snakes. Let me see. Let me go back a few seconds. I don't think I heard that. Let me listen again.
all right, we'll be in recess until we hear from them again.
and not for the record, but,
Would it work for, this is not for the record, I'm just asking you as the cameraman, would it work for,
Okay. Oh, she said back, like how much further back? Let me see.
any possessing marijuana intending to unlawfully deliver or sell it? Does that cover what y'all are asking with regard to that one? Yes, okay. All right. Moving on to whether you need to group counts 57, 58, and 61 individually or separately. You will need to consider them individually and reach a verdict as to each of them separately, but possession of marijuana with intent to distribute would need to be proven for count 58, count 61, and count 57. Does that cover what y'all wanted to? Okay. All right, then I will excuse y'all to continue deliberations. Thank you.
For the juror.
Okay, okay. I heard somebody said snakes. I did hear, but I don't know who said it. Oh wait. The judge was talking. I don't know if she said snakes. See. Okay, it sounded like the judge was talking. All right, I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody that wants to come up, since we have some time, fast forward it. The jury's still deliberating. They may come out any minute with a verdict. They may come out any minute with another question, or they may want to see something else. Because sometimes you have a group of people and they may not be all on the same level. You may have 11 people that don't need to see the video again, but you might have that one that swear up and down they saw something different. No, I did see him. He did get into that car. And they're like, okay. Instead of arguing with that person for an hour or two, it's easier to say, hey, let me just see the video. Let us see the video again so we can show this woman, we can show this man. That's not what they saw. That's not what they heard. But that car, those cars are definitely different. But I do agree. Someone said if they can prove that the watch was not Yak's, he did not live there, then the drug charges go out. Not only the drug charge, but I believe also a handgun charge because he's a convicted felon. So that would throw out that as well, at least for Yak, that gun. Now, as far as the gun that was found in the middle of the road for Shannon, that may be a different story. We'll see. Someone said, I think Doug Weinstein made a convincing argument for his client, and that's why they asked those couple questions, and those questions basically affect Yak. That's interesting. Let me go look at the poll right quick to see where we're at. Wow. Okay, so right now, not guilty, 71%. Not guilty. 12% guilty, and 16% hung jury. So I want to talk to somebody from the guilty section, if y'all not too shy, so we can figure out, like, we see Yak get into one car, and we see the shooting happen in another car. So y'all saying even after seeing that, they're still guilty of at least that portion of the crime? Brooklyn NYC said, I'm confident they won't say guilty because the juror that wanted to be dismissed because he was annoyed that the state is still there. Yeah, I believe he was juror 56. Is that right? But right now, I believe it's 142 in the state of Georgia and in Atlanta and Fulton County. So the judge said they may go into 3 o'clock today unless they want to stay longer. But now that we have those questions cleared up, I think we're making some good progress. Because if they don't finish today, they have to come back on Monday. Do they really want to come back Monday, or do they want to be lining up their interviews so they can start making the real money? They said it's $25 a day. It's all right, but we want to make some real money. They want to go on all of the daytime TV shows. Hopefully they stop by YouTube. Don't forget about us over here. We need y'all to come speak to us too. What Tia at? What Tia? Who is Miss Tasha? I don't know who that is, Tia. I saw your comment. I was gonna come back to it. Shannon kids were on Miss Tasha live. So Shannon do have kids. I didn't know that. Okay. And they were on Miss Tasha live and just asked if they like SB wife. They said no. Oh, Yak's mother. I got you. Well, it's not uncommon for the new, the kids not to like the new wife, the new spouse. They probably ain't had time to meet them yet. You know how they go. So nobody want to come up and explain why they think that their position of why they think 12% now is saying guilty. 72% not guilty, 12% guilty. Because I'm trying to figure out, even with all of that evidence, and I really like listening and talking to, the public, the chat, because y'all are the people who end up being on a jury. So we want to know how y'all think, y'all thought process. So when we try cases in the future, we can implement those that feedback. Tiffany said, I'm not guilty. How many kids does Shannon have? Should have been with his kid instead of out hunting. What's going on, Walter Waller? Sweet Lady Sugar, that's a lot. My stepdaughter loves me. Oh, he has 4. Okay, I got you. Let me do this again. Just in case somebody changed their minds. What's going on, Special Hardaway? Thank y'all for popping in for a little bit. The thing is, the jury can come back at any given time. And I really hate that we missed the actual questions, because that could have guided us as we listen to the remainder of the arguments from the attorneys. But, you know, from my understanding, now it's being worked out with the judge. Like, Judge, you know how we've been doing this the whole trial. Don't come out and start talking. And then the cameraman find out about it later, and he has to rush in, and we miss half of it. But I think they sent an email, Law and Crime sent an email to the judge and said, hey, Judge, before that happens again, before the verdict comes out or any more questions, can you give the cameraman, shout out to Maurice, time to set up? And that way we can be included with the proceedings. Let me see. Hey, what's going on, India? India, you ain't been by here in so long. I'll say I must have started another channel. Let me drop this link again. Hey, Noah Lewis or Noel. You said you do to what? I might have missed it. To which part? Said I do. And I'm gonna drop the link again for anybody that have any comments, questions, thoughts, concerns. Okay, Shannon has 4, Yak has 9. Got you. Somebody said YT don't send notifications anymore. Yeah, that's how they do sometimes. Let me see if I can do it like this. You have to, do you have on the notifications? Let me see if I can give an example. Let me see something. I'm gonna go to it and see. I'm gonna unsubscribe from this one just to do it again. All right, so I'm gonna do it like this. Let me have this comment. So normally the way it works is you have to hit that button there, and then once that's done, then you have to hit the arrow, and then you have to go to all, and then it'll say you get all notifications. But I guess without that happening, see if we can get that back centered. Without that happening, I guess it doesn't send out the notifications. Oh my YouTube, it just pops up. Thank you, Ms. Deborah C. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know the behind the scenes inner workings of the algorithm. Let's see. I saw somebody had put in the chat earlier trying to stir everybody up. Where did that comment go? Let me see. had kind of skipped over it. Viral Beast, he said live feed is behind. They found them guilty on all counts. Oh, that's funny. But everybody just kind of like skipped over it and kept going. So you said I never received a notification period. I did just what you showed. So did you do it just now, or you had already done it in the past and you still didn't get the notifications? Brooklyn, NYC, anyone from ATL here? How close or DeKalb County? 2 officers just shot there. Golly. I don't know. Let me see if we got any updates. So the question is, who remembers, like, what was the evidence that put Yak in the car? Like, who said he was ever in the car when we see him on video leaving in a different car at the gas station? Was that testimony from a witness? I'm trying to remember, like, did someone say that? Oh, you said in the past. I didn't get notifications either. I just looked for you. I didn't get. Wow. So they hiding us, y'all. They hiding us. You done it in the past and you still don't get them. Oh, okay. So you saying it was Woody that said to the detective that it was okay. Now that makes sense. They were relying on Woody to put Yak in that car. Not only Woody, they said QZ said that Yak was in the car. Then he apologized, I believe. So, okay. And I never got a chance to really talk to Quindarius Zachary because I know he had a lot of health issues that was going on at the time, but his sister was nice enough to come on the stream and talk to us a while back. So I'm glad she was able to clarify some stuff for us. Okay, the state, Woody didn't want to give up their 15 minutes of fame. That's why they talked so long at the closing. And that's funny that I guess you got the LOL because Woody always spelled his name like this, Woody. But apparently when the state did their closing arguments, all of a sudden they start spelling his name like this. Oh, man. Woody lied to the cops, putting him in the car. Okay. Because I was trying to figure out, like, why did they think if we see a video of him getting in one car, then a shooting happened in another car, whoever brought up his name to say he was in that car, and now all of a sudden, if it was lies that was told, now the state brought a case to trial based on lies. And I understand the people, the conditions at the jail were horrible. The DOJ just came out and said that the conditions at the jail are horrible. So people were saying anything to get out of that jail. They didn't want to die in jail. They didn't want to get ate alive by bed bugs, stabbed, whatever else. So they were just telling the police anything to get out. And that probably started us down this long road of, lies. And now we have to deal with a trial where if they're found guilty, they can go to prison for life. Wonder what Preston at? Not Preston. Is it Princess Jones? Where he at? Jones, you in the chat somewhere? I know you always give your insights. Hey, talk a lot of shit. What's going on, Miss Susan? Woody and QZ. Yeah, I'm watching it on a different feed. I want to see if we have any movement. From my understanding, Woody Chains, who allegedly did it when he was facing the federal gun charge. What's going on, 313? The best side. Thank y'all for liking the video. Appreciate that. I'll see y'all. Let me look at this poll real quick. I wanted some of my people to come up that said guilty, but y'all don't want to come up. All right, now we got 12% guilty, 73% not guilty, and 16% hung jury. QZ even said they lied because they didn't like, they lied because they didn't like Shannon. Now that's interesting right there. Or one of the reasons, I'm sure it was more than one. They didn't like Shannon. Hilton and Atkins were playing fast and loose, saying they killed both. Man, listen. You know what? Both of them, I don't think they could prove one. Because we seen them at the light. They drove off and the brake lights of Mr. Drink's car was still, going. And the medical examiner said there's no way he could have lifted his foot and pressed his brake light on and off if he was already deceased at that time. 313 said, just got here, was asleep, anything good happened, hung jury. No, nothing so far. We went over some questions that the jury had asked. We went over that. But so far, there's been no movement right now. This should be live. Yeah. So this is live. Why does I don't know why it looks so small. The jury is trying to figure out who was in the speeding car with the flag. Exactly. That's what the jury want to know. And really, quite frankly, that was the detective's job to find out who that other car was. No, this is the second time I'm hearing this. Let me see if I can research real quick. A court officer getting caught up in illegal conduct and has to turn himself in today. What? Hold on. Do y'all have any names of the officer? They said yes, they were jealous of Shannon because he had the girl. They called him Pretty Boy. And I do, if I'm not mistaken, remember Woody's calling him that, saying that Shannon was a pretty boy on the stand. I mean, hey, and you can't knock it. Shannon, his his ex came and testified. His wife, she was testified at one point in time. She was actually an attorney for one of the witnesses. And he recently got married while behind bars. So come on here, Shannon. So hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. So Shannon, I guess he's still making moves. And if he's doing all of that while he's in custody, I know he had to be doing a whole lot more when he was on the move. Somebody said the officer was trying to sway the jury. Now that's some crazy work. Am I surprised it's Atlanta? No, but especially knowing that information, why would the judge have her bailiff today communicate with the jury? Hey, go find out what they want. Go ask him this. Like what? And you just had another officer in that same city turn themselves in? Oh, okay. Maybe they don't want to release the name because he hasn't been officially arrested. So I guess we'll just wait and see on that one. Let me check social right quick, social media. No, I don't see none yet. Let me see. Even Shannon said on that call that Woody was jealous of him and wanted everything he had. So it was clear there was some animosity going on between Woody and Shannon. Even Shannon said on that call that Woody was jealous of him and wanted everything he had. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. If the police put you in a room and pretty much tell you, say this, and you can go home, and you don't like the person, and you get to go home out of those horrible living conditions at the jail, oh, that's a win-win. That's a win-win. Oh, thank you for that, Miss Susan Fair 57. Now, that's good. Okay, keeping it real with Dom K. I honestly think the jurors know that they are guilty on some other charges, but are going to give them a break, meaning not guilty or hung jury, just because they see how corrupt the state is. Also, because all the other guys who took pleas are either out or got very little time. I really think they're going to give them a break due to how dirty the state is, just my opinion. So thank you for that. Keeping it real with Don, okay? I mean, and I've said this before, crimes happen, crimes were committed, and we know this how, because a lot of the crimes were already pled to. A lot of the crimes, a lot of the defendants did time already. They pled guilty, they did time for these crimes. I mean, we even had Lil Rod. Lil Rod already went to trial and was found guilty of murder, even though that may be overturned. But nevertheless, he was found guilty of murder. But we're hearing about that murder again in this RICO trial. But the question really is not where the crimes were committed, but were they committed on behalf of and in furtherance of YSL, the gang. And it was my opinion that the state took a lot of individual crimes and then tried to group them all together, tried to connect them all together, say they all did this on behalf of YSL. And Jeffrey Williams is the leader of YSL, so he's controlling them, telling them what to do. He's at the head, he's the wolf, and they are the pack. But then Viverito come, their last witness that testified, and she said there's no hierarchy in YSL. They don't have a leader. You can't make this up. They don't have an organizational structure that's telling them what to do. They're not a traditional gang. They're a hybrid gang. Okay, what's a hybrid gang? I don't know. A hybrid gang can mean a lot of things. A hybrid gang can mean a hybrid gang. What? Define hybrid gang. A hybrid gang. Okay, Viverito. Okay. That's enough. Somebody said Viverito probably wanted Shannon for herself. Don't give me the line. Okay, let me go back to keeping it real. Yeah, from my understanding, the judge determines punishment, and it depends on what they are guilty of. Because from my understanding, in Georgia, if you're found guilty of murder, there's only 2 sentences you could receive, and that's either life with parole or life without parole. So I guess it would depends on what they're found guilty of. Yeah. So, if they get found guilty of the murder, just those 2 sentences, and I think Georgia may be a death penalty state, but the state, there's no death penalty being sought. So just really those 2 sentences. So we'll see. Let's say time. So you're saying 10 years time served. That's not bad considering you're facing life. They were young in the streets and were victims, were street dudes living crazy too. So yes, they are victims, but they also committed substantial crimes too. So it's an even thing. Right. We heard a lot of times about the defendants being shot at. We heard Shannon was shot at just 3 days before this car came speeding up behind him at a red light when Mr. Drinks was killed. We heard from Woody. Woody said he was shot at with his child. Muntu, when he came over here and he spoke with us, here he said that he was shot 8 times and the police did not even want to investigate it and didn't investigate it. So yeah, I do believe a lot of them are victims as well. So you're right, it might be just even. Everybody go their own way. I said, no, you get the max when you take it all the way to the door. Exactly, it's what you can prove. And the state tried to add individual crimes and said they were because of YSL, which is far from the truth, right? I mean, one of the people they claim to be YSL shot an officer, and you know the other people that was allegedly a part of this YSL enterprise, like he did that for no reason. That was on a recorded line. He did that for no reason. Nobody told him to go shoot a cop. Matter of fact, nobody even knew that the cop was going to try to arrest that person that day. And not only that, it was said that they were supposed to arrest him to take him down with the team, but that officer decided to take it upon himself to make that arrest. And that wasn't the way it was supposed to go down. Is that still a reason for him to get shot? No. But you can't say that that was an ordered hit from YSL so they can make people fear them, so they can increase their street credibility, so people can know they're not to be messed with. I mean, that sounds ridiculous. So no, I don't think they proved beyond a reasonable doubt at all. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up. Somebody, well, y'all writing a lot in this chat. Y'all got some good. He made that decision on his own, had nothing to do with being YSL. Facts, he did on his own. Even the one instance where it was a road rage incident with Walter Murphy, he literally got into it with someone right there, then and there, and pulled up at gas. My four girls, I really believe that is why all the investigations are horrible. The police knew it was a gang related and did not care. The investigation was crappy. Fulton need to drain the swamp. Right. Moontoon shot 8 times, nothing happens. Then they say, oh, Moontoon, you don't take the court serious enough, so go to prison for 5 years. Okay, Judge. It's a lay person like Moontoon, he's not a court officer. He's not in court every day. You mean to tell me he's not taking the court serious enough where he has to go to prison for 5 years? When you had the state of Georgia playing in your face every single day, and still playing in your face. Even today, they supposed to play one part of a video and then they playing extra parts. Yes, I believe Moontoon will be released way before his sentence ends. Yes, I actually had a chance to speak with his attorney. I really wanted him to come on the stream, but it was a lot going on at the time. But from my understanding, the way he calculated it is that Moontoon should be home. At that time, it would have been around 18 months. So it may be, I don't know. It's been a while now, so less than that now. 7 streams say playing in all our face. Yes, 20 years probation. It's a hell of a long time, but it's 10 times better than being locked in a 5-5 jail cell. Yeah. Lamar. Yeah, so one-sided against them. I feel bad for Moontoon. Yeah, I don't think Moontoon deserved that. I think the judge was way heavy-handed, like too heavy-handed on Moontoon, especially considering his attorney was misled. His attorney even testified. Moontoon's attorney said that Love switched the paperwork. What was in the paperwork was switched, and I have proof. This was the copy we had. This is the copy now. So knowing all of the trickery that was going on behind the scenes, I think the judge should have been lenient when Moontoon said, they told me to sign that, but they said that when I come to court, I can explain my answers. But when he explained his answers and his answers was different than what was on that paper, he said the paper's not right. I'm telling you the truth now. The judge didn't want to hear that, and she sentenced him to, 5 years. But I guess all is forgiven because she let Young Thug go home. So Mootun just gonna have to tough it out, I guess. They said she's back in our good graces. Let some people tell it, but I don't think that was right. Thank you so much, Paris. That's really kind of you, and for being a member of the channel. Thank you so much, Paris. Paris, I gotta go watch that movie. So I hope it was good, Paris. I gotta go watch the movie. I don't even know what it's about, but people have been saying it's a good movie. Thank you so much, Paris. That's really kind of you. Y'all, we are just sitting here. We're just talking. We're watching the feed. We're waiting for the jury to either come back and tell us they have more questions or they want to see some more evidence or come back with a verdict. And the jury said they wanted to see footage from the gas station, footage from the shooting of Donovan Thomas, and they wanted clarification of what Doug Weinstein said about a watch, whether it was his client's watch or whether it was, Young Thug's watch. Who watch was it? Where is the watch, Fonnie? Somebody asked Fonnie Willis, where is the watch? They wanted to know who watch it was. They wanted to see Yak Gotti get in and out of a car for whatever purpose. But I found it interesting. They wanted to see what car he got in right before they wanted to see what car shot at Donovan Thomas. 2 separate cars. So if you see the question they are asking, they're trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. You see what car he got in, what car did the shooting. They asked about the watch, and they want to know, is the watch part of the Mr. Williams collection? That means if it's Young Thug's watch, Young Thug's lived in that home, or is it Yak Gotti's watch? Meaning you can imply Yak Gotti lives in that home. And if Yak Gotti lives in that home, he knows about the drugs that's there. He knows about the guns that's there. But if he don't live there, no drugs, no guns, no conviction. So I really do see there is a method to the questions that the jury have asked so far. I think they are putting it together. I think it's not to kill time. Obviously, we already killed so much time fooling with the state. If anybody want to come up, let me know. I'll drop the link again. I just hope these young men come home and become legit young men in their lives. Yeah, I agree. I think getting out is half the battle. The real battle is going to be staying out. Somebody said the leader is at home. And it's 12 humans and nobody knows he's at home. I think somebody knows. Because remember that one juror that supposedly her boss texted her saying you need to come back to work because that case you were on is over. And the juror said the case is not over. And I think the juror knew that Young Thug was at home based on her question and response back and forth to the judge. She know Young Thug at home. But officially, they're not supposed to know, but I think they know. I mean, it probably was a buzz. We got to remember, a lot of us don't live in Atlanta, and we hear about this stuff all over social media. Imagine actually living in Atlanta. There's no way you'll be able to walk down the street, go into a restaurant, the news, the local news, every TV would have been talking about, the longest case in Georgia history. So, they're like, the wolf is at home. He the head of the wolf pack. If the wolf at home, And a lot of the wolf pack is at home for sure. A lot of them even got, deals. Why should these two go home as well, especially on Thanksgiving? Because it was a year ago today that this trial officially started, the trial portion, November 27th of last year. So if they go home today, that would be significant. Even though people try to slander Thug's decision, he got a hell of a good deal. Don't let people fool you for real. Yeah, and I agree. People don't understand that had Young Thug remained in the trial, we wouldn't be where we are today. They would have had way more witnesses. It would have extended another 3, 4, 5, 6 months. But since a lot of them played out, including Young Thug, they were able to shorten it down so much so that the trial, virtually almost over. So people are gonna say, if Young Thug would have waited today, he would have went home not guilty. He wouldn't even have a felony on his record. Yeah, but it wouldn't have been the way it is. The only reason it's like it is now is because he went home, or because he's no longer a part of the case. What movie? I think it was a movie called Wicked, if I'm not mistaken. Paris, I think it was called Wicked. And then you got Miss Boyd. She said he should have read it before he signed it. Yeah. And I kind of take that, a different way, just because he had legal counsel. And a lot of times, because I do this all the time, if your client's going to take a plea deal or they're going to sign paperwork, it's pages upon pages. They're not reading word for word. They're signing what their lawyer tells them to sign. So if your lawyer say, hey, initial all of these boxes here, sign here, boom, 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 climate, what does this mean? This means you go home right now. And that's all they want to hear. Oh, I go home right now. And half the time, we don't even know if they could, read and understand the meaning of what they are reading. They can read it all they want to, but do they understand it? And even his lawyer said that a lot of that stuff was slipped in. So it could be said that his lawyer could have been more thorough than he was. But I get you though. It's not lost upon me, Miss Boyd. I get you. She say if he would have read it, then he may not be in prison today. Happy blessed Thanksgiving. It was good to be a part that I saw. It is to be continued. Oh, thank you so much, Paris. That was a really kind Thanksgiving gift. Thank you, Paris. Definitely appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving to you all, by the way. I don't think we're going to be on tomorrow, but might as well say it today. "313 said, I think Big Riddle Fanny got there. What that watch on?" Oh man, y'all, this is funny. Where is that watch? That's what I want to know. Where that watch? And Nathan Wade but not got it on his arm. Charlotte say, I believe they will reach a verdict today. Yeah, I agree. I remember a trial I had. The judge wanted us to work late. 5 o'clock came. We're waiting around the courthouse, especially in that county. I didn't even live there. 6 o'clock came. 7 o'clock came. Then we got a note. I'm like, a note? What kind of note they want? Are they ready to go home? And I think they had wanted pizza or something like that. They wanted pizza. I'm like, okay. But then right after that, oh, no, we don't need any pizza. Never mind, we're good. I guess the one person who they were waiting on changed their minds. So we were able to leave, and that was a good feeling because my client actually got to go home. But yeah, so it's a lot of just waiting. You waiting to wait. But yeah, I agree. They need to leave Fulton County immediately upon release. I agree. And a lot of people think that the judge was wrong. Or she did Young Thug wrong. He can't even be in the Atlanta area. That's his home. How you going to ban him from his home? Hey, let me tell you. Staying away from that county is the best thing she could have gave him as a condition of his probation. You hang around there too long, guess what? Those same Atlanta police officers, those same DAs that's mad that they didn't get you this time, next time they may make sure they do get you. We heard the stories of officers playing drugs in the car. We know the stories. Come on. We're not going to act like it don't happen. My thing is, there's 1,000% no way that you can afford a 300,000 watch when you're a police officer who earns 80 to 100,000 annually. They are frauds. And to have the audacity to wear it on the trial from the people's home who you stole it from his bowl with the FBI need to get involved. No joke. Miss Nikki D, can you hear me?
Uh-oh, sorry, I was on mute. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, how's it going?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming on to speak to us. What are your thoughts?
I think this case is interesting to say the least, but I think you made a great point with bringing up how they asked about the watch, how they asked about video of the car, and how they asked about to see another video of Donovan Thomas, because that might be one of their turning points in either direction. But do you think a jury can consume all the information, discuss all of those points within one day?
Well, I mean, so far, if this verdict clock is correct, I believe it is, they've been going for almost 8 hours. So I think so, especially if they took an initial vote, like to see where everybody was, where everybody started off at, and then you might have had a few that had questions about the watch being at the home, whose watch was it? And then to see the two different cars, I don't think it'd really take that much time to notice that, those cars are not the same cars. So I think that the 8 hours is some good timing as far as the few questions they had. I mean, how much time do you think they should discuss this?
I agree with you. I think if they're going on the 8 hours that, I think that would be enough time. I think that would be sufficient. But you never, like you said before, you have people of all walks of life. Some people are, hey, quick on their feet, make a decision. I already thought about it. Then, like you said, we have our initial vote. Nothing can sway me. And then you have people who are on the fence and they're like, I just don't know. I don't know if this person was involved in that. And I think it was interesting too. They asked her for clarity on what does possession mean, because the state never showed that he possessed it. They said he was running from the house, but they never really show evidence of him possessing it. So that too, can be like, well, I don't know, maybe he did bring something back from California or this, that, and the other, or like, no, you can't say that. That's not his house. But yeah, I think it should be enough time.
Yeah, I do agree.
But I am one of those people that I did say, like, if it was two polls of who you think are guilty of one thing and guilty of another thing, as juror 13, I might be on the fence about Shannon a little bit, just a smidge.
Okay, about let me ask you about which charges, because you know, which charge do you think you may be on the fence about? Like, do you think he, as far as the murder of Donovan Thomas, do you think he may be guilty of that?
Okay, if we talking about conspiracy, I don't know if you remember, but when they first showed it, Shannon came to the gas station, then Yak came to the Yak came first, then Shannon came, then, whoever was in the Infiniti, because they never got out the car, they started talking to him, and then his girl got out the car. So that part, that was a little mixy with Donovan Thomas. And then the one with Shamel Drinks, though, it's not looking good for my man with that one. I don't know about that one, honestly.
Okay, what do you mean
I
it's not
don't.
looking? What do you mean it's not looking good as far as which way? So, so you think he may be guilty of the drinks situation?
Conspiring. I don't know if it was in his hand. But I was watching another stream with the other guy that was in the car with Nichols, and he's actually an indictment for unaliving somebody in Atlanta. So that one is a little tricky for me. Even with Max saying about, if the third car came and him and Demikian calling them, telling them to get on FaceTime, and him telling his op hunting, that was the first time I ever heard of that terminology, but uh, it could be at the wrong place at the wrong time, but I don't know. That one, the Shamel drinks one, that one I do have questions about.
So so do you think that it could rise to the level of beyond a reasonable doubt if it's, maybe 50-50, maybe he did it, maybe he didn't? Or do you have any specific pieces of evidence that you think that pushes it more towards guilty? Um,
Well, like I said, it would be a reasonable doubt for me. But I think if I was to say, okay, you have to be definite about it, I would say that him, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the prosecutors were saying that he was on the left side, Shamel Drinks was in the middle, and then Nichols was on the other side of him. Or did they say they were? I know they were side by side, right? Wasn't Shannon at one point side by side with Shamel Drinks' car?
right, yeah. I don't think there's no
Okay.
dispute. Yeah, I believe so. At that light, because the light was red, so it was a reason for them to be side by side.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they were side by side, and I don't think Shannon did not speed off until a car came out of nowhere flying up behind him,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Mm-hmm.
believe that's when the car was shown flying up behind him. Then we see Shannon car take off, and then some
Okay.
people ask, why did he take off? Because the car come flying up behind you, and then it was discovered that 3 days prior it was a hit out. He was shot at. Um, in a similar fashion. So he seen that car coming and he got out of there. That
Mm-hmm.
and that's the way I saw it. But yes, to answer your question, they were side by side um, while they were at the red light.
And then the third car that comes speeding up to them, then that car comes up to Shamel Drinks' car, right? And then his car doesn't move anymore.
Right. After that car comes speeding up, Shannon car is Shannon takes off. And then once that car that's speeding up is next to Shamel Drinks, that's when we see Shamel Drinks brake lights on his car go on and off. And the medical examiner said that if Shamel Drinks was dead when if Shannon supposedly shot him, then how was he able to put his foot on and off the brake? He would have been killed instantly, according to the doctor. And then I found that another thing that was strange is when the other car that zoomed up, when that car came next to Drink's car, then another car all of a sudden hit a crazy U-turn in the middle of the road as if they were trying to get out of there. The same time the brake lights were going on and off, the same time that car, I guess it'll be the fourth car, making a U-turn trying to get out of there. And I was thinking they were making a U-turn because they just heard gunshots. And this was well after Shannon left, but that's the way I saw it.
Yeah, and if you in the jury room and we explain it that way, I would say okay, because it does leave reasonable doubt to
Right.
who was, because now we got 3 cars at one light, and I'm from Atlanta, so I know that light right when you get on 285. And I wouldn't want to stop there either, because like she said, it's a lot of transit people there. It's a lot of foolishness like what they were doing at the light. People running that light, especially right before Fulton Industrial. So if they would have painted that picture like what Max did paint that picture, like you were just saying, that how they are at red lights, then yes. So for Shannon, he has nut, he has Shamel Drinks, and then he has what else?
Let me see if I can pull back up the indictment. There's been so much going on. The council
They've
started running
changed it,
together, right? They
rearranged it.
right. It was one indictment, and then they had to re-indict it, and let's see.
If he might not be guilty of anything else on that paper, but bringing all that mess to the courtroom with his love life, having them people down there cutting up so much. If that's one thing, guilty.
Come on, come.
Guilty. You got your.
Tell her, what do you got? What do you got?
Do you remember? I'm sorry, not to get sidetracked, but while you looking for that,
I mean, we got time. All right, we got time.
that day when Melissa, Viverito, Kayla, and I forgot who else. And Doug came up there and said, I have a motion. I want to get rid of, I got to file a motion against Fabricia Viverito because she's out in the hallway fighting with Kayla Bumpkins. And Paige was like, why do we have to say her name? And then Adam Abasi, he just yells it out. And Paige was looking like, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. I felt as if Paige was annoyed with all of this side foolishness that's been going on,
Right.
Because she was trying to protect Kayla, because she was like, why do we need to say her name? And I thought that was like, I was thinking about, I was okay, I think that's a, not to sway the jury, but I don't know why Doug wanted to bring that up, but I do think I get his point to show her bias, but I'm looking at Shannon like, sir, how you got all this going on at the courthouse? You got your ex-girlfriend up here, you got allegedly.
And I think the state did that on purpose.
I do too.
The state, I don't put nothing past them. I mean, the way the timing of it all. Oh yeah, we're gonna bring her in here. I think Miss Taisha said that something about she the prettiest girl he ever had, and then Hilton repeated it so we can make sure we got we heard it loud and clear. What you say? What you say, girl? You the best girl looking girl he ever had. I know that's right. Talk that talk. Like what?
Right. And she's supposed to be up there talking about how he had a weapon or that was in her name, or if he didn't, or if she knew, and then they played the tape with her saying that she knew that he had that weapon, and then it's like she didn't cross her on any of that, but yet still, I understand why they brought her to connect him to that weapon that they found in the street. Right. But they had to have a side of messiness. It's just it wouldn't be right.
Oh yeah, and then on top of that, that's around the same time that this mysterious marriage license just happened to be leaked out to the world right before she was set to testify, maybe in an attempt to make her upset, angry, so she can come to court and be, vicious and upset towards Shannon. So I think that was really calculated as far as the timing of everything and how it went down.
I think did you see that they had leaked the video, the police interrogation of Yak Gotti? That was leaked, I want to say either Monday. And can they do that?
Well, of course they're gonna say it wasn't them that leaked it, of course, but come on. I mean, I think it was on his birthday or the day after his birthday.
Yeah, it was on his birthday.
I'm like, come on now. Y'all are really.
Do you remember when the video of Woody leaked? This is early in the trial. And Brian Steele accused the state of, because it was supposed to be under seal, and he accused the state of leaking it. And Judge Glanville wanted to have their computers seized. And do you remember that?
Oh yeah, that's early on. Yes.
Yeah, and we never got down to the bottom of that.
Right, because they left it alone. They see, that's what I was saying. If they wanted a real investigation, they would have got to the bottom of it and figure out who leaked what. But as it became more clear that it wasn't the defense attorney, then it kind of like went away. Nobody said a word about it. And knowing the state, half the state really believed it was them, they would have pressed the issue even until this day. But when the state stopped talking about it, I said, okay, yeah, they know something. They know something.
And the way they were, even with the whole thing, with the hack earlier this year, it just, you want to believe that these are real crimes happening, right? And these are real moms, these are real people. And the way that they presented this case with all of the extraness, a lot of people forget about that. You know what I mean? Like, is it right? Do we know who? And if you go back and look, when they first asked about who was in the car, because they never mentioned who the other person was in the car with Shamel Drinks. I didn't even know there was another person in the car with him. And then they asked who was the other person in the car allegedly with Shannon. And so Love, remember the first day she was like, oh shoot, we forgot to give them to this. This was back in August. And Paige was like, is there anything else? And then she comes back over the weekend like, oh yeah, I meant to give you this too. And then she was like, we forgot it. But then the next day she said, oh, we intentionally didn't give you the information about who was in the car with Shamel Drinks because that person is under investigation for unaliving someone. And Sharp was like, wait a minute. First y'all said y'all didn't remember. Now y'all saying y'all purposely didn't give it to us. And then Nicole Westmore, she stood up and was like, hey, I saw the documents and they had on there, do not serve. So I think that's the turning point when Paige starts seeing like, this is really messy. Like, this is really messy. And she's now, I don't know.
Shout out to attorney Nicole Westmoreland and attorney Bruce Harvey.
Yeah.
I really had a good time when they came over here and spoke.
That
with
was
us.
a great interview.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I really did enjoy it. But yeah, attorney Westmoreland was going for none of it. None. Hey, Harvey neither. None of it.
No. Harvey be up there cussing, and he was like, if you ain't talked to him yet, it's too damn bad. I was like,
Yeah, he didn't play. He didn't play.
He didn't play, but you see now why you have to be like that with them, because
Right.
I want justice for those victims, but I don't want to just throw it on the wrong person. If I was a juror, I still want justice for those victims.
Right, and I think the family, even the family, I'm sure they want justice as well, but they want to make sure it's the right person. You don't want to have somebody locked up for something that they didn't do because the state rushed to judgment and the state got it wrong. So I think that it should be thoroughly investigated and to figure out, get to the bottom of it. But you just can't say, okay, it had to be Shannon. Miss Monica, I was gonna let you come out. I had muted it because of the feedback. But if you want to come back up, just let me know. But yeah, I'm sure the family wants justice, but for Miss Hilton to be hugging the family and crying after her closing arguments, I think that was kind of inappropriate. And then you had some of the family members saying,
wait, what?
So
What'd you say?
apparently, after Hilton did her closing arguments, she started crying and hugging the mom of Mr. Drinks. That's what was reported.
In front of the jury?
No, I think they said the jury had already left out, but Miss Hilton, before the jury left, Miss Hilton was wiping her eyes as if she was crying soon after her closing was over with, while she was sitting in her seat. And I think the jury was still there at that point in time. So I don't know if she was trying to send a signal to the jury, but it was also, the family of Mr. Drinks really didn't care for the prosecution because of the way they handled this case.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was Mr. Drinks' aunt who was making who made that statement about the prosecution.
Okay. Do y'all remember when Simone was also crying when Woody, he was being so difficult, and she went over there, she started crying, and the jury was in because the cameras, I saw that, and she started crying when Woody was being difficult with her.
Right.
I'm gonna just play devil advocate really quick, right? Because we all work at jobs, and we all imagine if this was your task and you have a boss that is not coming off very professional. There's certain policies and understood rules in your office, and you got to go up in front of the world and do this. I mean, that's got to be a lot.
Yeah,
that's heavy. That's heavy on the crown on her head. I'm not excusing, if she is a part of the misconduct, because sometimes I think she's worse than Love, because she's a little sneaky in my opinion, but it's still her job.
Yeah. And a lot of people, don't really understand that a prosecutor job is not to convict or to win. Their job is to ensure that justice is done. Their job is to seek justice. Justice can mean a whole different slew of factors. It doesn't have just one meaning. But to put somebody in prison based on a maybe, I think is crossing the line. And if the burden is too hard for her to bear, then maybe she needs to pass it on to someone else, especially considering we still have more YSL defendants even after these two are done. We have, 12 more that's still waiting for their day in court. And Hilton was she's working those cases. So if this is getting to be a bit much for her, I think she should seriously consider stepping aside, especially when you get too invested, too emotional,
Yeah.
involved, you're crying with the family. And I can understand that, we're humans, but you don't want to get to a point where you're that wrapped up into a case, because at the end of the day, you still have more cases that you have to fight for. And the defense attorneys, they have more cases. They have to move on from that. You don't want to get stuck in that one moment in time. And if that's Hilton, then, I think she definitely should move on. But it's crazy. She did all this crime, but this was after the fact that she was yelling and carrying on and shouting in front of the jury for hours. She kept saying all night. I said, why are you gonna keep us here all night and then you want to go cry? You could have cried 2 hours ago. We could have been at home.
You said she done did all that hollering, hooping and hollering, and now. And then, did you see yesterday, or was that earlier this morning? No, I think it was yesterday, when they were trying to slip in the directed verdict that she had already, said that he wouldn't be accountable for the, the stuff that was at Jeffrey's house. And Paige was like, because if this get overturned, no. I see what y'all doing. We're not doing that.
Right. And I'm like, Judge, they have 100 ways to get this case overturned on appeal. So one more on the ball ain't gonna hurt nobody.
And she know it too. She said, "You're not gonna put my name on that." No, I'm on my way back to the Supreme Court. I'm not gonna keep fooling. No.
She's trying to get on that Supreme Court. What's going on, Monica? You want to jump in? You had something you wanted? Not Monica, Montana. My bad, Montana. Sorry about that.
Hey, everybody. The state has been fighting really dirty from the get-go. But if I was a juror, I would sit and look at the fact we had a break for about 2 months. When we came back, we had a different judge. So I think the ex parte meeting, that should have gotten them a mistrial with prejudice, and it should have been over. So I would just say not guilty on everything. But not only that, the only evidence they have is circumstantial evidence. They have recordings and they use songs. As solid evidence, they don't have it.
And that's the angle I was looking at it. Thank you for bringing us your comments. I agree. I don't really think they have it. It's not enough. We got to remember, this is not a 50-50 thing. This is way past that. This is beyond a reasonable doubt.
It's beyond.
And we have, just the things we discussed is a lot of doubt. And we don't want to put people in prison, just because the DA told us to. And we see cases all the time. Somebody's in prison 25 years, 30 years, 40 years, and they come to find out they were innocent.
Right.
And then you'd be like, well, why nobody didn't, say nothing? When we are saying something, we're saying it now before it happens. We don't want to wait. So I think it's safer, if we don't know for sure, it's safer to send them home than to assume and lock up innocent people. Yes, I know the family upset, and hopefully they will get justice, but this is not the way to do it when you don't have the evidence you need. Oh, go ahead.
The state has been caught time and time again doing little sneaky, slick stuff. And not only that, Paige is such a prosecutor at heart. She don't realize she's supposed to be a referee, not a coach for the state. But she ends up coaching the state. She gives them ideas and all. And she'll say no to a lot of stuff, but then she'll end up swaying to their side. And she even says that the state has the burden, this is their case, and that we should be biased towards the state, in favor of the state. So that's what the jurors should do. So I'm like, this is dirty. It's supposed to be, you're right. It's not supposed to be, I'm trying to win. This is not a game. You playing with people's lives. It's not supposed to be about the state winning. the state should be trying to get justice, but you're trying to get justice from the wrong people. The
Right.
first set of people that you locked up for Donovan's murder, you might have been the closest with it. That might have been the actual set of people, or if not all of them, you had the main one, but you let that slip, and now you just you got these people, and you're gonna make it stick and ride because y'all got thugs' personal property, and y'all want to keep it, and you Fanning gave the money to her boyfriend Nathan, probably to
Come on.
watch too. So yeah,
Might as well
so
tell
so
it.
it's got to stick, and they already in the call dips on the cards and stuff. Who's supposed to get what? Man, these people crazy. They're crazy. And I
Not,
rooted for Fonnie from the get go. I really rooted for her because as a black woman, I really wanted her to be the right one. But
got
nah, she
you.
not.
Got you. Yeah, I mean, it was so much going on, especially when I found out that she was trying to seize the money so it can go into the forfeiture fund. The forfeiture fund goes to her office. Her office can pay the money to Nathan, and then Nathan spend the money
Hmm.
back on her. So I'm
And,
like, okay, is this about justice or it's a money grab? What's
and
going
even
on?
when Fonnie was in that hearing, she was saying that her and Nathan stopped seeing each other probably in like 2022 or 2021, something like that.
That's
But
a
yeah,
lie.
he popped up with her when she went to go get her daughter's car when she got arrested for driving without a license. Man,
Right.
quit playing. Fonnie
Yeah,
quit playing. Fonnie played all in our face. She know.
I mean, the way she got on the stand, I mean, I think she claimed just as much as Hilton, if not more. And oh yeah, we're not together, and the money came from my mattress. I keep cash, this and that, and then you show up on the scene of the crime. He went a crime scene, but I just like saying it with Nathan Wade in the car. And normally, you know, when somebody calls you, it's an emergency. Hey, mom, put by the police. I'm gonna go to jail. Can you come get my car? I don't want it to get towed. You're gonna leave right away. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm thinking she left right away with Nathan. Nathan didn't have time to meet up with her. She was already with him. They were already together.
Yeah.
So obviously they still got some going on behind the scenes, and everybody knew it. I don't know why she put
It
on that
never stopped.
performance.
Man, Ashley Merchant knew why she wanted those records. She wanted those records because it was going to that Fonnie went into Thug's money. But eight days after they confiscated money, that's when Wade's payments started.
That's crazy because he got
Hmm.
paid a lot of money. And we got to remember the only reason he's still not getting paid more money right now is because the judge stepped in the Trump case and had him removed. Had
And
he
you know
not
what?
been removed, she would have still been getting money even to this day, more and more
They
money.
didn't handle that right. They didn't handle that right. What they should have done was disqualify her. They should have got rid of her because she was the one that made the bad decision of making her married boyfriend a special prosecutor, and he wasn't even qualified for it.
Well, yeah, I agree. And now she's stuck in between a rock and a hard place now because that case is still on hold with the
Mm-hmm.
appellate court. But at the same time, the person she's trying to go after
It's the president.
is now the president
Yes.
who may have his office
Yes.
DOJ investigate her and her activities as federal spending. So now
That's
what's she
already in
gonna do?
process
You gonna drop
because
the case? Hey, I drop my case, you drop mine, or what? Or you
see,
gonna hang up to it?
Merchant is the one that pulled the records, and she's Trump's co-defendant's lawyer. So you know all of that is in process right now. All of that is getting ready to go down. So what she should have did was go ahead and drop this case, Young Thug, because if he want to go back and he want to go ahead and give a pardon as to all of that, he can do that because he made a comment once about it before he became president this go round, and he made a comment about it. You think he really forgot? He said, "Look, is all she's trying to do is RICOs. She got one on me. She got one on Thug. Come on, you think he don't see what's going on? You
Right.
don't think he's gonna step in?"
And it don't look good, especially if she's using this money to funnel it back to her boyfriend and herself. That's gonna look really bad.
They
And
took 6 vacations in less than half a year.
ain't that much vacation in the world.
She never
That's
had so
one
many
a month.
vacations till she got that position.
Got that position, and now it seems as if she's using that money. She's using these trials not really for justice. She care less. She want the money, and if
She's
you
a
can
clout
find them
chaser.
guilty, find them guilty, you can seize their assets. Even before the guilty plea, Young Thug barely entered his guilty plea good enough. Love was talking about, okay, we want this, it was it 8 million, we want it seized
Yeah,
as
his
part of
property.
his
Yeah,
property. Like, no,
because they know it's
ma'am.
some stuff missing, and they're trying to cover up what's already missing. But the thing is, when Paige got in that chair, see, like it was two other judges. Matter of fact, one of them was McAfee. He was the one that was over Fonnie's case, but two other judges had already recused themselves. They declined. They didn't want it. She should have did the same thing when she knew she didn't know anything about it. She didn't know anything about this case. Then she's never done a RICO, so she didn't know anything about that either. But she's a clout chaser, and she swears she's going to be a part of the appellate court. So she may be one day, I never know. But the thing is, Judge Glanville, when he was recused, Judge on Cross, she did not say it was for the right reason. She said the wrong reason. They all in cahoots together. They worse than the game. They got more power and they doing more stuff than YSL. YSL wasn't doing all that. YSL is a movement. These people worse than the game. But I just feel like due to the fact that they didn't get the right decision when Glanville was recused, as a juror, I would be sitting and watching and remembering every little dirty thing that Love did. Like when she had Moontunk on that stand and she had that little pink outfit on, she was standing up to talking to him and then she wiped her nose while he was on the stand. She had already told that man, when I do like that, I'm gonna give you the signal, wipe your nose. When he wiped his nose, then later on when she went to try to impeach him, she said, "Why did you wipe your nose at the jury before you left the stand?" No, he didn't. She signaled to him to wipe his nose. I be watching everything. They dirty. They are so dirty. So I really pray that them boys get a not guilty, but they should have had it by now.
Somebody had said they had disagreed with you, that they think Paige you being fair and
No,
impartial.
no,
Uh,
Paige is not all the way fair. And then you got to watch Paige. Let me tell you why I said Paige is not fair, because there's a few things I peeped. I watched Love one day with some pictures that was the jury was not supposed to ever see. I watched her pull them out of a folder real slow, holding them up where the jury can see them. And Paige was sitting right there just looking at her and didn't say a thing. Too many times that there maybe the defense should have called for a maybe they should have said objection or something, and she didn't say anything. But if it's the state, oh, she's gonna let them know, and then she's gonna let them say over and over, try to guess what it is they're objecting to, and then she would tell them what it is if they don't guess it. But it's been times when defense almost let something slide. That's just like that day when they finally did get that objection, when she finally what's Harvey's little partner name? Westmore.
Westmoreland.
Uh-huh. Before she said objection, she was gonna just let that smudge on by. She do it all the time. She'll let it just smooth on, go on by. That's just like she didn't want to say what it was when the lady was out there in the hallway threatening Kayla, because that's really what it was. Viverito threatened Kayla. She said, "Oh my God!" Then she said, who is it? Well, see, yeah, it does make a difference if it's his partner. If it's his one, yeah, it does make a." And then she said that Doug can question her, ask her a question, but you know what? She went on without it. She said, "Forget it." She just handled it her way. First, she said she was going to get her in there and ask her about that, but then she just let it go. She let too much slide too many times. It should have been a mistrial with prejudice so many different times. It should have been one when it was Dennis. Instead, they got everybody together, told them to come up with some plea agreements. But long as somebody is there to take the fall in the end for the murders, somebody's got to take the murders. That was all they was worried about. Y'all not getting this family real justice. You're not getting this family justice at all if you don't have the right guys. It's nobody's fault that y'all let the right guys go from the get-go. So, and then who knows, maybe it was threat by itself, but then would it say he gave the car the threat?
I think, yeah, that was his testimony. He gave the car to
Threat.
Threat, and now Threat is
And God
obviously,
bless, threat is gone.
yeah, he's gone. Threat gone.
But
So now we don't
if I was
know.
on that jury, I would have to convince the rest of them and let them know, hey, this not right. That's not right. Y'all got the wrong ones. That man all but, and then they gave him immunity, full immunity. full immunity.
Yeah, yeah. So
That was
it almost seems as if the people that may have really done some got immunity and at home living their lives, and the ones that's in court got stuck with holding the bag. And
Yeah, but Woody did try to straighten it out. And I love Woody to death. He's got a good sense of humor. He's funny as all get out, but he's smart as hell because he has the state, all the investigators. He's got everybody looking stupid.
yeah, and he's sitting at the house, and I wonder if now and would he come back for the remaining defendants? We got 12 more people. Is Woody gonna come back and testify again? Or are they gonna call him back? I mean, she relied on Woody heavily in her closing arguments. So I'm thinking she, in her mind, she still thinks Woody is the key to winning this trial as well as the remaining people.
But Woody didn't say anything about the other people, did he?
Right. Yeah. He said something about, and I guess they're gonna try to use it as a RICO, get them one, get them all, and try to bring in Woody. And I found it strange because even at the end of this trial, they were talking about what everybody else did besides these two defendants, which was really strange. They were still playing stuff of Young Thug.
Yeah.
They're trying to say, okay, they all a unit, so it don't matter
They
which one
wanted
it
to get
is.
Yeah, they wanted to get Thug stuff in. They wanted you to see the codeine, which is legal because the stuff they had in the bottles, they're selling it in stores everywhere.
It's illegal,
So
right?
yes, and he's got everything. Yeah, so it's the legal grade, but they're not trying to let them people understand that. And then you have a lot of jurors. The jurors, I guess they're like middle age or whatever. They may not know what's legal and what's not, and they don't know what no liquid THC is. They're not understanding that. You know what I'm saying? So they're not knowing that. They just looking at it as drugs. So it may be easy to sway them that this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? But it's ridiculous because they really are out to win because they know it all comes down to money. And for it to come down to money, why y'all never pulled the financial records of YSL, the so-called gang? That's where your RICO is. It's in the money. YSL didn't make any money off of no gang. So the only one made money off his talent.
And I think you had put a comment about that earlier, didn't you? About the financial part.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
thought so. Okay, I thought so.
RICO came about with the mob, the mafia. It's about the money. If it ain't about the money, it ain't about it ain't you don't have a RICO, point blank. You just don't have one without it. You may have some it's not even organized crime because ain't nothing organized about it if they on the phones talking.
Come on, ain't right? Ain't nothing even organized about the court.
Mm-mm.
The way they were going
It's
through
not an
papers and
organization.
files.
It's not an organization. It's not an empire. It's not a RICO.
Right.
Give it up. Well, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you. And before you go, I do want you to know that people in the chat do agree with what you're saying. They're saying, Paige, she helped the state a lot. She biased. So I will say that, she did say that I was trying to help you fix your sloppiness. She said that to the state.
Yes, she did. She did. How you gonna try to help fix the sloppiness? You're supposed to be a referee, not a coach. But she is such a prosecutor. She's a prosecutor at heart. She never wanted to throw it out. And it should have been thrown out from the time she got there. It should have been thrown out before she got there. Even after they was trying to tell her that the things that Glanville had done, she ended up hearing of some of the things or whatever, but she said, I'm not here to she's not going to go over another judge's ruling. That's just what that is. They have such a brotherhood and a sisterhood to each other. They forget about the oath that they take to the law. And that's not right. Now I'm waiting to see a judge that actually does that follows the law. She says she follows the law. She really don't, because she did what she wanted to do, even in this RICO. Because the way I see it, first of all, I heard her say they only have to have one count with everybody unanimous. For a state RICO, no, you have to have 3 charges with everybody unanimous, and for federal, you have to have 2, everybody unanimous. But the way they doing this is crazy.
Yeah, they're gonna throw it together. Somebody said I would take Paige over Glanville any day. So my thing is, what do you think about that? Would you prefer the lesser of what, 2 evils, if that's the appropriate term?
I don't think either one of them are lesser. I think she's smoother. I think she's the type, she take a little shots and everything, and then she'd be like, she's smooth with hers, and then she'll always make you feel like she's going to give you something, but she has a way of taking it back. Like she'll say, "Okay, yeah, sure, so and so," and then once love speaks, she like love because she likes the way love fight dirty. She likes that dirtiness coming from the prosecution side. She likes that. She looks at that as I don't know if as ambition, or like she's really, you know what I'm saying? She looks at it like that, but it's just flat out dirty. And she lets a lot of stuff slide. And it's a lot of things that she told Love no, she wasn't gonna let in or whatever. And she'll let the stuff in anyway. And just like she looked at Sharp one day and talking about, oh well, if they think this is gonna let them, I'm gonna help that case, go ahead, let it in. And I saw comments where people thought, oh yeah, she gonna let them make a fool out themselves with it. Talking about the state. No, she's letting in stuff that shouldn't be let in.
Yeah, and I will say I think she is more efficient and somebody said smoother. Because if Glanville was here, we'll
See,
still be months behind. He don't run.
Glanville had no business there because he had an emotional dog. Figure out the reason he has that emotional dog before you put him over a case this big. He has no reason up there on that stand. He had no reason even foreseeing this. He had no reason being the judge, point blank, period. If he has some kind of mentally emotional issue where he has to have a dog, come on.
She said he need a dog in the courtroom. He sure don't need to be in nobody courthouse presiding over no trial. Come.
No.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I had read a I don't know what to call it, maybe like a documentary on Reddit about Paige. They had did like a whole expose on her, right?
Uh-huh.
And when did she come in? Did she come in July or did she come in June?
I think she came in
I
July.
think it was July, right? Okay, because the article was July 25th. Okay. In July, Paige had denied, it was called like the Commission Act to derail prosecutors. So basically the governor wanted prosecutors not to prosecute drug offenses as hard as they were, right? And they felt like that was going to derail Fonnie Willis. So Paige blocked that. So she wouldn't sign it, right? So, and maybe she did it because she doesn't agree with that law. She wants to be hard on crime. Okay, we'll give her that. So then they did it that this was in Supreme Court. This was going on all the way until September, and they were keeping it quiet. They didn't want, the media. If you go Google it right now, you can find very minimal articles about it. I think only Fox 11 did an article that she rejected it. Then, so I was saying that to say that I believe that Paige and Fonnie have a relationship. I don't know. TalkThatLaw, you might. I don't know. Is the district attorney? Is she the boss of the judges?
Yes.
No. Well, separate offices. I mean, it's one of her and 20 of them. I mean, she can't. They're all elected to their own position, so she can't tell them what to do. But what she could do is she brings the cases in front of them. So if she don't file charges or if she doesn't indict anybody, then they never have the case. So to speak, you could say that the district attorney, in theory, has more power than the judges themselves.
That's what she's saying. She's really like their boss. She really is. She's really over them. I'm gonna tell you like this right here. I honestly, this is what I was trying not to say, but I think Paige is racist. I think
you do.
Oh yes, I do. I'm getting ready to tell you why. She does not mind prosecuting because most of what you see her prosecuting, Black people. She even though she was side with Love and stuff, at the end of the day, it's these Black men fighting for their lives, fighting for their freedom, being taken away from their families, their kids. It's Black men. You know what I'm saying? So she don't care if it's not fair or anything. But anytime she has a chance to take a cheap shot and slur Love and Hilton's work ethic, and you've been in this position for 10 years, 20 years or whatever, and I can't believe you're this sloppy. You listen to her. But then when she was reading that day, I sued a company. I had a lawsuit against a company that I used to work at. My team leader called me a nigger. But when she was reading that post that day and said nigger, it was like dripping honey coming from, and she said, I was just reading, I didn't mean, if you were just reading it and you missed and said it, you would have corrected it right then and there. You would have stopped right then. You would not have had to come back from break to correct it and apologize. But anybody can read and see nigger before it come up. They can see nigger before it come up. They see that word before it come up, and you're gonna pause. God forbid, still never says any other bad words. He always in the N word, or he'll go to spell it out and leave the last letter, not nigger, but shit or something. He'll spell it out, leave the last letter off or something like that. But not her. She enjoyed every bit of it. She knows that they really have no case. She knows this, but she wants to make them go to the appellate court because they're going to still be locked up for all that time. I remember when she first came in, she's worried about the first thing she was worried about. She was straightening out everything that was in favor for the state. She was getting on the defense about how many outfits they had, the clothing. Yeah, we're gonna sum that down to 4 or 5. That's all you need for a week. And just petty stuff. The headphones, they don't need to have headphones in their ears and this, that, another, and da da da. Just dragging out no eating in court and this, that, and another. Just petty stuff. Petty stuff. Somebody in her family was a slave master at one point in time. You cannot tell me.
That was a lot. That's a lot to unpack. Let me ask you this, but she did, you will agree though, she did, even though she locked Moontoon up, and I'm still upset about that.
And gave him the maximum. I don't know why people are saying 5 years, the other 22 years too. When he had that probation, oh, he was out on probation. Oh yeah, they took them little 2 years back. Yeah, he's got 22 years and a half plus the 5 years. Yeah.
So why did she let, Young Thug go home? Do you
Honey,
think
Young
her
Thug was
reason?
not a convicted felon. And she didn't just let Young Thug go home. Young Thug is home on a 15 years probation with 20 years to do back at the back of that 15 years, okay?
If he messes up.
If he messes up, that's a long time not to fuck up. I mean, excuse me, mess up.
I got you.
He might want to hit a blunt.
You said what now?
He may want to hit a blunt. That can mess him all up.
She said he might want to relax.
And he likes syrup, but he can't do that.
He don't need to be doing none of that. He need to be
He
focused.
may not need to.
He may not need to be doing
nobody need to do that. No, he don't need to do it. But no. Okay, we're gonna go further. She even messed with his lyrics. When these guys, when you listen to this rap music, you want to hear some gangsta ghetto-ish. You don't want to hear no, oh, I'm changing my life. I can't do that. You don't want to hear that. You want to hear what's gonna make you jump and bounce in the club. Crazy stuff make you jump and bounce in the club. She just took away his constitutional right, his freedom of speech. Rap about what he know about. What he know about is YSL.
Right.
What he know about is the hood he grew up in.
Right.
Have y'all heard Gunna new album? Have you heard Gunna new album?
I see somebody put down Thug think it was a good deal. Thug really didn't think that was no good deal. Thug just happened to be home to his family. He really didn't. He said she was the best thing that happened to him. No, she wasn't. She didn't bring any fairness. Thug is a writer. He's articulate. He's smart. He's a great speaker. And he did that. He spoke for his freedom. And she said what she said and gave him what she was going to give him and all this kind of stuff. He feels good to be home. But at the end of the day, he was not a convicted felon. He wasn't a convicted felon. And for him to be the leader of YSL, he's the leader of YSL, the record label. But for him to be the leader of YSL, they talk big boy noise about him, call him little rapper boy and all this kind of stuff. None of them was his friends. I ain't gonna say none of them, but the ones that pop up about him, nah, them weren't his friends. They was trying to use him, play him any way they could. Yeah, they was trying to use him and play him. They weren't his friends.
I'm trying to figure out, do somebody, you must got to cook tomorrow for Thanksgiving because somebody called you about 5, 6, 7 times. Is that your phone ringing?
Yeah, that's mine. And
okay.
That's my husband, and he'll be all right.
Okay. I'm like, who is calling her this? Who calling her this many times? The food she
My
got
husband.
y'all. Oh, okay, it's your husband. Okay.
But see, I'm gonna tell you, my husband jealous too, cause he know I be watching this thing all day long. No, I don't do no cooking when I'm watching this. I listen to this while I'm driving the truck. I drive trucks, and I listen to the court case all day, every day. But he be interrupting me. He know I don't answer no phone for him when I'm watching. The case YSL. I'm not listening. YSL is a movement. Everybody's wipe their nose. YSL a movement.
You're in that area, right? You said you're in that area.
Yeah, it's a movement. LeBron James ain't no gang member. He do the slime. He wipe his nose. You got this little white girl in the video at a game. She wiping her nose, but they ain't locking them up. Them boys knew each other since they was little. A lot of them do have genuine love. They all came from the same struggle. They came from nothing, and some of them do admire Thug because he made it. You know what I'm saying? You got some of them that's genuine enough to love him and love the fact that he made it. But then you got some that be jealous of it. He rapping about my life. He ain't rapping about his life. He rapping about my life. That's what the ones that's jealous of him say. Like Tick, yeah, but he did a lot for Tick. He look out for Tick. But he used to look out for them, and then he take them on tours with him, and then they go rob and steal from people, and then he's giving the money and stuff back to the people. But that's not what they're telling to the police when they get caught for something. They telling them something else.
But Thug, he took his a part of his plea deal. He took responsibility for all that stuff in his house.
That stuff in his house was his stuff. He better take it. and so they should not. So
But
they
now they
should
trying
not.
to put it on Yak Gotti too.
And I know that. Didn't I just tell you that Paige is not all the way right? She's not fair. That's
But
not
she's
fair.
not doing that. The state doing that, but she
No,
did
no,
an
no, no, no,
interactive
no, 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 no,
verdict.
no, no. This is her courtroom. Now she's
Okay.
the one sitting up there. If she wants to throw that stuff completely out, it shouldn't even be in those oververts. It shouldn't be nowhere in there. That Yak shouldn't have to fight for that. That's not his shit. He shouldn't have to fight for that. Point blank, period. Thug already played to it. Why this man have to? Come on. And that's just like you got oververts that these people are in trial. Some of these oververts and stuff are stuff that somebody have already played to. They've already did prison time to. Why are they
Yeah.
in here? You have stuff that has expired, statute of limitations. Why is it in here? They can be
Well,
found
Georgia law
guilty.
says that it can be in there. So, I mean, they really need to go back and look at how the statute of the law was created. Because when it first was created, like you said,
Georgia was a southern state.
it was for more so for organized crime. But now they're doing it against teachers and
RICO is for organized crime. But see, the teachers they had, I think they had something going on where there was a money trail, and they was getting paid for certain things or whatever. It was something dealing with some money. This is not money.
okay. One of my cousins was a teacher during that time in Fulton County, and what they got in trouble for was when you're a teacher, you get like, we'll just call it like a smart bonus, right? If your school is doing well, if your kids are doing well, then you'll get a bonus. And so they in turn were helping the students. Some of them were actually taking a test. And because since that bonus was federal money, that's how they were able to get them on a RICO. It was,
Those
for
kids
me,
weren't
is it
actually learning
unethical?
anything.
Yes, but I don't think it should be illegal. And I don't think a teacher should have to fight that hard. And these
I
weren't,
think
if
that
you remember,
it should be illegal because that child is not learning anything. Actually, teach that child. Let that child have knowledge. Teach them.
they were teaching them, but some of the students, they had
If they
like
weren't
test
learning,
anxiety. Standardized tests were
they
never
can have
created for Black and
whatever.
brown kids.
Listen,
But
if they dumb, they dumb. I'm just gonna put it like that. I just don't know no nice way to say it. If they're not learning anything, the bonus is for to make sure that the child is getting it. If the child is not getting it, then you don't get the bonus. So
they
yeah, that
should have
was.
did 5 years for that.
Did they know the circumstances before they did it?
No.
Well, I knew the circumstances. They knew the circumstances. They knew it was wrong. They didn't tell them people up front, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and pass all these
They
kids.
knew, but if you were a juror on that trial, which they all were, I mean, it was
Yeah,
overturned.
because
Some of them were overturned.
I have
You would
6
find
kids.
them
I have
guilty?
5. Yeah, I would have found them guilty because of the simple fact, shit, they would have found me guilty if I didn't plead to the drug charges I had. So yes, I knew the chances if I got caught, this is what's gonna happen. But I also knew, well, I don't have no felonies yet. So this is going to be my first go around. I might be able to get probation. But then I talked a little bit of noise to the judge and I caught 7 years. So, okay, I did my
Mhm.
time.
And I heard Nikki has said that the kids may have anxiety and they may be bad at standardized testing, but you're not saying that it's okay for the teachers to, take the test for them, though, right?
No, I was saying that if I was a juror and, Miss Montana, how strongly she feel like they will go to jail, I don't find that it's
No.
criminal.
Now, I wouldn't have went for them to go to jail,
I
but I
wouldn't have
would
put
have
them in
got
jail
them
for
on
that.
probation. They would have got probation, especially they don't have a record, so I don't understand how they went to jail. If you don't have a record, you can stand a chance of getting PTI or you can get some probation.
I don't know. I'm of two minds with that one, but I definitely don't think it's
But you're
criminal
guilty.
what
You're
they did. I
guilty.
think
You're
it's
guilty of
unethical.
something.
I think it's unethical, but I don't think it's criminal.
No, it's criminal. It's criminal. You know what made it criminal? Because you did this to get money that you did not earn. You did it for the love of money. Money is the root
I
of all
think they
evil.
did it to get money that they should be paid. I mean, these teachers are
Well, then
severely
that's what they need to do
underpaid.
is fight to be paid more instead of finessing. See, that's what Rudy was guilty of finessing.
Yeah.
They're finessing the system. You never gonna win finessing the system.
I
Not
have an
doing it.
unpopular opinion about him too. I find it interesting that people think he is just so funny and
He is,
he's
and he's
such a
smart as
good
hell.
guy. And he
But he
started all
got
this
all of
mess.
this mess going on.
He's the catalyst for all of these people, all of this stuff they dug up, all of these lies, all of this. I just don't find him to be. I don't know. I don't find him to be that.
Because Hilton said the other day, the streets know before everybody. So as soon as Donovan got killed, what was the street saying?
They came
The
after
streets
him.
the streets was calling Woody, ain't it? We heard you just
Yeah.
what? Okay. So she need to listen to what she be saying.
How do
She
you
need to take
feel
her
about
own
her
advice.
closing argument? How did both of y'all
Um,
feel about it?
I think she did she kind of did a good job. She was better than I expected from her. But all that crying at the end was unnecessary, all that hollering and screaming. And she tried to be something. Woody said, nah, you acting different. You talking different. You be talking hood when it be
Oh,
me
he
and you.
did say that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
I
said,
remember he
you be
said
talking
that.
hood when it's me and you.
He
He said, but
pulled
you
her
in here.
card.
He said,
Yeah,
talk so
we
I can
saw her
understand.
code switch. Oh yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
forgot he did say that. You
Mm-hmm.
know what else you said that I forgot about, Miss Montana? You had said about the evidence against Shannon when you first started. And I forgot about that. You're right. He did not have any
No.
gun
Shannon,
residue in his car. The gun
he
that
had the
Hilton
same
tried to
clothes
make us
on.
think was the same gun with the same bullets.
Nope, wasn't
They
the
had a
same gun.
stipulation that that wasn't. It
And
was a
then
separate
not only
gun.
that, I'm gonna tell you,
So
not
yeah,
only
I
that,
would find him not guilty. I would find him. Yeah,
I don't care
I
if
forgot
you
about
find
the
a gun.
evidence.
I don't care if you find a gun that belongs to my husband thrown out of a car that I am driving. If you did not see me throw the gun and you did not catch it on my person, you don't have me with no gun. You're not going to give me that charge. You don't have me with it. And it's a passenger in my car and it was thrown out the passenger side. I ain't got to tell you that's his gun because common sense should tell you that's his gun. Isn't that what she said the other day? Common sense. Okay, common sense should tell you he threw that gun out that window, not me. I don't care if that was my girlfriend gun. She gangster. She let anybody hold it. That's what I would say to tell him.
You'd be good at defense attorney then, because I wouldn't have. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's what
Yeah.
I be teaching my son. I be like, it's some people that he want to be around. I know you think they cool and they this, that, and the other, but stay from away from them. And he be like, Mom, those are my cousins. I don't care.
They're co-defendants.
Hello, do you want somebody to be your
You never
co-defendant
want a
or do you want
co-defendant.
them to be
I
do
try to
you want
tell
them to
my
be a witness
sons,
for the state?
I have
Now,
5 sons. 2 of them locked up right now. My baby boy locked up on a murder charge, but they gave him voluntary manslaughter. But I told him, I used to always tell him, hang by yourself.
wait, I am so sorry. Oh my
Mhm.
God.
I always told him,
Wow.
hang by yourself. You're not gonna tell on yourself.
Okay. That was funny.
I have another son. I got two sons. I like him being close to. I have another son. I be telling him, don't you ever go nowhere with him or do nothing with him. He's Jonathan will tell you he's a pretty boy and he gonna tell every damn thing. So
Right, he ain't going to jail for nobody.
nobody. He was in the back of the
Listen,
police car one time. He called me crying, Mama, come get me. They fixing to take me to jail. I'm too pretty for jail. I can't go to jail. I said, yeah, I'm coming to get you, baby. Where you at? But yeah, and he just is devious. He's devious as all get out. But no, they don't fool with him. They know not to fool with that one. Mm-hmm. Because he gonna
Wow.
tell it.
in
Right, you gonna do something, you know who you around, don't do it with them, or like the old folks say, don't do it at all, and
Mm-hmm.
you ain't gotta worry about look over your shoulder for the rest of your life and worry about fighting the system. But I do hope it all works out for the best. You said so the murder charge was reduced down for your son to a
Yeah,
different.
it was a robbery. His cousin came and woke him up to go do this
Wait. Let me
robbery.
let me ask you this right quick. Is it closed?
Oh, I wouldn't even be discussing it if it wasn't. No,
Okay,
he'll be
okay.
home in 2027.
Also, okay.
Yeah,
So
he
yeah,
caught a
okay,
little
go
bit of
ahead.
time. He didn't catch but 15. He'll be home in 2027.
And I
His
mean
cousin
this.
came and woke
15
him up.
years?
Yeah. Listen, he
So
robbed this young man and killed this young man. This young man had no gun, no weapon on him, or nothing. And I mean, he just straight went in blasted. He was an idiot. When I saw it on the news, you know, I know what side of town my kids hang on, and I just knew it deep down in my spirit. I felt that was my baby boy, and I knew it. And then so when I tried to call him, he wasn't answering the phone. So a few days later, he ended up calling me, and I said, "Hey, I need to see you." He said, "Yeah, I was just calling you to tell you to come pick me up." I said, "Pick you up from where?" And he told me the hotel name. I said, "Yeah, his ass did that." So I went and got him and talked to him and everything. And he did that shit, made him turn himself in.
Oh, that's good. You made him take responsibility for his actions.
Hell yeah, because they wouldn't come to my house looking
Yeah,
for him.
right. SWAT would have. You sure right. SWAT would have came and kicked that door. Yep, you right.
Uh-huh. And at that time, I had too much stuff going on. No, they ain't coming over here. But
So
I'm
you.
straight now. I'm legal and legit.
So speaking from experience, somebody said, "What advice would you give Shannon and Yak?
Huh?
What advice would you give Shannon and Deamonte? Since speaking from experience as a mother, if you were able to tell them anything once they get out, if they get out, what would that be?"
At the age that they are now,
Yes,
oh,
ma'am.
they're going to walk a straight line. They're going to walk a straight line. This is too scary right here. Are y'all looking at Shannon's body language? It's killing him. It's taking everything from him. If he come up out this situation, YSL, YS hell, no. Uh-uh.
Why
He,
is
don't-
what?
he probably don't even want to be a rapper no more.
How
He's
you
going to
say
get,
it?
yeah, YSL, YS hell no. He's gonna get him a job, chill with 2 or 3 of his little female friends,
Not 2 or 3.
however many he choose. Cause see, the other
Let me
girl,
get.
she like girls. She like
What?
girls. Yeah, his ex girl, she's really not his ex, but she like girls. Yeah, but
Who?
Nikki, where you been?
The
I don't know.
lawyer?
No, not the lawyer,
Oh,
the other one. But see,
Miss
Vivarito like him
Baby?
too. Yeah, the one
He
that
need
call
to
him
stay
baby.
away from her. Mm-mm.
Huh?
He need to stay away from her.
Yeah, she a little too hood.
Not that, but
And she like guns and stuff.
the chat says she has a girlfriend.
Yeah, she
Oh,
has a girlfriend, and she like girls, and she like her girls with a certain look and a certain complexion, and Kayla don't fit. But her and Kayla look
wait,
alike.
she's a colorist too?
Not necessarily a colorist, but she do like a mixed or light skin. But see, her and Kayla look like, if you ask me, they favorite.
Brooklyn then popped out the chat. Brooklyn, like, hold on. Who like who?
Brooklyn is me and I am her. Baby, I be already. I don't see nothing.
Y'all are funny. Wait, half the time, y'all like me, you catch it when you can catch it. Because some of the stuff I had to
I
catch
catch
on
everything.
when I first heard it. Yeah, this a lot.
But see,
And
she was a stripper.
people might be thinking, what they gotta do with YSL. Well, all of this came out. This is about the trial. He testified. and she gave an interview as to why she did the things she did and why she thinks she's the cutest girl. So all this tied together. So
Somebody said she look better than Kayla. No, she really don't. Her BBL is better than Kayla's, but face wise, no, not really. They favor a lot. Their mouth is made just alike. So I know what Shannon like. Their mouth is exactly alike.
Favor.
Mm-hmm.
So what
y'all,
if
y'all know
oh,
more than
okay.
me. I don't know who looked at y'all know more than me. Y'all.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But Vivarita wanted him. Vivarita wanted him, and he turned her down.
So Vivarito want him for herself. That's why you think Vivarito went and got
That's
her
a woman's
surgery.
born, because she felt like she was supposed to get him over them black girls, but no, Shannon like black.
So you don't think her getting Vivarito going to go get her surgery, and some people say she did it with the watch money, is as a way to
Y'all do
turn
it.
Shannon head.
Almost definitely.
Wait a minute. Y'all
Definitely.
said she turned the watch into a BBL?
Yes, she did.
So she not a big mama no more?
Oh no, she's a Coca-Cola bottle.
No, I think they got a picture
Oh,
of her going around Twitter saying, showing how
She,
she look now.
she got the breast done and all.
hold on. Let me see something.
You better go to Twitter. Y'all funny.
Oh my. Is this her in
Exactly.
this black dress?
Yeah,
In that
yeah,
black
that's
dress,
the
baby.
picture. Yeah, that's the picture that was going around, the black dress.
Mm-hmm.
You know, hey, people clock out, okay? They clock out. But wait a minute, hold on, let me see something.
Now, see, if she would have looked like that back then, he might have would have went ahead.
Somebody
On a
said,
salary of 57,000, according
somebody,
to Fulton County,
Exactly.
an investigator salary, all their salaries are public record. A lead investigator, she will be up to 83,000.
They
You
said
don't
y'all
think
she,
she can
funny.
afford it at 83,000?
probably not. Come on.
Not all the money, Jiggy. You ain't got to
See,
spend all the
when they're
money.
saying 83,000, that's before taxes come out, insurance, 401k, everything. So that's just enough money to live off of. And then we've been going through inflation for a minute now. Everything is high.
Y'all funny. Somebody said Woody said he slept with her and she mad because Shannon did not give her any information. This beyond me.
I
I
think
Who's,
Shannon
can't
didn't
wait,
give her
wait,
no
confirm
I'm
or
nothing.
sorry.
deny. I don't know.
She got a personal
Who is
vendetta
the
against
she?
Kayla too. She don't like
I think,
Kayla.
I think we're talking about the detective. I believe that's who
Yeah,
you referring to,
I
Tia.
thought they were talking about Kayla. Okay,
No,
so
no, 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 no,
she
no.
don't like
because there are
Vivian.
rumors going around about them too.
No, they married. But see, she married because Shannon married Kayla, but wouldn't even sleep with her, from what I heard.
No, I'm saying there are rumors about Kayla and Woody.
Yeah, there's rumors about them. But you got to see, when you watch those lives that they was doing and stuff, she was very flirtatious with him and stuff. And I remember one night they was at this little smoke lounge, and her pants was unzipped, and he told her, "Zip your pants up, Kayla. You don't lie with your pants unzipped."
Hold on, now I gotta go.
Shannon may not even know what's going on because somebody was like, why would Shannon let his wife go hang? Shannon locked up. He don't know what's going on. Shannon over there sleep right now in court.
Okay, now it's all coming into fruition. If Shannon and Kayla had a relationship, right? And then Kayla's in that room in that secret meeting, and she's more with the defense.
Mm-hmm.
She finds that out. She tells Brian or somebody. She said the deputy told Brian, and then Brian asked her about it. So she did, but then she brought in other information like, no, that's not on the record. And she was willing to take the stand to help him because they thought that would have been a mistrial. TalkThatLaw, in your opinion, is that a conflict of interest if someone is dating one of the defendants? They're the other defendant. Well, he's not a defendant. Well, witness, lawyer.
Well, the thing is, we really can't. The only thing
She
we can
wasn't
go
married
by,
to him at the time that she stood in as a lawyer for Woody.
right? That's the thing. The only thing we can go by is the dates, and we can't say for sure just because someone got married in August, they were going together in March. They were dating in March. So we
Mm-hmm.
can only go by and according to the marriage certificate, that happened after Woody came along.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, Woody probably already know what's up. He probably wasn't tripping. He didn't care about the conflict. It's his conflict to waive. If he's cool with it and he's the client, then
Okay,
that's all
okay.
that really matters. Hey Tia, can I share that email? Can I share it on the screen? Tia, she said she just emailed me something. I don't know who face that was by that plus sign. It was somebody's face. But if I can share it, if it's public, it's Twitter, I'll just share it. So yeah, once Tia give me the go ahead, she can send a screenshot over. Then I'll just post it right here so we can just look at it. Since we got a little time, I mean, we sit here. Let me see. Oh, she sent something else. Hold on. Let's see. Man, this case really took on a life of its own. Once it got started, it started coming down the hill like a little snowball, and it just kept getting bigger and bigger, picking up more snow as it came down. Now it can't be stopped. Let me see. She said, did Tia ever say, yeah? Oh, she said, yeah, you can share. Okay, here we go. So let me just see. Let's share this real quick. Okay, so this is what was posted Thugger Dating. Maybe it really is personal for Detective Viverito.
Yeah.
And Woody v. Woody said she gave that, there's an emoji there of a cat. It didn't get the info she was looking for, and now it's personal. And then he said her and Kayla was beefing over Shannon, according to this person, Woody v. Woody. If
That's what.
oh my, this is a lot.
Okay, Viverito was his
This is
probation
a lot.
officer.
Probation officer at one point.
Yeah, so she said that on the stand. She was his probation officer. She known him since he was 14.
Politicking.
Oh, this is nasty.
So she might have been sleeping with him when he was underage. But check this out.
Oh, this is nasty.
Why she had a 3-year break in her work resume?
She said she went to school.
She couldn't go to school and work.
What kind of school she went to?
In between her job. Yeah, what did she take up? That she was going to need for her career.
Maybe she went undercover. I don't. Maybe that's when.
Hey,
undercover.
Undercover or on top of
undercovers.
I don't know. That don't give me the line. I'm just reading what y'all sending me. I'm just reading. Shout out to Tia. Thank you, Tia, for sending this to us. What's going on, politicking with Mel? I ain't seen you in a long time. Thank you so much, Stephanie. She said this is your best chat. Yeah, y'all got it on fire. Thank you so much, Stephanie. It's really kind of you. Always support.
Somebody said Shannon is far from fine. Shannon used to be really cute though. You know, he didn't gain a lot of weight in jail. He got all that hair, but when he had that little haircut, he was a cute little boy. He was cute, and he did have them girls crazy. Those girls were spending money with him on his Instagram, and all. That's how he was getting his packs off. That's how he was making money.
He ain't cute enough to be sitting up marrying somebody when they facing these type of charges.
She remember what he
The
was.
judge broke us
it's
up.
something them girls
he
like
ain't that cute.
It's something them girls like about him. It's something. He reminds me of my older son, and the bitches are crazy over him. It's something them girls like about. Excuse me for cursing, but it's something them girls like about him.
Yeah, the editor go in and clean it up for us.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Oh man. But yeah, I want to keep reading some of these comments, but thank you so much, Stephanie, for being a member of the channel. This is crazy.
All right, y'all. I gotta go. I'm gonna call my husband, see what he wants.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, thank you. We come back with us. Hopefully, we're back on Monday.
Oh, okay.
They like you in the chat. All right, thanks a
All
lot. All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh man, that was really good. I'm glad she came up and spoke with us. Nikki.
Yeah, listen, your viewers. Okay,
Oh my God. Y'all know what?
That was a lot. Miss
That
Montana,
was a
she
lot.
got.
That was a
I
lot
mean,
to
she
take
just said it
in.
so cavalier, like, yeah, I got 2 sons in jail. What enough for murder? Huh? What?
And said she know it. She know he did it and made him turn himself in. You heard what she said.
It's like
took him to the police department herself. She said they ain't gonna kick her door in the middle of the night and scare the hell out of her and her other kids and put them in danger with the SWAT.
Yeah, that is a huge sacrifice, but it just
I want prepared today. I thought
No.
we were gonna get on here and just talk a little bit about, what's going on in court. But hey, apparently we had some bigger fish to fry.
if this is true with the investigator dating someone and bringing, it's just like, when is justice going to be served for these victims? Even Miss Montana said that boy, the person that my son violated, he didn't have, no, I don't feel like that was right. She even can look out for that victim. I don't feel in my spirit that the state really cares about the victims in the way they presented the case.
Well, we just heard Miss Montana. Miss Montana said when she first started, she was pro-prosecution. She was pro-Bonnie Willis. So it's not like she's biased because of her son's situation. She no, she was on her side. But once she started peeling back the layers of the onion, she saw what was really going on. She said, something ain't right about this. And the more she looked into it, the more she saw that the DA's office in Fulton County is not what they made themselves out to be. And now, she's switched over and said, okay, she see that the DA is not right. And we know love. Look at love. We know, love always got some up her sleeve. Even now as we speak, she's still plotting how to win. They still in the fight because the jury's coming back on Monday. For people that's asking, the jury will be back on Monday. The judge.
So they weren't able to get it done today.
They were not. Yeah, they were not able to get it done today. Unfortunately, they did not want to stay longer. The judge gave them that option. They're like, "Woman, are you crazy? You think you're going to be at home with your family and you got to sit here till 6, 7 o'clock at night?" So no, they said that they want to come back renewed after the holiday. So we have Thanksgiving tomorrow, obviously. Then the day after, and then the 2 days after that is the weekend. And so we're back on Monday. And I guess, we figure out what's going on Monday. But
wait, so okay, you're a juror, right? You can't discuss the case with anybody,
right?
But I'm pretty sure, because it's come out that the juror family, they know they're on this jury.
Come on.
So do you think it's reasonable over a honey baked ham? They're not gonna be like, "What's taking y'all so long?" Like,
did you say a honey baked ham?
Yes.
They're not gonna talk about nothing else but this case.
Yeah, how is that?
And whoever the jury is, she better make sure he or she better make sure that the everything that go on in that house stay in that house.
Yes.
She might say, "Y'all didn't hear this from me," but they leaning not guilty. But y'all didn't hear this from me.
It has to be one person that's holding out the reason why they haven't been able to come to a decision.
I remember one of my trials, my last trial, and I'm like, what's taking them so long? Because I know we proved our case. And as we were leaving, I was talking to this one man. He was one of the jurors, walking him out to his car. We just talking, chit chat, and come to find out he was the holdout. And he explained to me his reasoning of why he was the holdout. And the other jurors convinced him that, hey, you're not looking at the evidence right. And he finally switched to not guilty. So yeah, sometimes they do be one or two holdouts, and if they are steadfast in their position, they don't want to change it, then it might be a hung jury. And right now, our poll, we got a poll going. The polls say 78% not guilty, 8% guilty, and 15% saying hung jury. If you get that one or two that won't budge no matter what, They don't care how many videos you show them of Yak getting into a different car, and the car that he got into is a different car than the car that shot at Donovan Tom. They don't care. They guilty of something. Lock them up, and if that's the case, jury. But
I didn't know you guys were able to. So you, as a lawyer, you can talk to the jury, the jurors.
Yeah, after the case is over.
After the case is done.
After it's done, yeah. A lot of times, after the case is over with, the jurors want to speak to the attorneys, or vice versa. The attorneys want to speak to the jurors, like, "Hey, why didn't you go my way, or why did you go my way? What could I do better for next time? If I have another case, I got to try. Any advice?" Things of that nature. Well, once the case is over with, you don't want to be talking to them before the case because that's not allowed. But yeah, once the case is over, the verdict's in, you can talk all you want to if they want to. Some jurors don't want to talk. They just rather go home, get in the car, and get out of Dodge. Because it's going to be winners and losers. So, somebody got to win, somebody got to lose. But a lot of times, every trial I've had, they always was willing to speak and share their thoughts and opinions. So yeah, it's allowed for sure. Hopefully these, one of these jurors come on the show and the channel, the stream, and talk to us and tell us what their thought process was, because I really want to know what's going on right now.
Yeah,
but we can't really officially. But whoever got the right Thanksgiving address, we need to stop by and get us a plate.
Yes.
Juror number 56. What y'all got for Thanksgiving today?
So, what's a voir dire when the other juror who said he was ready to go and the judge said she could voir dire him? What is that? Am I pronouncing it properly?
Yeah, voir dire. Some people call it voir dire. When you basically question the juror or the witness to find out information from that person. And normally that happens before a trial. When you pick the jury, you voir dire the jury, or you voir dire the jury to get information to see if they're a good fit for that jury. So it's pretty much you're questioning that jury panel, or you're questioning that individual person to get more information from them. That's all that really is. And sometimes the judges allow it, sometimes they don't. It just depends on if it's necessary to get to the point that you're trying to get to. What's your opinion on what you think? Which part do you mean? You're a very patient person. I can see that you're most likely great at your business. Thank you so much for the kind word. Yes. What were you saying, Nikki? I would just read some of these before they get too far behind.
No, I was asking you, so when Paige said that about the juror that wanted to be let go, and she said she could voir dire them, and then they were saying, she was saying, no, I'll do it in court. That's what she was referring to.
Right.
She was going to privately talk to them.
Yeah, probably trying to see what are the reasons that they couldn't stick around. And sometimes less is always best. You don't want to get too far, down a rabbit hole. If there's an issue at work, job, just leave it limited to that, and maybe we can figure out a workaround where you can stay on the case. You don't want to just start getting into the weeds. Why a juror can and cannot stay, because it can get bad. You don't want to poison the jury pool or influence other jurors by revealing too much information that's unnecessary.
Well, these jurors been through a lot. Remember, the one juror got their lights cut off. The other one was about to get put out. She wasn't getting.
It's a lot. It's a lot to work on a trial for a year or longer.
And they had forecasted for 6 months, and now it's gone over 6 months. And the guy in his email, he was like, listen, I don't think we're going to be done by the end of the year the way the state is presenting this case, and I can't be unbiased. So
I had a trial, and one of the jurors, he told the clerk of the court he not coming. He going to work. He has to go to work. And the judge like, what you mean you're not coming? You're on the jury. You can't just miss a day when you want to and go to work. And he was like, well, he's not coming. The judge said, oh, don't worry about it. We'll come pick you up. The judge said he's going to put a warrant out for him unless he got there within 20 minutes. And tell me why that man was there well before that 20 minutes. So maybe he was trying to test the water.
Well, at least it went in Dominican Republic.
I was like, Judge, please don't lock this man up. I wasn't in favor of it. I mean, for obvious reasons. I don't want him taking that out on my client. You know,
Yeah.
it's best if somebody don't want to be there, you know, don't make them be there, because then they won't even deliberate. If the jury say guilty, guilty, not guilty, it don't matter. I just want to go. So you really want people there that want to be there, but I can imagine the whole year. That's crazy work.
That's crazy. And then for it to be, when she keeps saying, you guys, you know, erase that from your memory, and they take their notes and stuff like that, it's like people might not remember what happened, but they remember how they feel. So if they feel like with the situation with Dennis or the situation with Judge Glanville, how she just brushed over it, any human would be thinking like, what is going on? What is happening? How are we going to be able to, which I guess the point was that anybody can be a judge over a case, but now we come to the end and there were a lot of stuff that Paige didn't know that they did. She's like, wait, what? You weren't allowed to cross-examine a witness? Wait, what? What is happening? And I don't know. I mean, we're at the end, but that was all. I'm going to have to let you go.
Okay, well, thank you. I definitely appreciate you coming up and speaking with us.
It's always a good time. I don't know why when I get on this stream with you,
come on,
cut up so bad. Every time we cut up so bad.
I'm trying to figure out what I did though. What Hilton say? They said they ain't shoot him, but ain't he dead though? I said, wait, what?
Yeah, I agree, Miss Montana. She was saying that she thinks she did a good job, but I do think she did a good job with trying to explain it. But then when you look at it, it's supposed to be facts based. She did a lot of hypothetical, you know, with the hypothetically they could have gotten a car. Hypothetically, the whole hypothetical she did with Yak Gotti and him knowing about the stuff that was in Thug House. As a juror, I would just be like, yeah, I don't think that was. I'll put it this way. I'd rather her than Mr. Atkins, because I couldn't listen to him for 2 hours. It's just no.
Yeah, Atkins, yeah. He was out of his league on this one. I think Max and Doug did, you know, outstanding jobs. And I believe Atkins even recognized that, because if you watch Atkins' body language after the fact, he looked disappointed. He understood. He like, man, I didn't deliver on the assignment. I did not understand the assignment. Clearly, I did not understand, because they came up there and told him up without even trying.
Yeah, they ate him for lunch. It was.
He had a little board of a triangle that he was trying to show. And the judge like, you need to move that board. We can't even see. And really and truly, you don't even need it. You could have put that little triangle on your PowerPoint, your slideshow. I mean,
when he was trying to reach over to the TV and the stick wasn't reaching.
Like, no, sir, this ain't it.
Go sit down.
Yeah, when Doug came, and Doug had his sign, his colorful sign, it explained beyond a reasonable doubt and all the different levels underneath it. It was clear, it was concise, no confusion. It wasn't even in the way. Judge didn't even make a move to take it down. So
yeah, when she told go sit down. Go sit down. But the gentleman right there next to Miss Love with his messy self, what's his name again? Abadi.
Right.
How do you think he would have did it? Because I think they brought him in as the cleanup man. Because after that day when the judge yelled
Oh,
at when,
look how Shannon looked over at them. Y'all caught that?
what?
Look how Shannon looking at Love. Oh, you probably can't
Yeah.
see it because you on the.
I can see it.
Oh.
The judge, and Miss Montana, she did make a point that, you know, some of the things she said that I agree with. But I do think that after that day, when Love came and lied to her about that phone number in them comments, all the helping went out the window. That's when I think she said to her, she said, I'm relying on you to tell me the truth. And you came up here and you lied to me. And that's when she didn't grant a mistrial, but I think that's when you start seeing her throwing out evidence. She started allowing that whole 403. When she can't remember when Love came up there with that book.
Yeah,
Is this
I
what he was
remember.
trying to show?
No, I want to pull this up before you had Love. So these are the counts that's remaining. And I think we got Yak Gotti's on the left. We got Shannon and Jackson on the right. And then we got both what they're charged with both in the middle. So they both charged with count 1 and 2 together, the whole group, you know, the RICO. And then Yak Gotti, his individual counts. And then we got Shannon Jackson, his individual counts. So I think you had asked this earlier, right?
I did. I asked you
okay.
because I asked you, I said, besides the conspiracy and the unaliving, what else do they have left? So now they've made, like, in my opinion, these are like de-aggregated charges, right? Because if you possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony and then possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, that's the same. That's not the same thing.
Well, what do you mean?
If you possess a firearm,
which count are you looking at?
It counts 61 and 63. Are they?
No, those are saying two different things. Possession of a firearm while you're committing another felony. So you're you might be robbing a bank, that's a felony. You might be aggravating assault, shooting at somebody, that's a felony, killing somebody, that's a felony. That's doing the commission of a felony. The count 63 is saying possession of a firearm. You don't have to be committing another felony, but you're a convicted felon. So having a gun by itself is enough for that charge. You don't have to be committing another felony. You're just having a gun, you're a convicted felon. You're not supposed to have a gun. So that's the distinction between 61 and 63. Thank you so much for becoming a new member of the stream. Thank you. That's really kind of you. I just seen it pop up. Go ahead, Nikki.
So for 63, did we ever hear about Yak having a firearm, or are they just trying to correlate it with the one that was at Jeffrey Williams' house? Because I know Shannon with Yak Gotti, did we ever see evidence that he had a firearm?
Right. I think they're trying to correlate that with the weapons that were found at Jeffrey Williams' home.
Okay.
As well as the drugs that was found there. And that's why I personally believe they were asking about the watch, because they want to see if Yak lived in the home. You know, if you have a $500,000 watch there, people can presume you live there. It's in the closet. You live there. But if it's not Yak's watch, and that's why they want to make sure that Yak's attorney did not say it was his watch. They want to say, did you say Yak's watch or Mr. Williams' watch? And I think they settled on it with the watch. But if that's not Yak's watch, he doesn't live there, he's not going to be responsible for drugs and guns that were found all over, you know, under the couch or in the kitchen cabinets. You don't go to somebody's home and say you got drugs in the cabinet or guns under your bed or under your couch. So, I mean, he don't live there. All of those charges will likely go away, the guns and the marijuana, all in one swoop.
Oh, okay, but for Shannon, count 52 and count 64 are the same thing. That's what I was saying. Aren't they the same thing?
Wait, okay, let's go to Shannon.
Count 52 and count 64.
Yeah, but so those are the same thing, but I believe there's two different instances. Remember, there was a gun count in the middle of the street. We got that gun. And then we also got the gun. If it's true that he murdered Shamil Drinks, he didn't murder him with his hands. So that'll be the account for that one as well. So the Shamil Drinks at the stoplight is one. And then when it went to like a police chase and they found a gun in the street that allegedly belonged to Miss Taisha, Shannon's ex, then that's the second count. I don't know if it belonged to her or not.
But do you remember it was two different guns? They found one in the street, and then a pedestrian found one. You remember that? That day they found two different guns.
It could
The
have
police
been
found one,
the state trooper. Yeah,
and then a pedestrian found one.
Okay. There's been so much evidence in this.
Yeah,
in this
but
case.
I don't know if you remember that day. That day was so confusing because for literally a whole hour, I thought that the lady that was up on the stand was saying that the same bullet that was given to her by the ME was the same one found on the scene. And then we come to find out that bullet wasn't even found there.
Right. I don't think no bullet, matched any.
So we never found a bullet that matched.
We
never found a bullet that Shannon was in possession of that matched to Shamil Drinks.
Oh no way! That would have been the whole closing argument. Hilton would have been marching up and down, holding that bullet in a Ziploc bag and waving it around.
The jury like Love did that day.
They say they even want to bring the guns to court, and Whitaker was like, "Oh hell no, y'all not finna leaving no loaded guns around my courthouse, loaded, unloaded, or in between."
Put it back in the box and send it back to property, please.
Right, wherever you got it from.
Wait, but in the chat they said I think that was the same gun. I thought, we said it's not the same gun, right?
No, I think they're saying that's the same gun that was found. So maybe the citizen found the gun, called the police, and the police picked up that gun. So they're saying that it's the same gun that was found in the street. I think that's what.
But she made it look like it was two different. Oh my goodness!
Right. If I'm reading your comment, correct me if I'm not reading your comment right, but I think that's.
So when they on that high speed chase, they literally only found one gun.
That was my understanding.
Okay. So a citizen reported it, but then the trooper.
Okay, somebody's saying it here. The pedestrian saw the gun and called the deputy to seize the gun, and the gun's found in a passenger bag. Okay, when they jumped out the car. Okay, so they're saying it was one found in the passenger. Okay, but it wasn't connected to the case. That makes sense because I don't remember it being two guns, but. Like some days I couldn't follow the trial 100% because I had court myself. So I was trying to catch up, but I never heard of it being two separate guns. But I guess they're clearing it up for us now.
Okay.
But that makes sense though. So that's why he got the charge for that gun in a row, and then he has the charge for the Shamil Drinks, and that's probably why he also got count 54. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, during the commission of the murder in count 49. So that gave him another charge. Having a gun, committing another felony while having a gun, and then having a gun, being a convicted felon, that can get you 3 counts just, right there alone. So all of these, if we really looking truthfully, count 49, 52, 54, 64. The jury can really resolve together. Maybe not 64 since that gun was found separately, but the ones that involve Shamil Drinks, I better get my words out. It's been 4 hours. The ones that involve Shamil Drinks, those counts go together. So if they don't Shamil Drinks, 49 go away, 52 go away, 54 go away automatically because they all involve drinks.
Okay, I thought Katie with a K, she said the same thing. I thought it was 2 separate incidents with
Katie with a K. Let me find
the guns. But you could be right. The way she presented that, it even has us.
Katie.
Yeah.
Oh, so let me see. Wasn't it 2 separate incidents? It just depends. I don't know which that wasn't it two separate incidents. I don't know what that means as far as the Shamil drinks. That's one incident. Them finding a gun in the street, yeah, that's a separate incident for sure. But I don't think they can really separate the murder of Shamil drinks and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, because y'all are basically saying that it'll be an inconsistent verdict if they find guilty on one and not guilty on the other. I mean, they go together.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they say, hey, we think he had a gun, we saw him on a gun, on camera with the gun at the gas station, and maybe count 52, he just had the gun alone, but he didn't participate in the murders. That's one thing. But I don't think we've seen him with any guns on any cameras. So it'd be hard for them to say that he had a gun, a firearm, without tying it into the murder, of course, because we know Shamil Drinks was shot. We just don't know who shot him. So,
Yeah, and then Shannon got all this going on while he on probation. Like, dude, sit down.
yeah. Well, so he was on probation.
Yeah, because remember they brought in the evidence of his ankle bracelet that it went from 18 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour. So that's why I was confused about how they didn't know when the police officer said that he was at Chick-fil-A just getting something to eat and he saw Shannon. I'm like, but I thought he was on probation.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't understand if he was on probation or maybe he was being monitored like a bond condition. Because sometimes when you're out on bond, they'll put an ankle monitor on you to make sure you don't flee the jurisdiction or do nothing that you have no business doing. Sometimes they put it on.
Oh, okay.
And so somebody just said he was out on bond. That's why he had the ankle monitor, but not on probation.
But still, he had an ankle monitor.
Right. I get it. I get it. Trust when I tell you, I have clients that get out on bond. I'm telling them all the time, stay out the way. Don't be in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Don't do nothing crazy because you're already, under the spotlight. Don't do nothing extra.
Yes, Taisha, hold your own gun. Like, please don't.
But I think Max Shard, he made an objection. He's saying that if the gun that was found in the street, let's say Shannon did have it on his person, Shannon did have it before it was tossed on the street, then he was allowed to have it for self-defense purposes because he was just shot at 3 days prior. So Max Shard thought that the jury should be able to find him not guilty of that by way of a jury instruction that say self-defense, similar to self-defense. I'm having that gun for my protection, so you should not find me guilty. Even though if you think I had the gun, there's an exception that I should be able to have the gun if I think my life is in danger. But the judge said, no, we're not going to tell the jury that. We're not going to give them that instruction. So Max Shard objected to put that on the record so the appeals court can take a look at it to say, hey, Judge Paige Whitaker, you messed up by not putting that on the instruction for the jury. So we're giving him another shot, giving him a new trial. So Max Shard, I think he did right by saying that should go on the jury instructions. Now, do I think it will work? That could be up for debate. Because let's say everybody that's convicted of a felony in Georgia, let's say that they all fear for their lives. They're all in gangs. Could they now carry a gun based on that exception that he laid out? All I got to do is if I get caught with a gun, say I'm scared for my life, somebody shot at me, and then I can carry a gun, even though the law says I cannot have a gun because I'm a convicted felon. I think that'll be a workaround that, everybody convicted of a felony would use. And, and if that's the case, then people that shouldn't have guns would have guns, and the law would be just null and void. Now, I'm not saying that, it could be up for debate. Should felons be able to have guns once they do their time and they've been rehabilitated? That's a whole different topic. But right now, letting everybody have a gun because they fear for their life, or at least they can say they fear for their life, would make the law kind of hard to enforce because everybody's going to use that excuse. Right. Somebody said, right, he's a felon. It should not have a pistol. Shannon's defense, Taisha was in the Audi and left the gun in the car.
No. Okay.
Shannon didn't know it was in the car and threw it during the chase. Well, see, that's another issue too, right? Because then that'll be inconsistent with the argument. I mean, either I know the gun is there and I had the gun on purpose because I was using it for my protection, or I didn't know the gun was there. And when I saw it was there, I threw it out the car because it wasn't, it wasn't mine. I wasn't supposed to have it. So that's the inconsistent argument. So, I guess they have to go back and figure something out different with that.
And they also have her on the wiretap saying, I gave him my gun and it's clean, so he should be good. So
right in the appeals court, the judges that sit on the Supreme Court, the justices, they are really smart people. They're not gonna just let you just come in there and say no anything. I mean, you got probably gonna be 9 of them in most states, and they're gonna be asking you questions while you're making your argument. What about this? What about that? Well, how can you say this if you said that? In the middle of your speech, they're just to cut you off.
Yeah, because they only give you 10, 15 minutes.
Right. So you gotta come with it.
Oh, speaking of, do you know what happened with Brian Steele on that appeal for the other young man with Rondarius Ryan, Shannon Blaylock? Remember he was saying he was going to appeal court the week after.
Right. What about it?
Do you know what that verdict was?
No,
did they overturn it?
They haven't came back with a decision yet, but I did watch Brian Steele argue that.
So really? Okay.
Yeah, he argued it, but sometimes it takes a while for the decisions to come out. It's not like right away, as soon as you argue it, you find out what the decision is. It can be months.
Really? Okay.
Just like the U.S. Supreme Court, they may argue like a big case like gun rights or freedom of speech, abortion rights, and you may not have a decision until the next year. Longer than that sometimes. So yeah, it's not instant where you find out if you want or not. It's 9 people, so they got to go back, think on it, research the case law, figure out who's in the majority so they can write their own opinion. Who's in the minority, they're going to go and write a dissent opinion, an opinion meaning that they don't agree with the majority and why they think the majority is wrong. So yeah, that takes time, and it's not like two or 3 sheets of paper. It's pages and pages of writing.
Well, they came back quick with a decision on Glanville holding him in contempt.
What you mean?
Didn't he have to go to the appellate court to overturn that where he put him in contempt?
No, this happened. Brian Steele filed an appeal of Judge Glanville's contempt, but they just now finding Brian Steele shouldn't have been held in contempt. This just happened with Brian Steele, but he was held in contempt, way at the beginning of this trial.
So he just never went to the jail on the weekend.
No, what they did was they gave him a bond, just like anybody else.
Okay.
You get a bond, you don't have to go to jail until we can figure this out. So yeah, they gave him a bond until they figured it out, and that's why. But I mean, that was still a good amount of time.
Yeah, that was about 4 or 5 months. Yeah, when that first happened.
Yeah, so
because I think that happened in June. Okay, so you say I thought it was he just went up there and then they just put it out in the media. Okay.
Right, they just released what's called their opinion. Even though it's an opinion, we use the word opinion. Make no mistake, it's mandatory, it's binding. It's not like an opinion of us talking. It's just my opinion. We call it an opinion in the law, but it's the rule of law. So if you don't follow it, then it can be more consequences after that.
What do you think is going to happen with? I mean, what do you think? Really, what do you think will happen with Judge Glanville?
What you mean
after this? I mean, I know he's still trying cases, but do you think his reputation is tarnished? Do you think he can come back for this?
I mean, if I was in his courtroom, I wouldn't trust him as far as I can throw him. And just because, I mean, he let he let the prosecutors run all over him. I mean, at least Page pretended to have some type of backbone or showed some type of backbone. He let Love and them have their way. So I wouldn't feel comfortable being in his courtroom on any case from this point forward. Knowing the way he do. I mean, do he need 2 or 3 times to show us the type of person he really is? Is that some Maya Angelou in there?
Yeah,
Believe
if they
it once,
show
the
you
first
that,
time,
believe 'em.
right?
Yeah,
The
believe
first
'em.
time, right?
But he's been a judge for 20 something years, so it's
And still don't know no better.
yeah, it's just like
So that tells a lot right there. Should have known better.
I just wonder because like people say, oh, he was recused off of this one, but he gets to go to another courtroom that might not be televised, that people might not be watching, and he's not under any scrutiny. He could still continue with that type of behavior.
Yeah, he gonna continue it. I mean, that's in his nature. Like he doubled down. Like he had a chance to cool off. Okay, I was too hot headed. He came back out and doubled down. Even after the Supreme Court stepped in and gave Brian Still a bond, that was a good time for Glenville to say, okay, you know what? Okay, I was hot-headed. Let me pull back. Supreme Court don't even worry about it. I'm going to withdraw my contempt order. You think he did it? No.
No, he had to go to the next level.
The next level. He reminds me of Fonnie Willis. She could have, settled a lot of stuff behind the scenes, but she got on the stand herself and doubled down. And they brought in her dad as a witness, and the money
That was crazy.
and the mattress, and I mean, they don't know when to stop. They keep going and going, but hopefully she figures something out with this Trump case, because if not, they may be coming after her real soon.
But people forget that they caught Trump on a wiretap asking that man to give him votes. Like they forget the evidence that's against him. It wasn't like she just
right, but I don't
made this up.
But I don't think the issue was that she was charging him. I mean, you have a right to charge and present a case, take it to the grand jury, present it. That's what we have trials for. I think the issue was everybody found out that the money she was making, the money that Nathan Wade was making, was being spent on her. She was paying Nathan Wade big money. I mean, big money.
Yeah, 30-some thousand a month. Over
had
30-some thousand.
No experience as a prosecutor. Come to find out, he's a boyfriend, and the only reason they're prosecuting this case for exactly, it's alleged, is because she wanted a big case to bring her boyfriend on, so he can get a lot of money and spend it on her. That may not be the case. Maybe she wanted to seek justice, but she should have known that even involving somebody you were sleeping with in a big trial like this, and then you're taking vacation with the same money, and then you have cash of money in your mattress. I mean, come on, it don't look good. So that makes people think that you're only prosecuting Trump for a financial gain. You're only prosecuting Young Thug because, come to find out, the money you're seizing from Young Thug is coming back to your office in your pocket again. So now I'm like, hold on, wait, what's really going on? So I understand that maybe she started off with good intentions, some people may think, but right now we far down that road. That's long gone for me.
And the last time we spoke, I had brought that up. I was like, what? At that time, we didn't know that Doug had went down to the evidence room and found out that it was a missing watch. But we all said it's weird that she would ask about his property being forfeiture during his plea agreement.
Right.
And I asked one of my friends, she's a lawyer. She said, no, that's actually common practice that most people, that's how you get seized property. Like that usually is a part of their plea deal. Like that's not abnormal for them to ask to keep that property. But to find out there's missing property, that's not normal.
Right. I'm telling you, it's so strange that the way she went about it. Not only that, I mean, she was just accused. She was just, really sidelined from a case. Right now, her boyfriend situation with Nathan Wade became so much of a sideshow that we really forgot what is Trump on trial for?
Exactly.
What did he do? Some votes.
Yeah.
because we worried about where this money going, with Nathan. And I believe that it became so much of a distraction that this money going back in her pocket. Now she want Young Thug's money, and come to find out that's going back into her pocket. Not only that, but guess what? She is refusing to release public records of all of this. Ashley Merchant
I
is
don't know.
suing her. Ashley Merchant is suing her to get public records of taxpayer money. If you
I
want
thought
to
Ashley won. I thought she won that.
I think so. And if you're not hiding anything, you don't have to sue me if I work in the public, for the people, and the people want to know where their money going. I'll open up the book. Here's
It's
where
called
the money
open
went.
records.
Right. Here's where the money going. But when she
It is literally called open records. And you know what? A lot of people just talk about Fulton County, but if you look into Cobb County, if you might be looking for a new case coming, but it's some judges that are in some corruption in Cobb County, and they're I think one of the viewers earlier when I was on here, they had talked about one of the deputies had to turn himself in. But
I heard that someone had to turn themselves in today, but I couldn't find any
that's
article
Cobb
about it.
County. It's a bunch of corrupt judges in Cobb County, because the one judge that the guy with the Little Wayne bus shooting, who he got his conviction overturned, was from a judge who did the same thing Glanville did, brought him into chambers and the Supreme Court overturned his verdict. And now it's some more corrupt judges in Cobb County that they're about to go on trial. And I think that Cobb County probably trying to shine a light on Fonnie so they don't go up the road and see what's going on with them.
Drop the link.
Yeah. So they don't go up the road. Yeah.
Somebody says it's all over the ACE. It's all over the USA, not just Cobb County.
It is correct. You are correct. Because in Chicago, in California, and, New York, but I think that I do agree with Miss Montana when she said that's the reason why Trump probably done sent his people after her, because he knew that if you throw so much dirt at the wall, people will forget what are we here for? Oh, me trying to break down democracy and telling you to steal votes for me? Oh yeah, everybody forgot about that because of her boyfriend situation.
And we got to remember, Trump or his team, they wouldn't have any dirt to dig up on you if you don't give it to them.
Yeah, if you didn't have it in there. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you would have did right from the beginning and not get in bed, with your boyfriend, what you do in your personal time, that's fine. But you're bringing in taxpayer money now. So now it's everybody's business in that county. What you doing with our money? And not only that, you're coming to the commissioner's court and you're barking at them, talking smart to them, saying, y'all need to give us some more money. Well, what you do with the first batch of money, and the second batch of money, the third batch of money we gave you? And I think that's what's going on with the Fulton County Jail. They saying, hey, we gave the sheriff all this money to fix his jail, and now the feds then came in, the jail still not fixed, and now he's coming in and want more money. And the commissioner's court, the people that give the money to the DA's office, the sheriff, basically saying, hey, we had enough. We're not going to keep giving y'all money, and y'all are mismanaging the money. And then y'all are spending the money, putting the money in your own pockets.
And then that's why I was wondering, do they have a treasury or is it a financial team? Who is creating a budget for this stuff? Because they have to come up with a budget to present to them to say why they need the money. But then are there checks and balances to see? I did some work on my home. I'm not going to give the contractor all the money up front. He got to pass by certain checkpoints and say, okay, well, I put up drywall. Okay, I'm going to give you 30% more. Or I did this. So that's my wondering is how are the funds allocated? How do, who's managing these projects where we know where the checkpoints are? Because they did give him that money.
And I think you're right. I think they should. That's how it normally works. You can show your expense and what the money was used for. Drywall, okay, this is that amount. You can get an Excel spreadsheet and type all of that in. But the commissioners are ultimately responsible for where the money goes. And the people, they answer to the people, and the people want to know. So they're spending all this money. The people want to know where the money's going. The commissioners are saying that the jail is in bad shape. We gave them money. The jail's overcrowded. They said the judges are out playing golf. So that's why the jail's overcrowded, because the judges don't even come to work. And I believe it. I mean, because even with Glanville, he barely worked at the start of this trial. We'll come in late, 2 or 3 hours after the start time. Then we'll go to lunch, and we may stay for an hour or two. Okay, we're done for the
A
day.
comfort break
A comfort break.
for an hour.
He need a break. His dog, Jack, need a break. And
Oh,
next
wait,
thing
he
you
does
know-
have a dog? I
Yeah,
thought
he
she
got-
was just busy.
No, his dog, he sit up underneath him every day. And if you listen closely during this trial, you'll hear barking. That'll be Jack barking from Glanville's court. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Jack then got so tired, Jack then sat down on him.
This is well, Paige, that's one thing about Paige. She started at 8:45. If she had to go to 5, 9, like she made them work through lunch. She did not care. She was just.
But then she started complaining. Then she said the other day she wanted to go to her brother's birthday party or brother-in-law birthday dinner, and she couldn't go because she had to work late. Hey, it's a lot. This is what you signed up for, Paige. Because any other judge, the ones that got the case threw it out. They not threw it out, but threw themselves out. Yeah, I think it was one lady, I think her name was Belinda Edwards, or Judge Belinda. I think
Yeah, so you remember why she recused herself.
She probably, hey, she said, I don't care what box you check. Just tell them, hell no.
No, because her deputy was in a relationship, had a relationship with Woody. Her deputy went to jail.
Yeah, right, but her deputy was no longer there though, right?
No, she wasn't, but she felt like that was a conflict of interest, which I didn't even know that till he said it on a podcast.
Yeah,
which we don't even know if that's true. I guess we would have to fact check it with him because we don't know if that was the same lady or not.
Right. I mean, the judge was like, it's 1,000 excuses I can pick. Pick one. Oh, yeah, she dated him 10 years ago, 20. Hey, let's use that. Tell him I can't do it.
They're like, man, she don't even work here no more. Yeah, but it's still.
Oh, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank y'all so much. Somebody said TLA. That's people always do that. They say they're so used to TLA. Shout out to the lead attorney. But I know what you mean. Thank you so much for that, and thank you, J&Q Public, the Stolen Watch page for Wade Bigelow, Fulton County Gigolo. Oh, wow. What Keys? Hold on, right quick. Keys, what's going on with your thing? Why it won't let me bring you up, Keys?
Well, maybe I need to drop out. I'll see y'all later.
Are you gone? Okay. Thank you so
Okay.
much. I definitely appreciate you.
Always. Have
Okay.
a good one.
Are you too? All right, bye. Hey, Keys, can you try to come back up again? I don't know why it's not letting. Somebody said it sounded like a prostitution. Thank you so much, J&Q Public. The watch paper way. Bigelow, Fulton County, Gigolo. Man, I don't know what's going on in Fulton County. You can pay me to go down North Media. When my nephew graduated from college in 2002, I came to visit. I applied for jobs. He got ID jobs in Kiowa visit. He got something in the mail to him home for jury duty. And never know. Oh, your phone acting up. Okay. All right. Thank you, Keys. Thank you, Keys. I know you always come up and speak. So we give you the day off for Thanksgiving. Thank you, Keys. Say her phone acting up. Anybody else want to come up before we get out of here? Because apparently the the jury say we're going home. We got to slow roast this turkey, just the same as Max Shaw slow roasted the prosecutors with his closing arguments. He slow roasted them. All right. Jakara Chanel, I hope they get off. He slow roast. Y'all ever seen somebody slow roast the turkey? what's that thing called when you spin it around in a circle underneath a fire, on top of a fire? You know how you go slow? Max slow roasted them. Doug slow roasted them. Hilton went up there and burnt the turkey. She just went super fast all over the place. Her and Atkins. I said, man, come on, somebody sit them down. Yeah, if y'all don't mind, thank you, Air Hall 23. If y'all don't mind hitting the like button, some of y'all might hit the dislike. It's been so much said today. Oh man. Oh, y'all have been liking it. Thank y'all. It's really kind of y'all. Thank y'all. Rotisserie. Somebody said they finna get 20 years apiece and 15 on probation when they get out. We ain't done with you. Come on back here. We're not done with you. Another 15 when you walk out the gate. That's what TLY124 said. Thank you, Mr. Yolanda Banks. Happy Thanksgiving to each and every one of y'all. Thank y'all for stopping by. We're gonna come on for a little bit, you know, stay a little bit hit over here, a little bit over there, and that's 4 hours later. I'm running out of water. Can't get my words out, but we still here. So thank y'all. Thank y'all. Happy Turkey Day to everyone. Let me see. Rotisserie. Somebody said a rotisserie, a rooster. I pray everyone has a safe and blessed Thanksgiving. Yes, for sure. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? I was trying to give at least one more of y'all a chance. I know somebody got a working phone, computer, or something before we get out of here. Which one of y'all got it? Which one of y'all got it? Who gonna hit the link? Has court finished for today? Yes, it's finished. It's done. And we'll be back on Monday. See, I was going to come. Thank you so much for being a member, Bernicia. Definitely appreciate it. Happy. Okay, glorious glory. Not guilty. Happy, I guess, Thanksgiving. Thank you. Oh, he said, I'm just being sarcastic, bro. Hey, don't give me the line. We have some people in the chat. Everybody don't think that they going home or they should go home. Some people think they should go to prison. No verdict yet, OG. So, hey, you know, I try to let everybody have a chance to speak. What's going on, Keisha? What's going on? Good to see you. What's going on, Miss Lady VJ? Can you hear me?
Hey, do you have an echo?
No, I do not.
I hear you.
You hear echo from me?
Okay, I don't.
Okay, close out YouTube and just talk to
Okay.
me through StreamYard.
No, just one.
All right, she gonna come up with that. What's going on, Eric Grant? I really don't know what they're going to get. I'm just bored today, right? Miss Deborah C been cleaning all day. Yeah, I understand. A lot of y'all getting ready for Thanksgiving. Y'all don't got time to be playing over here. Y'all in the kitchen cooking and y'all watching on the side. All right, let's try it again. Is there still an echo? Oh. Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't seen some of y'all in a long time. I know some of y'all names are new or not familiar. Some of y'all watch from the bushes. Some of y'all from other channels are watching from the bushes, and that's cool too. What's up? Click the link. Click the link. Yeah.
I'm gonna try again.
Okay, how about now?
Hey,
Hey, is there still an echo?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, so what's going on? What's your thoughts?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts, but I don't know. I don't know. I think the jury is like, I don't know. I think they're confused.
What part you think they're confused about?
I think they're confused about a lot of stuff. Because I mean, just watching. I know the presentation is confusing. It's confusing. It didn't make sense. A lot of stuff just didn't make sense.
Okay. So with that in mind, if you were to vote today, if you were a member of the jury and there's confusion about a lot of the evidence that's presented, while keeping in mind that the prosecutors have the burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, if you had to vote right now, are you comfortable enough to tell us would it be guilty or not guilty or hung jury? Give you a way out with the hung jury. It might be. Is there a
I
delay?
don't know. I think I'm catching a lag. I think it's lagging. But
Okay, go ahead.
I think it may be a hung jury, if you can hear me.
I can hear you. It's not a lag on our end. We can hear you.
Yeah, because I'm looking at you and I can hear you and then I hear myself. So it's lagging and I'm getting the echo now. So I'm sorry. But I love watching you.
Oh, thank you so much. No problem. I thank you for
All
even
right. Happy
for coming
Thanksgiving
up.
to you and everyone else.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, and hopefully we can get you back sometime soon.
Okay. Bye
All
bye.
right. All right. Thank you. Bye. Not guilty. Okay. Writing a verdict. I mean, because you got to think about it. The prosecutors are responsible for getting you past the point of beyond a reasonable doubt. It's their case. The defendants, the defense attorneys, we have no obligation to present any evidence. We can literally sit there, twiddle our thumbs, and look at the prosecution like they're crazy the whole trial and not say anything. So you can't say, well, Max and Doug, they didn't really do a good job of proving this to me. It's not their job to prove to you. It's the prosecutor's job. And if there's any confusion that's left over after that, then you lay that squarely at the feet of the prosecutors. So you're essentially saying they didn't prove their case. And if they didn't prove their case, then obviously the only verdict that we have left is a not guilty. Um, yeah. But like I said, somebody may have a different view than me. That's why I leave the channel open for anybody to click the link. You don't have to agree with me. We're not robots. Y'all may have a different view. Thank you, Politicking with Mills. She say like the video. Politicking with Mills. Y'all be. I listen to some of y'all streams over there at Tasha's channel. Y'all be funny. Y'all be funny. Tasha, Politicking with Mel, was it you that kind of broke the news about the whole marriage situation, or that wasn't you? Maybe I got that wrong. She said we not guilty. Big homie Slick, what's going on? Ms. Deborah C in chat. Happy Family Day tomorrow. Be safe and protected. Yes, that was me. Yeah. Oh, yes, that was Mel. Okay. And Mel, I don't want you to reveal your source, but we were trying to figure out when the marriage certificate first came to light, we were trying to figure out who started it first. And I believe it originated maybe on your Twitter and it kind of went from there. Or do I have that all the way wrong? Because we were trying to figure out how did this marriage certificate just so happen to leak right before Miss Taisha had to testify. It almost seems as if it was orchestrated by somebody. Oh, okay. It started on Instagram. Oh, I got you. I got you. I smashed that like as I walk in. Yeah, thank you. Definitely appreciate it. It helps the people say, why you like the video? It just helps the video circulate through the algorithm. It lets YouTube know, okay, show it to more people. Don't hide us in a corner of YouTube. Don't hide us in a small corner. Let a few more people get to see it. Let's see. Two Live crew. The jury has seen too much trickery and lies. Slick, you crazy. Dream, can you hear me?
I think I can hear you. Let me see something. Let's see something. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So
I
what are
thought I
your
had the
thoughts?
TV muted. Could you hear it in the back? I hope it wasn't too loud. I had the radio on, and then you on my TV. Okay, but
Hey,
my
well, really quickly, actually, we still can hear a little bit of it. Can you just turn that
okay.
just a little bit?
Yes, I sure can. I
All right.
apologize for
No,
that.
you good.
I meant to do it in the first place.
No, you good. Girl.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah, just unmute yourself whenever you're ready, unless you're ready now.
I'm ready now.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay. I had a question for you. Talk the
Okay.
law. So since I'm kind of torn a little bit. I think Judge Whitaker was trusting the state a whole lot in the beginning,
Okay.
and then she finally realized they're playing with me. And then she started, in my opinion, she started paying more attention to the case and started checking behind their work. Because I even noticed when she was going over the plea agreements, she was making sure everything was as if the state said. And then even she went a step ahead and she made sure that they knew that their rights within the 30 days or what have you. And even now, as she's going over all of the documentation, it just seems like she's more alert. And I really think she has a problem with when you're not honest with her and you don't respect her time. And I
Yeah.
think that came from Love when Love kept doing what we thought she wasn't seeing. I think she was taking note of everything. And then I just feel that the judge does not want to see Love in her courtroom anymore.
That's interesting because even today, Love objection was lodged out. They had to approach because Love was controlling the computer, the video feed, and she was showing something that wasn't part of what the jury asked to see. So Doug Weinstein had to ask to approach to rein in Miss Love because she up to her, her usual tricks.
And I noticed the judge's face, and whenever she starts shaking that pen in that left hand,
Oh, come
she
on. Yeah,
mad.
she mad.
She is
Even
mad.
when Love would try to say, hold on, even before Love, Judge, hold on, Love, wait.
Yes.
You up to your ways. So maybe that's probably why they kind of removed Love quietly. They didn't just take her away all at once. Little by little, she slowly disappeared, and we seen the man sitting next to her over here, Abate. He became more involved.
And if
Um,
I can be honest, that's when I feel like the trial became more fair.
when Love left.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I got you. I got you. Yeah, I think so. Everything it moved more smoothly because she wasn't in the way. I mean, that's unfortunate. She's a prosecutor, but she was hurting more than she was helping, and I'm surprised they didn't do this sooner. Like y'all want to win a battle so much that y'all going to lose the war, and I think Fonnie Willis probably were like, okay, sister girl, we cool, we go way back. We
It
gonna
would have
get
been fine with Glanville, but I
right.
don't
You
know.
you had control over Glanville. He did anything you wanted him to do. You had him eating out your hand. But this here Paige, oh, you can't do nothing with her. You might as well back on up and let Atkins and Abate see if they can work with her. Maybe she like the way they suit look. but some people say she like Max Sharp more than them. So,
Have you noticed how much more Sharp's been smiling since
oh,
like they moved up
yeah,
north?
yes, yes, a whole lot more.
I don't. It's kind of bothering me a little bit.
I even think his lawyering has really developed. Maybe because Glanville was really trying to shut the defense out, but now he's smiling more. He's way more comfortable.
He's
He,
talking more to the prosecutor side. Before he was kind of like not even wanting to speak with them. Nobody could decide who was going to call the prosecutors when the whole team was there.
yeah, I noticed that he really, came a long way. His closing was, really good, exceptional. Him and Doug, and they worked
Yeah.
on it. They took their time. I mean, if you go back and look at it, even if you think they're guilty, not guilty, just look at the presentation of how they did the evidence. I think was like really
No, I
good.
wasn't really speaking of that part. I was just speaking of it's like he has this smile like he's trying to kiss up to the state, but they're not really going to pay him no attention. I don't think nothing over there at that table is really unless he's just trying to build that rapport because he knows he has to come back in the courtroom and work with them again. But I just look at the how Doug is with Shannon. He's more like they're like Shannon's like his little co-counsel. I saw that somewhere else. I'm like Shannon is really helping work on his case or what have you, and they just have more of a rapport. You see, I mean
Oh,
not Yak. I mean Yak. Shannon and Yak. I mean Doug and Yak. But if you look at Shannon and Doug, I mean Shannon and Sharp, they're not as close as they were before when they were sitting at the back table. Shannon doesn't look as relaxed as he did before, and I don't know. It's just something I'm feeling something about that. I don't know if Shannon not feeling him over there being friendly with the prosecutors either. It's something about that.
I mean, but sometimes, I mean, it happens that way. You have to work with these people, and you can
Yeah.
get a lot of stuff done. And just because you're speaking with them and you're talking to them throughout the trial, that doesn't mean that your client is not your 100% focus. I've talked to prosecutors throughout the trial because we have to move the trial along. But make no mistake about it, I'm not going to give you an inch when it comes to protecting
It's
the
still
rights
a
of my client.
competition in there. I'm sure about that. But it would see. I just think I'm viewing it. I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
No,
Let me
you
be
good. Go
quiet.
ahead. No, you good. Hey, I want you to come up here and talk. Give me a break.
Because I mean, I'm just comparing it to the relationship they had before. It was like before, maybe he was just more with the defense. It's like, okay, if I don't speak, you guys are not going to speak, and it was just like pulling teeth. Who was going to call someone? They were like, okay, well, we'll call Atkins. Now he's talking to Simone. He won't really speak with Love, but he's like over there. I don't know. He's just doing too much smiling for me, and it's not even. It's that look. And then he gonna tell the judge. I thought this was kind of funny, but I didn't really know how to take it. He said, I want to make sure you have my cell phone number." And then Miss Percival, I don't remember her name. And she says, "Yes, I'll make sure I have you all's number. Just let me finish doing this first." He said, "No, I just wanted to make sure when you all call me on FaceTime." And that's when the judge and they started laughing. He kind of
Yeah,
made that little joke just to break the ice. I thought that was kind of cute.
yeah. I think in the FaceTime probably was
Hmm.
a reference to you call somebody on FaceTime. That
Yeah,
means
y'all
it's
keep
someone
saying
legal.
my client doing something on FaceTime. Y'all make sure y'all call me on FaceTime so my wife won't get mad. He probably said
And,
something like
and,
that,
and
which
I
I
don't
thought that
know
was funny.
what I'm gonna watch him throughout the remainder. Maybe he just feel comfortable. I mean, he's getting high praises from the legal community. Community, you did a good job. He think he's winning, so I guess that's more of a reason to smile. Love not there. I mean, maybe
It's a
maybe
different
that.
kind of smile. Maybe because you're an attorney and I'm just a person just maybe reading for what I see. But I just
Yeah,
don't see that. I just see like he's trying to buddy up to them like he's going to get something. They're not giving him nothing. They want to win.
yeah. I haven't picked up on that. Anybody else picked up on that in the chat? I don't know. I haven't personally observed that he's doing anything that could like he'll sell his client out or anything close to that. I'm not saying that's what you're saying,
I
but
don't think he would sell his client out, but I don't think his client is feeling him being all friendly either. And I just think sometimes you got to just kind of play it down the middle. I don't know if Shannon wasn't feeling well today, but they didn't do much talking today at all.
yeah, and he was nodding off a lot. It appeared that he was asleep, maybe just resting his eyes.
But it
It
is
was,
cold and flu season. Maybe he's getting sick. You never know.
yeah, you can look at him now, even here in this shot here, you can
Yeah.
tell that he's really not like 100% today.
And you see how
And
Max just tried to talk to him there, and then Shannon, look how Shannon looking at him. You see? It's not the same.
yeah, and maybe Shannon probably wanted a not guilty right away. And sometimes
Okay.
when the jury asks questions, sometimes the defendants might get nervous, like, why are they trying to figure this out? Uh, do they think I really was involved with that? Why didn't they just come out and say not guilty? So they got a lot going on. He's
I
facing a
trust Sharp though. He was on that evidence. Like, nope, this not supposed to go back. This not supposed to go back. I don't know
right.
why this demonstrative is here. Nope, nope, nope. He's on it. Like, no, y'all trying to. And he was watching Love to make sure she didn't try and sneak some evidence back there with the jury. I really feel like he still has his client back. I feel like he does.
Yeah,
I
probably
feel
just
like he
today.
has his client back, but it's just, you know how some guys just be looking like, what the heck you smiling for? You ain't
Right.
smiling with them. You weren't smiling with them at, like
But
month 1 through 11. Now we on month 12 and you want to start smiling.
but you
Just
see
kind of things like that.
you see the picture that's on his thumbnail in this video, or even the picture of him hugging Max. I think
I
he
thought
released that.
someone made that up. I thought that was AI.
No, that's literally them.
Okay,
They're
I
they're
didn't see that.
yeah, they're hugging. And I think Shannon released that, or somebody released it on his behalf on his Instagram, on Shannon's Instagram, and Max shared it and made a
Okay.
comment about it. So yeah, I think they still aligned. He just got a lot going on. He got 4 kids at the house. He got a wife, an ex-girlfriend. I don't know if whatever the case that is. He got a lot going on, and he don't know if he's gonna walk out that door any minute or
Yeah,
walk to the prison for the rest of his natural life. So that's a lot of stress on anybody's shoulders.
I
I've
get
had
it.
clients look the way he look quiet, don't say anything, and I had clients go eat a bag of chips like it was nothing. Let's do this. So I had a client tell me, "We win this, I want you to come to my birthday party." He was facing life. "I want you to come to my birthday next weekend." I'm like, "Your birthday? We gotta." He must have knew something I didn't know. Well, I mean, we won, and I did go. I
But
said,
I can see how the prosecuting side and the defense will. They can probably even go bowling after this because it's still the best person's going to win in the courtroom.
"Wait a minute, you
It's
say
like
what now? The
I can.
prosecutor?"
I can just see how, like, maybe if there's a charity event or maybe go bowling or something like that, I can see how maybe they will still be friends because they may have even went to college together, but just ended up on different teams.
Right.
So I can see how they can maybe hang out after work or maybe just be friendly in the courtroom. I get all of that if it's from the beginning. I just
Right.
didn't get it so much towards the end. That was all.
I
Because either way, you still have to do what's best for your client. They still have to do what's best for the state.
Right, yeah, I get you. It's
Yeah.
not lost upon. I never went bowling or nothing with the prosecutors.
I was just using that for an example because
right,
you
right, right.
still, yeah, let's
But
just be
I'm sure
cordial
I'm
afterwards.
sure some lawyers do. Like I said, I went to law school with a lot of people that's prosecutors now. So I'm not gonna be mad at them because they're trying to prosecute their case. I mean,
Wasn't
just
Shard a prosecutor before?
that I don't know. Anybody know that in the chat? I don't know if he was a prosecutor
No.
before. I find that strange.
Was that why they were trying to get him off the case in the beginning or something? Or did he defend one of the other people on the case? Because I know they were trying to get him and
They
Mr.
said
Steele
they say public defender.
public defender. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
public defender.
Okay, one more question, talk that law, and then I'll because I can keep talking. I'm telling you, I can ask you 5 questions in one sentence. But so if Judge Whitaker does realize that the state played her a bit, even with getting the look at Yak, that's a fine mother, you know what. But anyway,
Wait a minute. Now you look here.
watch when you go in this store. Watch this. Look. Oh, watch your jacket.
You so silly.
But anyway.
Dang, do he got a girl right now? Hey, are you
I don't care. He can't nobody do nothing right now. He busy.
Look, this what I want to say.
You
I
know
just felt
what? Oh my god.
I feel like for him, he looked at a little older to be 22. I think he was 22 on there, right?
Really?
No, he
I
wasn't.
think that was maybe he was
Yes.
24 because he was 22 at first,
Yeah,
and
I
then
just yeah, I think they was drugging and thugging or however you want thugging and drugging however you want to say. I just feel like they look a little, looked at a little old. Like
but
okay,
sometimes it's your life you live. It can make you look old.
yeah, I think
And
that's
then
what it is.
plus he plays sports. So if you out there and look at me making excuses. Plus he plays sports, so he was out there in the sun. And you
Somebody
know
got
the
a
sun is
question.
tough on your skin.
Yeah,
My question
No, no,
was
no,
about
no.
the
Somebody got a
okay.
question for you. They say why women love toxic. I don't know if they trying to call it
I
yak
don't like
toxic.
toxic. I love handsome. I love
that's
somebody
right.
that walked a certain way. It's just a certain thing that just do it for me. I'm not saying that me he and I will be together. We in different states. I'm not going nowhere. He probably can't come up here, but I can give credit where credit is due.
I got you. I got
You
you.
know, that's the thing. Like I think all women are like that too. Like you can see a person like they don't even have to be that attractive, but like the way they carry themselves. Sometimes it be like the way they
Yeah,
walk,
it's that
kind of like
walk.
the way they
Yes,
talk. Like
Mhm.
you be like, oh Lord, that's kind
and
of
the
how I
way they
be.
conduct themselves. I mean,
Yes,
I see past whatever is going on here. I always look at the eyes. The eyes tell you a
yes,
lot about someone.
yes, 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 yes. That's how I be.
Okay, but can I just ask one question? Talk that
Oh
law.
yeah, yes,
So
ma'am. Go ahead.
if Judge Whitaker realizes that the state played her a bit, would she be able to go back and look at some of those plea agreements that, like how she had to set Sledge back for those 5 years? Would she be able to go in and do something? Because I'm not for certain how true this is, but I heard someone else saying that Judge Whitaker was trying to vote for some type of team that can come in and kind of look over the prosecutor. So if anyone ever thinks there's any prosecutor misconduct, they will be called out on it or they will be held to a certain standard. But the DA's office voted against it. So maybe she's realizing, okay, this is why they voted against it. And then,
Yeah, yeah. I can't remember the facts. I believe it was a group of DAs were trying to stop a board from being created that would have power over them, that can look into their decision making, prosecutorial discretion.
okay.
And I don't think the DAs agreed with that, so they all got together um, to try to stop it. I believe it, if I'm mistaken, somebody put it in the chat. I believe that's what the issue was, but I don't know. So you're saying could she go back and look at a plea deal that was already entered in if she found out they did something underhanded? Now,
Yes, like if they were like nefarious with making him sign all those factual statements, knowing that they're not true now. Everything is coming out and she's waking up and seeing everybody signed this same set of lies. Even the evidence doesn't show this or show that. Like with her heart or her conscience, or is she just held to the bar where she has to just stick firm with what she
I
put
mean,
her gavel down on.
if an attorney goes to her and say that they believe that the prosecutors misled them, they withheld evidence, but for the fact of them withholding that evidence, my client would have never pled guilty. My client only pled guilty because the state withheld Brady evidence or evidence that could have set my client free. That's definitely an issue that the judge can look into. Some judges keep this authority over a case for a certain amount of time, depending on the state. And then after so much time passes, then only the appeals court can come in and throw it out and reverse it. But they will keep jurisdiction over that case for a while. So since these pleas, some of them are recent, perhaps they could go in if they can find something new. But Judge Whitaker, I don't think so. Because even if they said, Moonton, hey, Judge, I did not um, believe what I was signing, but I signed it. I said it out loud orally. I said yes to the court reporter. Um, it's recorded down. When Love asked me these questions, I said yes, ma'am. The judge said that's enough. If
Hmm.
it was a lie, you should have said something then. don't say nothing now after the fact. So I think a lot of those plea deals are, set in stone unless something could be shown that the prosecutors did something way more egregious than what they are doing right now, such as hide evidence to show that your client is guilty. That's something that's bad.
And is
Prosecutors
that
do it
the
all
only
the time.
reason why they made Doug pay monetary? Because no one else had to pay money. Like he had to pay the 25,000 for something and then 10,000 for something else. But other people are being charged with RICO, but they're not being charged a fine. Is it because of he got the leadership charge?
I think that's up to the discretion. A lot of times, crimes you can get prison, a fine, or both.
Hmm.
But since Young Thug's not getting prison, I mean, the least he can do is pay the fine and
Okay.
$40,000. You know, and you get to go home. So I think that's why the judge decided to do that fine. And I don't
I
And
think
it
think
was
they
less than what he was willing to pay. So either way, it looks good. But I mean, I just see how she cut it from the sheriff's office and then put it back to the chambers.
he already said that he don't even care about free concerts. He said he was doing that before he was involved in this case. He always gave back. So I don't think it's a problem for him to do the free shows or pay the 25 and 15,000, however much it was.
I
Yeah,
think
I
they
didn't
just
think that was a problem either. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet, Miss K. Let me see
no,
if I
you
can see your
okay.
name
No,
on the
I was just
screen.
gonna say I think they just made him pay the fine because of who he was, and they really wanted him, and so since he was a person with the money, okay, we can't pull the money up out of them, but we know we can pull this money up out of him.
I was
I
thinking
think
that.
that's the reason, the real reason why they asked for money for him and not for money for the other people's, because he have the money.
He
Because
got
he
the
had to
money.
pay on two charges, right?
Yes, I think
Uh-huh.
25,000 for one and 15 for the other one, or something like that, or
Right.
25.
He's
It was
he's
something.
he's able to pay it.
Okay. Oh, because they may go by, because now they're trying to do this thing about setting bond according to your finances after the sheriff just threatened to sue the commissioner's office for not releasing funds.
And I want to say this too. I really felt like Steele was like reaching high when he said, "Oh, Mr. William is willing to pay $100,000 for the next 3 years and all this and that." So it was like he was saying that to make bells start ringing for Paige to like, okay, well, he's
Hmm.
gonna do this, because that sheriff wants some money. But this is my thing. Why did you not go to funding for that? Why didn't you go to funding for that situation? I'm coming. Yeah. Why did you want me to pull down? Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. But
They want you to
like,
pull well.
why didn't you go to Fonny to ask for money? Like you stood up there with her when it was time to, been your side asking for that money.
You broke up a little bit, I think, because your phone connected to Bluetooth. You see, I'm nosy. Say it again.
Right. I was trying to figure out what they wanted her to go to or do something.
Could y'all
Hey,
hear me? I'm sorry.
I think your phone connected to Bluetooth, so it cut us off a little bit. You said, "Hey, Fonny, go to
I
Fonny for the money or go somewhere." You real
I
low
was
too,
saying
boo.
yeah, I'm about to cut my car off in a second so I won't be connected. But I said he stood behind Funny for to prosecute them and say like they all came together for this situation. So she should have stood behind you when it was time for the stuff with the jail. But of course, she wasn't gonna do that because that's what they want. They want people to be sent up there living like animals and dogs. Like they don't care. They feel like, oh well, if this person did this or we feel like they did that, then we don't care about how they live. And so I feel like, well, she knew that, the way the jail conditions and stuff was, she should have been behind him when it was time for him to go get that money. But the way y'all misusing all these funds and stuff, like, of course, I wouldn't want to keep on signing off on it either when y'all not doing what y'all
Hmm.
supposed to do with the first thing I gave y'all.
But if you keep sweeping the streets and locking people up, you're going to overcrowd the jail,
Yes.
and you're not prosecuting them out in time. So, yeah,
Mr.
I
Jones,
agree.
you want to jump on in here real quick?
Yeah, what's going on, TT?
I
TTL?
asked about you earlier today on the stream. I asked where you been at. You became a platinum member of the channel and disappeared on us.
No, man, I had a little health issue, man.
Oh, I hope
Um,
you're
Okay.
feeling better.
yeah, I messed around, man. I went back to my home state to visit my mother because she was sick, and I ended up having a mild stroke myself.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you up and about, moving
Oh yeah,
around. You can't
yeah,
even tell.
I'm back. Yeah, I didn't have no deformation. My motor skills all still together, so I'm good, man. I'm blessed.
Thank God. Yeah, that's good. That's crazy. I asked about you earlier today on the stream. I said, where is he? And
Yeah.
it's good you're able to pop in just to show your face.
Oh yeah, man. Watching this madness, man.
What you think about it so far?
A circus, Ringling Brothers. Uh, I start from the back and work my way forward, I guess. Um, Doug Weinstein's closing was masterful. He pointed out a lot of good stuff, and we already know what Max Sharp do, but Hilton, she was horrible. She was screaming at the jury like they was on trial, you know.
Tell
And
you.
I don't think that sat well with him, with the jury. And then you see how she kept trying to, once Weinstein and Shark killed their initial motive, how she tried to come back and say with the drinks murder that Stillwell opened the car door and shot out.
Mhm.
That, that's not
She
that's not feasible because
she
you
did.
definitely go ahead.
I was gonna say she did. Hilton did exactly what Woody said that when when they came to visit him in the jail, and
Right.
she was just standing up like she was somebody from the hood and stuff like that, and I feel like that's the reason why she started to like get a little jiggy and get up out of her body because from what he said.
He
Yeah.
said she got it in her. Talk to me
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you
like
talk to me in the back. I don't know what this voice is. Remember you said that to her on
yeah.
Right.
the
So when
thing.
I heard when I seen her like doing that, I was like, what a coincidence that Woody said like you was just standing up like you was just somebody from the hood like posted up, and then you come right at the closing argument like getting to the end, cause they did this. Well, I mean she didn't say these exact words, but it was just like she was just like overly hyped like you did
She
the
almost had
same
to.
thing that
She
he
almost
said
had
you
to do
did.
that though. But she almost had to kind
Never.
of sell it a little bit.
Nah,
Don't you think
I
so,
don't.
Pamela? A little
I
bit
think
more.
I think she would have came off better if she'd have been more relatable with the jury, um,
Right.
because she was aggressive.
I thought she
Yeah,
was doing it because their family was in the courtroom, so she was trying to make it seem like she was trying to fight for the family. That's what
Uh-huh.
I felt like.
Uh-huh. And y'all should have been did for especially for Nut. They should have been did that 8-9 years ago. Like that's supposed to been done right then and there. Like and I yes, that's what she was doing.
exactly. Like,
Cause it, mm-hmm.
why did it take 7 years for y'all to even come up with the to indict? Because they had no case and they knew, and that's why the predecessor prosecutor, I forget his name, Paul Howard. That's why he didn't bring the charges against him. And then the RICO only came about because they couldn't, if they would have tried to prosecute each and every one of them people, them dudes individually, they would have never. So the RICO, in Georgia, RICO is more broad and it's easier to prove than a regular case. But
Mm-hmm.
they still didn't prove it. They um the best thing that happened, because all these boys would be in jail if Glanville was still on there. So the best thing that happened was him being accused. That's the best thing. His
Yep.
bias was, he even tried to lock Steele up,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because he wouldn't snitch, you know. And
And if Jeffrey would have went in front of him for an Alfred plea or a blind plea, oh he would have gave him the max on everything and everything that the state imposed. Oh yeah, you're gonna forfeit your properties and all this and all of that. Like he would have stuck it on him. Like well, you know what? I ain't gonna say yeah. He was gonna make this trial go all the way out because he was not gonna call no mistrial. He wasn't gonna
No.
call that. He was gonna
Well,
make this thing go all the way out.
but neither did Whitaker, and she should have did it. She had
When she
about three.
first took the stand, when
Yeah,
she first took on the case, she supposed to got rid of that case like a mistrial with prejudice. Like she should have just said, "Hey, look, and this is what y'all did." Like she supposed to just went head on and ceased and stopped it.
yeah. But and I'm gonna tell you when she should have did it. The last time when they had the one dude on the stand, and they had the redacted version on the screen, but she gave him the paper to read from that was unredacted. So, and a lot of people said, "Oh, that was a mistake." No, it wasn't. She did that on purpose because remember when he read off and then he stopped with the hashtags, and she said, "And what else?" And he said, "Free Quay," and she's like, "What?" She paused. She's like, "What?" Like she was finna say what? But she knew that was going to happen. That's why she gave him that paper, because she wanted the jury to hear that. That was prejudicial. She did it on purpose. And Whitaker, she's smart when it comes to law, but she don't have common sense. Because if she had any common sense, she would have knew that was done purposely by Hilton. You know, and but yeah, this um I see Yak getting off on everything. That's why the jury wanted to see the videos of the Texaco station, because what they was putting out there, the state was putting out there. Once they seen that video, they knew he never gotten in Infinity. Then Hilton in her closing says, "Oh, maybe they." I submit. She said, "I submit that they drove around back." Well, you don't have no proof of that. None of that is in evidence. So you're lying to this jury, and the thing about it is, it's supposed to be about justice, but this is a malicious prosecution in my mind.
I think they're all together because when Judge Whitaker found out about the third ex parte, that was really in her hands. She could have done something then.
Hey, thank you, Slick. Definitely appreciate
I feel like.
your your super chat. I don't know what you mean by your comment, but thank you, big homie Slick. Uh, hey, what happened? Who dropped down? Okay,
Okay, cause somebody was calling and I couldn't y'all
I
couldn't hear
know.
me.
It's the day before Thanksgiving. Everybody got a lot going on. Phones ringing, family trying to figure out what's going on. I got you. I know it's a lot.
And when I'm on my YouTube, they need to stop calling my phone.
They see you up here. They see you online. Then they get
No,
the
they don't.
call.
They just being working.
Oh, okay.
Just do like I did. Put your phone on do not disturb.
Let me do that right now. That's a good, yeah. Do not
Talk that
disturb.
law, you okay? Because I know I'm not for certain how long you've been live. I just so happened to click on YouTube and saw you were live. We're not holding you, are we?
Oh no, we good, we good.
Okay.
I actually wanted to speak with y'all just to get y'all thoughts and opinion, because a lot of times y'all make up the jury, and I want to know what y'all are thinking so I can really implement this in real life. So if y'all think something worked good for one attorney or that didn't work, then I know, okay, I'm not going to use that with my clients, that I work with. So I like hearing y'all come up with y'all different theories of what y'all think about this, what y'all think about that. Y'all definitely are not holding me up. And thank
I
y'all to
was
the people.
I was a little afraid that Sharp sometimes he can go a little over when he's trying to prove his point, and you're like, okay, stop right there. I was
Right.
afraid he was going to do that, but he did good. He did
Yeah,
good.
yeah, he did good. I did see the judge. She kind of looked at him like, "Hey, how much longer? You're kind of
Mhm.
like going over your time," and he still had to cover the drinks, um, homicide. So he came on with it. He closed it out. I think he did a good job. And then Doug came in,
And closed
and
right before 5 o'clock. I think that Doug gave him some of his time. Do you think?
No,
I
yeah,
think so
he
too.
was Weinstein. Doug was only about 45, 50 minutes, but and what you said saying about Max Sharp, He had to go that long. He had to put him because his client, Shannon, is facing more charges. He's facing double murder, and Yak only got the one murder. And he faced best thing that happened though, when Whitaker made the directed verdict on those three charges against Yak, that hurt the state bad.
She was fair.
And I
Let me
think
Yeah.
let me ask y'all this question. How what I can't even get words out. What do y'all think the outcome gonna be for Shannon as far as the Shamel murder? Because I was on another show the other night and we was talking, and the host was like, well, if I was a juror, I'll say Shannon is guilty for both of the murders and da 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 da, all the stuff. So I was like, well, you can't necessarily say that because for one, they never put cell phone locations for Yak nor Shannon for none of the places. For nut murder, we never seen Shannon or nobody. Like, we never seen nobody inside of that Infinity. We don't know who was inside of that car. Like, we don't know that. So I'm like, it was like puzzling to like, dang, how you gonna say this when we never seen that? So it's like you get what I'm saying? Like, have a clear mind, because if you don't have evidence, we can't say who was in that car. And I just find it crazy that y'all said y'all took Shannon phones and all this and that, but y'all never tried to plot a GPS location for him. Or if y'all did for Nuts murder, y'all didn't pull evidence to show like, okay, he was in the car. So maybe y'all did do it, but y'all seen that stuff wasn't lining up to where, okay, we can use this. We just gonna go about what Woody said, and we gonna go about what Lil D said. So you can't really say that you seen him do the nut murder because we never seen Shannon, but we did see him clear as day at that gas station before Shamel died. But at the same time, we still didn't see all the stuff that they said that he did.
It didn't
We
go
didn't.
along with what the medical examiner
Yes,
said
we
as
didn't. We didn't.
well.
We didn't see no door open, because you would have seen a door being open if he was at the light and he opened the door. Well, I hope we would have seen it. Like,
No, you
and
you
that
can see
third
what
car.
happened that second when that light changed. That's when everything happened because you see
Yes.
the foot go off the brake and then the car stop and you see the mud. I
Yes,
can see
that
the
that
flag.
that car that came up, like
Mhm.
that third car, like that car came up and like it stopped, and
And
it
then I
stopped,
didn't
and it
like
was
how
like,
Hilton tried to say, and then when he sped off from the light doing 90 miles per hour. And I like how
yes,
Shard brought it back together, like think about what he had been through before. You know,
Right. Yeah.
but it
Shannon.
saddens me because this brings no justice to the families who really did this. And
Yeah. Shannon.
yes,
I think they were guilty when they saw that shirt on the back of what's his name, the one that makes the clothes. When they saw
Oh,
his
Miles
shirt,
Farley. Miles
yes,
Farley.
when they saw his shirt inside of the gas station, that right there was enough to tell Hogan that they were guilty. And they purposely went looking at those NPR um, machines just for those
oh, what
tags.
about the lie to where she said, oh, we couldn't see the LPRs for that other car, so how can we go after the car? Yes, you could. y'all
Hmm
y'all seen
They
y'all
didn't
seen
try.
stuff for them.
Yeah, they didn't try. They were only pulling that car. If that
Yes,
was
it's
it,
just
they
the
should have
fact
pulled
that,
them
okay, we
all.
know these dudes, and like we know what they capable of doing. So you know what, we just gonna stick this target. But I honestly feel like Shannon them did not kill Shamel Drinks. I believe it was that other car, because like if when that other car, if you can kind of see, to me, my eyes, it seemed like I kind of seen like a little muzzle flash. Like that's what I felt like I
Right when that
seen.
light changed, because it's like he
Yes,
took his foot off the brake, he was getting ready to go. He probably
yes,
saw the car and then tried to reach for whatever and held his arm up. And
yes.
it saddens me to even think about to talk about it. But this is what I feel like happened.
And
But it
hey, I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, sweetie.
I apologize. It's probably a good thing you did cut me off because it just it I'm sad about it because nobody's wounds are really closed. There's no closure for the family.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
that falls on the Atlanta PD and the prosecutors, because they wasn't looking for justice.
Mhm.
And Max Sharp, this is where he really nailed it in his closing, because the state never said it during when they presented their case. He pointed out that that foot went on and off that brake 3 times, and the last time he said it went off 34 seconds after Shannon had ran the red light. So there's no way in the world he could have possibly shot that man, killed him. And from what the medical examiner said, where that shot hit in his neck, he said that instantly killed him. So he wouldn't have been able to lift his foot on and off the brake like that. And it happened 3 times. And Sharp
Can I
pointed that.
just?
Can I say one more thing? And if they're
Yeah, I want
these
to just say
gangsters
one
or
more
what
thing.
have you,
I'm gonna leave, but I'll come back later. That's all I want to say. But I'm still gonna be listening.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Kay.
Okay, in
All
about
right, have a
30,
good one.
40 minutes when I make it home. Okay,
Well,
All right.
hold on.
okay. All
Okay.
right. If we still here.
oh, I thought she was getting ready to say something. I thought she was, but okay. So if they're like these gangsters or what have you, when they were at the gas station, they're not gonna wait that long to do nothing. It's just, I would think it would just be like, we on go, and then you
You
had some other people in the gas. Like I think I saw Woonie in there, Woonie Lee in there. He was just in it with drinks, like nothing was going on. I didn't feel no tension there for
you
them
know
to
what I
try to
think?
make it seem like they. Oh, and then they didn't even find out who this other guy was. I apologize. I was taught not to cut men off. So
Oh
you can go ahead.
no, you good. I was just you was talking first, so you can finish your thought.
You sure?
Yeah, finish your thought.
Okay. So I think if it was something going on, and Shannon and Mooney were working together at that time, and because it seems like the studio wasn't far from there. I just think they was, stopping to get their smoke or what have you to go to the studio. And then Mooney, I just don't feel like it was no tension there. That guy didn't have anything to do with whatever they're trying to put on this group. I don't know these people. I try to act like I'm hip. I'm not really that hip. I learned a lot of this stuff when I was in the thing. I
Hmm.
know enough to get by. That's like football. I start yelling when everybody else do. And then I figure, okay, yeah, we must got first and 10 or whatever y'all be saying. But anyway, I just feel like when they walked in that store and they saw Miles Farley with that shirt on, that was enough to tell Viverito, these are the guys we're going to look for. And then they went through the Instagram and they tried to piece it together that way, like she did with the NBA YoungBoy song. Now I do like me some NBA. Okay, so like how she did with the NBA YoungBoy song, and she stopped it freeze frame by freeze frame, just so it can say those words. So she must know that song in order to know that those words were going to come up.
I think I'm gonna run this by y'all. Tell me what y'all think about this TTL and sister. I don't think when they was at that gas station talking about the Shamel Drinks incident, I don't think they knew who Shamel Drinks was, and he didn't know who they was.
Me either.
You know, um, I don't think they knew who he was, because remember um, on cross examination when Max was cross examining Viverito, I call her Viva Burrito, but remember when he was cross examining her and it came out that his girlfriend and his grandmother called him to let him know somebody got murdered, and
Yes, I
he
remember.
asked them who got murdered, and they didn't know. So I think if he would have did that, his whole response would have been different. Like we're talking about common sense, you know. We're talking about common sense. And then Viverito, she was the worst witness they had. She, she was the. I mean, you could tell she had a vendetta, and I think she probably messing with some of them dudes out there in the streets, you know,
She
because
said
she
she
looked like
sits in the bushes and she watches them in their natural habitat. That's what
That's
she
right,
funny.
said.
like they're animals, like she in a safari watching wild animals. You
Mm.
know, she yeah, she came off, but Max destroyed her, and then Weinstein killed her with the watch issue. She stole that watch.
I think they
Mm.
all destroyed themselves because they were too arrogant when it came to the defense asking them questions. If I'm confident in the work that I did, ask me anything. My tone is not going to change because I believe in my investigation. And
Yeah,
Hogan, he needs to just go somewhere
yeah,
because
because I,
he took the warrants out before he even looked at the FedEx tape.
right, right. It was a rush to judgment.
Yeah,
They did absolutely no investigating,
it
no
was
real
those shirt,
investigation.
guilty by shirt. That's how I'm gonna go. That's what I feel.
Somebody said,
Yeah.
"Yep, I believe she got that watch too." and I would, and
Yeah,
I wanted to explain real quick the chart. So the chart, we have the counts against Shannon Stillwell Jackson, SB, and then we got the counts against Deamonte Kendrick, Yak Gotti on the left, and in the middle we have what they're both charged with together. So obviously Shannon Stillwell Jackson is charged with, like Mr. Jones just said, the drinks homicide and the Donovan Thomas homicide, because obviously he's there and he's there. So the ones in the middle go with both of them. So all of these are for Shannon, all of these are for Gotti. So they got a lot going on, but Shannon especially. But I am shocked though. The questions today centered around Gotti, Deamonte. They
right.
want to know. They want to see the video of him getting in and out of a particular car, and then they want to see. They asked about his watch. Was it his watch or Young Thug's watch? They want to know more about him. So I don't know. What did they tell us? Are they done with Shannon and they focusing on Yak, or
I
what?
felt that way. I thought they were moving through the case that way. But can
I,
I ask you a question, Talk That Law?
Yeah,
How were
yeah.
they able to put that weapon on Shannon when they found it in the middle of the street a couple of days later?
Well, what they're saying is when he was running from the police, he had to throw it out the car,
They
and
never
then.
showed that in court, though.
But I think what they're saying is the gun belonged to Taisha, and they have Taisha on tape saying that she gave the gun to him.
That doesn't mean it's true. It
that
still
was a
wasn't
different
within his
gun.
reach.
That
Yeah,
was
and
a
it wasn't
different.
the same. Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, Mr. What's your name again? I can't see it. It went away.
Prentice.
Mr. Prentice. You're right. It was a different caliber because it was supposed to be a 40 caliber, right?
Right, but
Yes.
the thing is that's why we have trials. I'm not saying it's true or false, but
Hmm.
you said what the evidence is, so that's the evidence that they're presenting. That don't mean the jury gonna buy it, right? I mean, a gun. Y'all got a lot of he say, she say, woulda, coulda, shoulda. It's a gun in the street. It would have been better for the state had y'all actually caught him in possession of
That
the
was what I was
gun.
asking. Okay, okay. You cleared
Not
it
a
up for
gun,
me. That's what.
not a
Okay.
gun that's under the couch in somebody else's house, under the couch, in the closet, drugs in the cabinet. No, we need you to find it on them. What is possession? What
But
is
the one with
intent?
Shannon, they found it on the street, like like a couple of days over, I believe. Remember,
I don't
someone
know if it
called and
was,
said they found it,
I don't
and
know
it
if it
was
was that
muddy.
much later.
It was like the next day, I believe, because it was on the charges when they read it.
Okay.
Because at first Whitaker was going to throw it out.
I believe a
Well,
citizen saw it and called the officer.
Yes, sir. Yes,
But
sir.
I don't
Someone
know.
called in.
I don't know. Was it um that much time passed when they found it?
I think it was the next day.
Okay, I'm gonna go look up that count. What count is that? Let me see.
and
E.
here's something else for y'all to remember. Um, if they were chasing him, did they see him throw the gun? And no gun that he ever been associated with was connected to the Donovan Thomas murder or the Shamel Drinks murder. Neither gun. No gun that he was ever associated with was connected to either one of those murders.
And we sat there and watched the whole helicopter chase that he didn't even know that the helicopter was chasing him. They made it seem like he was on a wild chase.
Yeah.
We watched the whole thing. We didn't see anything go out the window. Well, I didn't. I'm gonna say we didn't. I didn't see anything go out the window.
Yeah, no,
No
this
body camera footage showed him throwing anything out the window. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to go against girls, but how we know the girlfriend wasn't over there the other day and she dropped it or something? We don't know. And she
right.
was supposed to bring it home. Maybe she was like, I was over there, I was acting a fool, remember I dropped my whatever, you told me to go home. and you was gonna go out there and look for it today and bring it back to the hotel, that could have been, even though it's not supposed to be in his possession, but that's still a theory. It wasn't within arm's reach of him. So how can you charge him with it?
Well, and I guess they.
It's
Um,
called constructive
come on
possession.
here, Mister. Come on.
Oh,
There you-
because of the girlfriend on the phone.
No,
no,
And what she said over the phone about the car being legal and the weapon being legal. You talking about that?
no, that's not what constructive possession is. TTL can tell you better. He can explain it
no.
better to you.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I like that.
Um,
Go ahead.
constructive possession with anything, drugs, it don't mean that you actually have physical possession, but you say if I tell, let me know if I explain it right, but it means that you have access to it. Don't mean that you actually have it in your possession, but it's in a place where you can possess it. It's in your vicinity, or
I
that's what
think
it
I'm
is.
getting what you're saying. So even though
Right,
it's on
right.
the next street,
Really
he
good.
knew it was over there, and he can be guilty by association because he could have just ran around the corner and got it, right?
Well,
Something
no,
like that. It's just kind of. It's not
no,
without. It's not
Well,
within. It's not without. What am I trying to say? I can't even
Well, he
think what
wouldn't
I'm
have
trying to
to.
say.
It wouldn't have been that he known after the fact that he knew the gun was over there. It would have been he possessed it before he threw it out the car, according to the state.
They
So,
didn't
right.
prove that though. That's what I was trying to figure out
Yeah,
because they never proved that he threw it out the window. But then that's
right,
right.
where the next part where you say, okay, that's when that aspect comes in. It's starting to make sense
right. It's
now.
the question. Then it becomes a question for the jury. So the state they presented their theory. This is what we think happened. Then the defense can say this is what we think happened. And then the jury will break the tie. So, like you said, they may have not proven that, and that's why the jury can come back and say, okay, y'all haven't proven that, not guilty.
And this is the same thing they're trying to do with the things that they found in Thug's house as well with Yak.
Right,
Right.
trying to say
Trying
he
to
was in
say,
constructive possession. You don't gotta
okay,
Right.
have it in your hand. You knew about it. You had the intent to possess it. It's like a gun being in a car in the console under the seat. Yeah, it's not in your hand. It's not in your pocket. It's not in your immediate possession, but it's in your vicinity. You know about it. You have the intention to possess it because it's there. It's right there. So I think they said the same thing with Deamonte. Just because you ran out the house to get away from the gun, you was in possession of the gun before you ran out the house. So
But with that, they have to prove that he knew about the gun, and they have
right,
to prove his intent. Now, remember, uh, Diamante got a directed verdict of acquittal on the drugs and the machine gun 59, 60, and 62. So the jury don't even see that.
right,
So he so and then remember when they charged something wrong in the indictment, that got threw out.
174 and 189.
Yeah, see that got thrown out. Like that just tell you the state didn't know what they doing. I mean, faulty indictments, they get cases wiped away quick. But in this case, it was just because if all elements aren't included in the indictment of a crime, it gets dismissed.
right. And I agree. I think the judge should, stop it at the gate. If y'all don't have all the elements of the crime listed on the indictment, then it's hard to try to then prove that at the trial. I mean, it's sloppiness from the state. Y'all indicted this case, and then y'all re-indicted the case. It still was wrong. And now you want the judge to come in and quote unquote fix your sloppiness, fix the indictment at the end of the trial.
Right.
And the lawyers are like, hold on, wait a minute. No, you can't do that. That's not lawful. And the judge said, well, find me a case. Nobody could find a case that spoke to that. So yeah, I found it strange that the state was even attempting to have the judge fix it instead of counting their losses and moving on, because it was their mistake, no mistake of the defendants. So they shouldn't suffer because the state, being an office of professional prosecutors of many years, made a simple mistake of typing up an indictment. But yeah, the judge did throw out those counts. She threw out the possession of cocaine. I believe it was codeine
Codeine
in the
and the
machine
machine
gun.
gun.
machine gun that was hidden. I'm looking at the indictment, the machine gun that was tucked away underneath somebody's couch. She's like, how he supposed to know that gun was there? And I think the judge did the right thing. I mean, when I go to someone's home, I don't lift up their, the sofa, the couch, and see if there's a machine gun underneath there. I mean, that's
Right.
wild.
So why leave
Right.
the Mary Jane there? I mean, if you want to take the other two away, just take, it all away.
But what was her reasoning? Because the gun was not in plain view; it was underneath the couch. Versus the
And
marijuana, I'm not sure the
it was
location.
up in the cabinet. It was up in the cabinet in the little, I don't know, like the butler's kitchen.
Yeah, no,
Somebody
they
said
said
right in the open.
it was guns up there
So they just
also.
had like a little thing in like a little carryout tray in the out in the open. And if you look at the other house, it just looked like they all smoked.
Let's say it was a little
Right.
container on the counter. I
Yes, it
think
was a
they,
little container on the counter.
and I think they probably smoked too because they were in the parking lot of the gas station for a while. And a lot of times people go in the store, they may buy some Black and Mild cigars or something, and they sit in the car and they rolling up. So we're trying to figure out, what are they doing in that car? Are they switching seats? They waiting around or what? Because nobody knew that drinks would come, get gas at that particular time, at that particular night.
And be at the next pump right
To
next
be
to
at
you.
the
Y'all
pump,
don't
right?
argue or nothing.
I
Right.
mean,
He didn't know who they was, and this is why. When he went in the store, they were outside. But remember, who was it? Quamarvius Nichols. He was outside of his car. Drinks didn't know who he was, and I don't think Nichols knew who he was. Them guys didn't know who that dude was. I don't think. You know, they didn't know who he was until after he was dead. They didn't know. And remember remember they had went in the store, and I think one of them bought, whoever was in the car with Shannon, bought him a pack of gum, I think. And remember they came out and one went back in and he bought blunts. He brought backwoods. So when they were sitting in that car, they were sitting in that car rolling up. They wasn't sitting in that car
They was
waiting
getting
for some more drink.
their hair together before they go to the studio.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
wasn't sitting in that car waiting on Shamel drinks. They had no idea he was coming. And I tell you, from watching that and seeing everything, the interaction, I don't think they knew who he was.
Maybe they
He,
didn't. Somebody had
he
to know who it
definitely
was. I
did.
don't think they did. I just don't feel like they did. And I think and that explains why when Shannon pulled off, he would be going 90 miles an hour. I don't know if somebody trying to chase me or what have you. And then now my grandmother calling, like something just happened at the light, and then you thinking to yourself, "Dag, I knew my instincts told me to run through that light. I knew that car was coming up on me too fast. Let me Google and see what's going on."
Right, because it was never there was never nothing transpiring, because if it would have been something, you got to remember these are young black dudes.
I think he froze.
Especially
I think
3
he
days
walking through
after
somewhere.
one of their little homies got killed.
Yeah, somebody said Momac MUA.
Oh,
I don't know if that means makeup artist. I'm not
oh.
sure. They said someone recognized him. Maybe it was Miles Farley. Maybe somebody recognized him and
No,
said,
but
"Hey."
remember the girlfriend said he had got into it with the buddy that he brought over there because the buddy was trying to come at his sister. And he was like, "I'll
What's
be
that
back. Let
again?
me." The buddy that he came over there with, he was supposed to go drop him back off somewhere in the city and come back to her house and eat spaghetti. And
Right.
then they had kind of got into it because the guy was like, "Well, if you cooking, I'm eating with y'all." And then he was trying to like come at her sister or whatever. And then Drinks didn't like that. He was like, "Nah, cut that out or what have you." And then he dropped him off because the girlfriend said she never had met. Is his name Boyer or Bayer or whatever his name was?
Yeah, somebody.
Boyer.
Yeah, she said she had never met him before. And
Yeah,
then
Go ahead.
But I don't know. I don't want to make speculations and then I wind up, targeting the wrong person. But just in my mind, the way I would see somebody moving, if I don't like you, I'm not waiting. I'm gonna get you while I can. I might
Right.
not get this opportunity no more.
That's the point I was just making when I said what I said. Like, you're not gonna sit there and you see your op sitting right there,
Right.
and after 2 to 3 days after two of your homies just got killed, you're not gonna sit there and just let them. No, we finna get you.
Yeah.
And but now I'll tell you something that would make sense. Let's say they knew who he was, but they knew they was on video. Because they know that the BP got cameras. Now let's just see that third car that pulled up behind. Now this would make a lot of sense, and nobody ever brought it up. Maybe he was with them, and they called him, and he pulled up back there after they did, and then when they left, um, if what the state was saying is true, like they was on phone calls or video chat, maybe the car, that
But you're
third
not gonna
car.
pull up. You're not gonna pull up on me that fast at the light. If we planning this out or what have you, you're not coming up on me like that. We got some kind of code or something. You gonna flash a light? You gonna give me a warning? You gonna do something?
Well,
You're not pulling up on me that fast at the light.
but listen, look at it like this though. They seen him coming. That's why that could have been why he ran the red light. Hey, we out of here. And they run the light, and then dude pulls up. Smell drinks, not thinking about nothing. He probably just looking like they just ran the light. And then dude pull up, whoever was in that third white car, he pulls up behind them, and bam.
This sounds like
He
some mastermind movie stuff. I don't know. I'm a Pisces. My mind go everywhere.
I, I mean,
right,
especially for something that was presumably unplanned. I mean, they
Yeah.
just happen to all be at the same place at the same time. So let's say it's some
yeah,
type of hit squad that can get together real quick in a moment's notice, like a
And
minute, man, and hit the
aim like
light.
that. That aim was just like that was a mission. I'm on a mission. That's like whoever that was seemed like they had been watching him.
right.
And they for a
I
minute,
don't
like they
believe
had
they
just been
guilty.
following him for a minute, just waiting for when there wasn't that many eyes around, and it wasn't that many eyes around at that light.
Right. I don't believe they did it, but I'm just saying that's a scenario that would make sense. But those dudes young, they was young, especially back then. Well, no, they wasn't that young. That was just almost 3 years ago. Um, they're not, like you say, they're not masterminds. That sounds like a mafia hit. Like if they pulled that together, that's something the mafia would do. You know, them dudes, they just young dudes.
You got some young hitters out here. You can't don't discredit the young ones. They different. They
I don't know,
built
but
different nowadays.
no, but what I'm saying is to set it up like I described, because yeah, you guys, yeah, they hitters, but a lot of them just shoot blindly, you know, and
That's
that's why a
very
lot
true. That's very
that,
true.
that's why a lot of innocent people get hit
Very
during them
true.
situations. You know that if if what I was saying was true, is all I'm saying about that is that would have been a master plan, like TTL just said.
Yeah.
Those guys, they don't think like that.
I
You
agree.
know,
I retract my statement. I take that back. I
yeah,
retract my statement.
that and then like right on the spot, especially when it's a situation where y'all just pulling up, you on your way to the studio, let's go get us some blunts and get our head right before we hit the studio. We don't know nothing about nobody coming. That would have to be planned.
And it
That would
makes
be a
sense for him
situation.
to be doing that speed limit because he pulled off. My heart's still racing, like I'm nervous. You
Right.
know.
And then all you got to do is go back to the BP video and look at Shamel. Shamel didn't have a care in the world. They right there where he at. He didn't have a
Yeah.
care in the world. He pumped his gas and everything. Got in his car. They just happened to pull off at the same time, you know, and they was going the same way because the studio is the way that they went, you know. Yeah, them they not guilty. And if they did do it, they got to be masterminds. but it wasn't proven. State didn't prove it. I don't think that the jury is struggling with the murder, especially after watching the tape, because they don't know who was in that Infinity.
I'm
And
happy
then,
just Sharp broke it down the way that you're saying, like you just said, after watching the tape. Are you speaking about that? Or are you
oh,
talking
yeah.
about the Xfinity? Which one are you speaking of?
Oh, I'm talking about. I jumped to the
I keep
Donovan
calling it
Thomas
Xfinity. Like I'm thinking of the cable people. I apologize.
Infinity,
Infinity. Okay. I didn't have lunch today.
but
Infinity. Okay.
yeah, they you know, they tried to say this man got in the Infinity. All the footage ever showed was him getting out of the Bonneville and getting back into the Bonneville. But remember this. Remember the dude that got on the stand for the that was out there that got shot when Donovan Thomas got killed? He got shot. Now he said it was a Pontiac Bonneville. And they asked him, "Are you sure?" He said, "I know my cars. It was a Bonneville." But then everybody else saying it was an Infinity. And all you can see, and remember they said they came out the sunroof shooting? That's not true. All you could see was the muzzle of the gun come out the window. You seen the muzzle and you seen the muzzle flash.
Yeah, I remember Hilton saying that on her clothes. She said it on her clothing, right? Didn't
Well,
Hilton mention something about the coming out, something in the song, and you hear how they say it in the song, they hang out the rooftop or something?
yeah,
Is that
coming
what
out
you're
the
speaking
right.
of? Okay.
Yeah, but the video shows nobody in the sunroof. The Bonneville didn't even have a sunroof. And
Very true.
the Infinity, nobody came out of a sunroof. Now, this is a possible thing. It wasn't Shannon them that did it. But remember, uh, Woody threw his well, I ain't gonna say he threw him on the bus because he did. God bless that young dude's soul. Threat. Remember he told him he gave him the Infinity after he wrecked it. They put the bump.
It looked like his service went out.
Woody changed his story so many times. I thought he was saying he gave it to him the same night at the McDonald's. I thought he said he
No,
went to the McDonald's
no,
first, then to the studio. That's
no,
what
he
I.
didn't. No, he didn't say he gave it to him at
Oh,
the
the night
McDonald's. What he said,
before. Uh-oh, you frozen again? You doing a TikTok?
You know? I don't
He gonna
know.
come back. There you go. He back. There you go.
oh,
Go
I
ahead. You.
was out.
Yeah,
Yes,
you was
sir.
out. Yeah, you finished that statement for us. You don't mind.
He didn't say he gave it to him at the McDonald's. He said he took it to the he went to the studio and Threat was at the studio. So he said he left the car with him and he said he got in his brother's car and left. Yeah, he didn't no, he didn't say he went to the McDonald's and gave it to him. He went to the studio and gave it to him.
That same night, or was it the night before?
It
Because that's
might
the
have
part
been
that had me confused. Because then
it
they
might have
tried
been
to
the
say he
night
was with
before.
the girlfriend that night at the green store.
Well,
The
he
story
said they said
changed. The story just kept changing. Hilton was she was confusing me a little bit when she was doing her closing. It was like she was trying to a new word learned. Take a bite. What is it called? Talk that law. Take a second bite off the apple during her closing. Did I say
Oh
that right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, they tried to switch their whole game plan up, but it was too late. Viverito had already killed him.
Hey, Mr. Jones, somebody got a question for you real quick. Rob Tyler saying that you couldn't see anything coming out of a car. So are you saying that you were able to see the gun out of the window?
When you slow it down, matter of fact, somebody played it on their I think it was TLA played it today, and when they slowed it down, you could see the muzzle flash and everything, and you could see the barrel of the gun
Are
come
you
out the
speaking
window.
of Are you speaking of the barber shop, or which one? Which
Yeah,
incident
the
are you
barber
speaking
shop.
of?
Yeah,
Okay.
the
Yeah, I
barber
did see the
shop.
flashes. I saw the
Hold on,
flashes.
let me go to that. Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
the
Lee.
video was kind of grainy. It was really hard to really see.
Yeah, it was great, but he slowed it down. Like he slowed all the way down, and you can see that muzzle flash coming right out that window. because the car wasn't even going fast when it came by.
Hey, you can see the muzzle flash or something that appeared to be a muzzle flashing for sure. Let me see if I can do.
You can also see the bullets bouncing off the car too.
Let me take this playback speed down a little bit. Playback speed maybe half. Let me see if I can share this. Can y'all see that or no?
Yep,
Y'all
I
can
see
see
it.
that?
We can see it. Yes, sir, we can see
All
it.
right, make it big. All right,
And
let's play.
that's nuts
Okay,
standing right
see,
there with the. You see that?
let's go back a few seconds. Let's go back.
That's nuts standing there with the camouflage jacket on with his back to him. Look, you see
You
that?
can, it looks like you can see something lighting up from that car for sure. I'm gonna see if we can take it a little bit slower. But yeah, you definitely seem like you can see um something lighting up over here. Let's see. Yep.
You
You
see
can
the
see
hand
it.
come out the window?
The hand, yeah, it looks like the hand even out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that you can see the barrel of the. I mean, the barrel of the gun, the muzzle of the gun, and you see the muzzle flash. I
That
didn't
was
never see that until earlier today
crazy work.
when lead attorney showed it.
You can see the flash on the other video too. When the light changes, you gotta just look. You gotta keep your eyes staring right there. You'll see the flash.
But when it comes to comes to the evidence of the case, what does that prove? Whether we see a gun, a hand sticking out the window, what they got to do with the guilt or innocence of these two defendants?
Because I don't think that you can say that now all of a sudden they went to the back and they switched seats and all this other stuff. Shannon gonna take that big heavy coat off and get in the other car and having first she said they make a right hand turn. It's right there on the right hand side. It's not even a mile away. You know all that stuff she was doing. How do you have time to
Yeah,
go around the corner behind the gas station and change it? Remember, Still played the whole entire video for
Let Hilton tell her we don't even need any muzzle flash. She said it wasn't no muzzle flash with Mr. Drink. She said we ain't seen no muzzle flash over there, but ain't Mr. Drink, he dead though. I'm like,
us.
listen,
what? What?
listen. Any gunfire, you gonna see muzzle flash. Even the smallest gun you can get, a 22. When it fire, you're gonna see a muzzle flash from that. You know, I mean, like you say, they just put a bunch of stuff together, like Doug said, threw it on the wall to see what it stick, and everything fell apart. Didn't nothing stick.
They did what Gator said. Gator said, we want the big fish. Woody said, okay. They're trying this case now because Woody just got out of jail. And now it's time to do all what we need to do. Woody just got out not too long ago. Now Doug
Yeah.
back from traveling overseas or what have you. And then now you got Fonnie in there in office. So then in my opinion, that's just how my brain works, why the timing works the way it did. Because Woody hasn't been out of jail that long. And he got charged with the gun from the rec center that he said they planted on him. He didn't even know he had a gang charge until that lady came in there, the gang investigator. That's when they were
Right.
pressing him like, give me a name, give me a name. Gator said, I call her Gator. Gator said, we want the big fish. And then the Fed lady said, well, if you ain't gonna give us the big fish, I don't have all day to be playing with you. That's when he got
Right.
charged and got sent up to the feds right there.
Yep,
And
that
then
was for
the
that
baby,
gun at the rec
the
center.
baby mother said, "You doing all this and she not doing nothing for you. I mean, what's really going on? You keep saying call her, but she not doing nothing." And then Thorpe wanted the 68. And he said, "You want me to do the 68, but you ain't doing nothing for me." It was a lot going on in that interview. And then
Yeah.
if you look at Woody, oh, and then you can't see Gaither, but she just put those pictures in front of him like, all I need you to do is point to one. And that's all I need you to do. Don't even say a name. Just point.
Just
And then you
point.
see Woody hand and he just point to the picture. Game over right there. That's the same interview when she said we want the big fish. And then she came in there with those photos and then Woody had his hands handcuffed in front of him, and then he just took them, pointed them up at the picture, didn't say a name or nothing. He just pointed at the picture, and Gacy
But
got up and said, "Okay, got you gave me what I need. Now you still
but
going to the feds." But
But
not for your life though, not for 48 years.
here's the thing about that though. That's unreliable testimony because Woody wasn't a first-hand witness. So what he was saying was hearsay. And he even retracted all of that. He said, I lied. You
That's why
know,
they gave him immunity and told him if they're going to send him to jail if he says something different. That's
yeah,
exactly why they went behind Melnick's back. That's why they're trying to bring Ashley Merchant's client to court when she's on vacation. They have to put their vacation time in like a year in advance. They already knew when Melnick was going to be out of town. They
yeah,
purposely did that to try and set whoever was going to be his stand-in attorney up to get Woody to sign that immunity deal.
yeah. No, he didn't have to sign nothing because it was forced immunity.
But they knew
It was-
Melnick was going to go back and forth with them.
oh yeah, no, they knew it. You see, they
Yeah, they
didn't play
knew
with
that.
Ashley Merchant. Ashley Merchant, she wrote some motions up uh, to Judge Whitaker,
Yeah.
and they backed up off Martinez Arnold quick
She
because they
said she
knew.
went 5 days in advance. I'm going on vacation this day. I haven't heard nothing from the state. Y'all said y'all were going to call him on this date. What's going on? And they never called him.
Right. Yeah, they never called him because they knew. Had they tried any of that, she was gonna nail him to the cross. Yeah, she was gonna get him. Um,
But the
but yeah,
prosecutors know when the attorneys are going on vacation because they have to put it on the books time in advance. I remember I was watching an interview. I think it was with Ashley Merchant, and she said that's one of the biggest complaints that they have with the judges, calling you back from your vacation time, taking your vacation away. They put things on the book when you're supposed to be on vacation. So they were already having a problem with that. So now I'm seeing this. It's like they're doing this on purpose. They want the
right.
stand-ins. They don't want your attorney that's been with you 10, 15, a year, or what have you. They want someone that barely knows you, that has that connection with you, so they can get their way.
And I think it is with Judge Whitaker. She could be in trouble too for a comment she made. Um, because she showed a little bias when she made the comment to Hilton. I'm trying to fix your sloppiness. The judge has to be unbiased, impartial, and that comment wasn't an impartial comment. That was a very prejudicial comment she made. But I think the defense knew that she was the best they was gonna get. But she been fair most of the time. Other than that,
That was a
she
biased statement, though. I'm trying to help you fix your mistake. She shouldn't.
yeah.
That was kind of unfair. Why are you trying to help the state? You're supposed to be just the referee.
Well, right, but you got to remember, a lot of judges were former
I
prosecutors.
don't care what you were. What are you now?
But what I'm saying is they still have that
Still,
allegiance. They still had that allegiance to the state.
well, you can't. You're not supposed to. If that's the case, you shouldn't be on that bench.
Well, we all know that, but we know this America, and what
I
should be
know. I know,
never,
but it's just
never is. But but you got to give her credit because she really went hard on the state. She went harder on the state than she ever did the defense. She is the total opposite of Glanville. Glanville went at the defense, and she went at the state. But she went at the state because she knew that they was doing a lot of
nefarious
misconduct.
things. They
Backhanded
were
stuff.
paying.
She
Yeah.
kind of got into it a little bit with attorney Bruce Harvey. They kind of clashed. I forgot what the issue was,
Yeah, Bruce
but
Harvey got tired.
yeah,
He got
he wore out. Yeah, he gonna say what's on
And
his
he said
mind.
the name call can go both ways, baby. That
I told him whenever I'm in Atlanta, I'm definitely gonna stop by his office. He said I got the Grey Goose waiting.
oh yeah,
I
I
don't
And
like
seen
y'all
this
that.
know,
guy right
and
here. This RICO guy, the one that drafted the RICO. He just kept trying to change things to make it fit the state. This one in the
Right,
gray coat.
the
That's
one
the
but
sitting
one
down.
that drafted the whole RICO for the whole state of Georgia. Am I correct?
no,
He,
I don't think he's a RICO expert. The dude that's sitting down right there.
yes,
Right,
he wrote this
Floyd.
law for Georgia. He wrote it,
He's a
and he
RICO
didn't.
expert.
He's their RICO expert.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because you
And
see, he can't be an expert because there was a lot of things missing in that indictment. I mean, not the experts don't make a mistake, but he was just trying to really go back with her on what was it, 13, well,
oh yeah,
133.11 or something. He was trying to get things added in, and it's like he couldn't accept his mistake. He wouldn't hear it. I don't know if it's because
well,
they all work in that same office and they all have this "I'm not wrong" attitude. Because I seen it coming out of Hilton as well. Very argumentative with the judge.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
sometimes yeah, they'll be loud and wrong at the same time.
And you remember that time when the judge asked Love to show her something, and judge said, "Well, it's rhetorical," on the mic, and I was like, "Oh my goodness!"
You're
Like
right,
that's a rhetorical question.
and she told her, in the future, you need to take your duty of candor with a little bit more seriousness
Yeah.
when you address in the court. And
Is
then
that the day
Love,
she admonished her and rebuked her in front of the jury? Or was
I
that a
don't know if that
different
was
day?
I don't know if that was the same day, which is crazy, right? Because there's been so many instances. But Love said, "I do take my duty serious, with all due respect."
Yeah,
Love,
yeah.
she had
I
that
think,
red. She had the red jacket on. But
right.
remember when she came in there with the cough syrup? Talk that law. Can you do that? I've never seen nobody just stop and take that cough syrup and then get up there that same day when she was speaking with Shannon, the Pepco Pink that day when
Oh
she was
yeah,
crossing Sledge. And
oh
she didn't
yeah,
do it. She didn't do her assignment that day. It was a Monday. And she came in and said she wasn't feeling well over the weekend, and she took her cough medicine. Then the little girl in the back, with the young lady in the back, bought her ginger ale.
Right. I mean, that's too much to be
That was
doing
a
all that
lot.
in court. See, poor
Yeah.
Shannon wore out. I will say that Floyd, the quote unquote RICO expert, was in charge of this case at first. He was making sure that Judge Glanville denied everybody's bond, and Love was brought in. I guess he didn't want to work underneath Love, so he left. He's like,
Oh.
y'all
no,
got it. But I don't
that
know
that
if this
was
was.
that wasn't Floyd. That was Don Geary.
But wasn't Floyd involved though, right? Because he
Yeah,
was
because
there for
he's a
bond.
RICO expert.
Okay, I
You know,
remember seeing him.
yeah, he was
Oh, it was
he
Don Gary. I got you.
yeah, it was Don. He left. First, it was Don Geary, and then Fonnie Willis came and told him that she was gonna put Love in charge because they didn't want it to make it look like it was a racist thing. So he left the office. But even before she came, it was a white woman with him, and she left too. They both quit the prosecutor's office.
But wasn't the lady that wasn't she representing Fonnie in the Trump case when Fonnie testified?
Yeah,
Was
she
that
was. That was
I
her.
remember her and she left. Yeah, she but I think that sometimes when you're dealing with the culture and certain type of things like music and what the lingo, you might need prosecutors that's kind of from that side of town. And I guess they thought Hilton was that girl because she could kind of know
Hilton is
what was
that girl. She
meant.
tried to play like she not.
You're not
Trust me,
right.
she know what's up.
And I don't know if those other guys in Florida really gonna know, the lingo. They may know a little bit based on what they read from experts, but they don't really just know. They ain't around it like that.
Right, right. And
So
all these experts, they didn't. How do you listen? Ain't no real gangs in Atlanta at all. And I've never heard of nothing called a hybrid gang. That like the defense lawyer said, that's just something they came up with.
they made it up. Hmm.
Yeah, that's listen, I'm from the Midwest. I'm from where the gangs really be. Real gangs. I don't know about the Bloods and Crips because I'm not from out west. But I know that's definitely not gang. You know, it's just a bunch of people. They call them neighborhoods. Like on the East Coast, they used to be called neighborhoods, not gangs. But now they
Right.
then
Yeah.
turned it all into gangs. That's
No,
like
they turned it into games. I think they messed up a group of friends that were just protecting each other.
well, yeah,
That's
that's
what I
exactly what
see.
it was.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was because there was no gangs in New York, no such thing. But they called them neighborhoods, and like I say, like in Atlanta, Rock Crew, raised on Cleveland. That's just a neighborhood thing. That don't have nothing to do with gangs. There's no such thing. Gangs you have to be initiated in or jumped in or beat in.
Can I tell y'all a secret? I
Yeah,
did the breast cancer walk, right? We do it every year. And
right.
then our shirt said gang gang. I was like, I'm not wearing that. They
Right.
was like, why not? I said, I'm not wearing that shirt. No, we got to change them this year. Take that gang gang off.
He'll just say y'all can wear all the same colors and symbols, as long as y'all not out there committing crimes. As
We
you
want
say.
to kick cancer's butt.
Hey, if that's a
Yeah,
crime, sign everybody up. Y'all know that's right. That's good. That's really
yeah,
good.
those not gangs. Them just a bunch of dudes that grew up together, and that's what they do. They protect each other. They look out for each other.
So
That's not gang activity.
you think they're perpetrating? They, seeing what gangs do and thinking they're a gang. Y'all not no real gang. Y'all don't even know the initiation process, the rules, certain rules you got to have of a gang. And you got to have membership. They say anybody can just join. You just say you YSL one day and you wake up and you YSL. I don't think that qualifies as being a gang.
No, it don't. It don't. But that's why the defense pointed out perfectly. Like anybody can be YSL. All you got to do is just say it. They talk about the wiping of the nose. Good point was when Steele put that video up of LeBron James wiping his nose. So are y'all saying LeBron James is a YSL, a gang member?
I think that's why they changed it mid-trial to put them in the hybrid portion of the game. And then Viverito said they don't have an official leader. On her, the last starring witness said there's no official leader.
I
So if
bet you
there's
that.
no official leader, like what are we dispersing? How are we in furtherance of anything?
I know the prosecutors could have cussed when she said that. Like we went
Right,
over this for weeks. We went over this day and night, and you didn't got yourself up there and said that it ain't no leadership.
right.
They probably cussed her out real good. That's why she was mad at Kayla in the hallway. Don't be mad at Kayla because you don't know how to present your rehearsed testimony in a proper way.
But it's just funny how things are just dropping all of a sudden at different points throughout this case. And you want to tell me that somebody's hands not dirty?
They hands
It,
like that. Hey,
yes.
they wearing gloves like Mr. Jones got on his gloves.
They're not
I'm
even
just
wearing
playing.
gloves. Their gloves are off. They like, we throwing everything. We don't even care. Catch us if you
Hey,
can.
What you getting ready
TTL,
for tomorrow?
TTL, I'm over here banging with this turkey.
All right, let me see. I'm gonna make it bigger so we can see. Let me see.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Let's see where we at.
Yeah, we're in the cleaning stage right now. I'm getting ready to. This is a big boy, 16 and a half pounds.
Oh, ooh, okay. Oh, he
Yeah,
getting ready. How long do it take to get everything fixed up and ready?
man, I'm cooking so much. I'm a slow cook this.
Slow cook it.
Yeah,
Slow.
I'm putting it in the oven. I'm putting it on like 250 and let it cook all night.
That's what I
Take it
said.
out about 3 in the morning. And
You wasn't here earlier, but that's what I said. Max Shard and Doug Weinstein did with their closing arguments. They slow cooked them. They
yeah,
slow cooked the prosecutor. You say you're gonna start it at what time? So we can know.
oh yeah. I'm gonna try to have him in the oven within the next hour.
And he gonna
Hour and
stay
a half.
until 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna cook it to about 3 in the morning
Yeah.
on about 250. I'm cooking everything, man. This I'm retiring after this year, I think.
But do what you can. You know, don't listen to your body, because if you don't sit down, your body going to lay you down.
Oh yeah,
And
I
people just
definitely
eat
know that.
whatever's ready, and they're going to enjoy it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, no, I'm gonna get everything done. Only thing is the stuff that got to go in the oven. The turkey, the dressing. People want ham. I don't eat ham, but I'm baking a ham. I'm gonna bake some chicken. I'm gonna fry some chicken. Dressing, green, a whole bunch of stuff.
You
So,
probably get in your groove when you start cooking. You just be in a whole nother world. It sounds like if
oh
you're
yeah,
cooking that much.
You got that right. I'll be in a whole different, I got to inject this turkey with these drugs I got for it. I call them seasonings, you know. Yeah, so, but getting it done, man. I don't celebrate holidays, because I don't believe in these like pagan type holidays. But Thanksgiving is important to me because that's when family get together and everybody, come together. So I like this holiday. I will say that much. But this only, I'm not, and I'll be watching football. So
That's
getting it
good.
together.
That's good that you're still able to get around, especially after
Oh yeah,
the stroke
yeah,
situation.
yeah,
I'm glad you popped back on because I sure was wondering what happened. So
yeah,
it's
man.
good to see
Yep,
your face.
yep. I'm blessed, man. I don't got no complaints whatsoever.
Well, hopefully
Go
we
ahead.
can. I was gonna say, hopefully we can reconvene back here on Monday, right? The jury's back on Monday, and they will continue to deliberate. I know people popping in the chat a little late. They want to know if there's a verdict, hung jury, guilty, not guilty. They didn't make a decision today. They asked a couple of questions. They got a couple of answers, and now they are going to come back on Monday, and hopefully somebody don't get them in trouble on Monday talking about how much they ran their mouth, at Thanksgiving tomorrow, as far as the jury, because they're not supposed to talk about the case. But when you're around your family, they may be drinking a little bit. They're gonna say, "Hey, this is what I know." But we
I
gonna
think
see.
they
I
do.
think they've been compliant this far. What if they've had the 4th of July? They've had a couple of holidays, right? They've had what if they celebrate Easter?
Yeah,
I
but do
believe.
the do the
I
family
would
really
hope
get
so.
together? Get together like that on those holidays?
I don't know if anybody's gonna recognize my voice. I'm gonna say yeah, but tomorrow I don't know. But I don't. It just depends on what you're doing in your life. But for a lot of them, it depends on the age of the jury. Some of them may be cooking for tomorrow,
That's
like
true.
if they're retired or if they just love to cook.
Listen, with that long break, you can't tell me that these jurors haven't seen nothing about this case.
Right. I mean, let's be for real.
Let's
They know.
be honest.
Yeah.
Then they come back and Glanville gone. You think they not wondering what's happening? Curious. Somebody either told them or they've seen it themselves. All they gotta do is pop on YouTube, see
Right.
TTL. They don't know
Hey,
what's going on.
might be in the chat right now. If you're in the chat, make sure you come talk to me when the trial over with. 313 said I got so much to cook and I'm on YouTube. Hey, do like Mr. John cook and listen at the same time.
The last
Also,
time he was cooking shrimp, weren't you, Mr. Jones?
Oh yeah, that was you on there.
I be in the bushes sometimes.
oh,
So
bless
I
the
got
God.
gifted a membership in the bush. Flush of the gods, I be in your bush too.
You mean bless the God. Hey, I really enjoy the animation videos. I think people saying that you got some more new ones out. I got to go check them out. So shout out to Flesh of the God. You say you be in his bushes too, huh?
Cause
Oh
I,
yeah.
I have to watch my mouth and I be thinking you know, I be paranoid too. I be like my IP address might be, these people over here that you don't know what they might do. And I ain't built for all that other stuff. I gotta have my lipstick on and all that other stuff. I can't do that.
Oh no. This like church. Come as you are.
Come on,
We,
man.
we ain't got to get pretty. I'm sitting here in a t-shirt and some shorts and some socks.
No, I was saying the Fulton County Blues. I don't want those
Oh,
people
okay.
coming doing nothing crazy. I mean, I don't live anywhere near Georgia, but I don't know. I just rather play it safe. I think this is the boldest I've ever been. But this trial has really done something to me, and it just kind of wakes you up as to what's going on around you. And that's why I like to stick so close to the youth, because I believe if you lay the foundation while they're young, they may stray away a little bit, but they'll come back.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll say I'm gonna tell you what really got me, man. When I really started watching, when I watched that Travis Rudolph murder trial. Y'all remember that trial?
Which one?
Travis Rudolph.
Don't
The,
sound. It don't ring
No,
a
I
the
bell.
didn't watch
football,
that.
the football player from Florida, where his girlfriend set him up, tried to have her brother and his buddies come over to kill him, and he ended
I
up,
remember you talking
You
about
talked
that the
about it
last
before.
time we were
Right,
on
you did.
here, but we
yeah,
didn't. None of us watched it.
Right.
oh yeah, nah, but they found him not guilty. That trial ended right before this one started.
Hey,
Like,
I'm not opposed to the guys. We can get together and see what we can figure out.
oh yeah,
So what did you say they did? What now?
huh?
You said it ended before it started?
No, that the Travis Rudolph trial ended right before this one started.
Before this one started. Got you. I got you. That makes sense.
Yeah. Matter of fact, um, Travis Rudolph trial ended in June of last year, 2023, and then deliberate jury selection started in November, right behind that. So yeah, that was a crazy case too. That case was ridiculous. No lie. But he got off. Well, I ain't gonna say he got off. He was exonerated. When you say somebody got off, that sound like they guilty of something. And that wasn't the
No, but
case
the
with
way
him.
you described it the last time, I really got a visual. I felt like I was in the courtroom when you were describing it the last time. So I can see why he would have gotten off.
Oh yeah, like that. Y'all think this is a circus? As far as the witnesses, these witnesses almost look like angels compared to some of them witnesses that was over there. Um, I can't get beyond Dennis and Viverito. Never seen a expert witness get banned from a trial. Dennis, Detective Dennis on this, you can't even call him detective or investigator. That dude, I don't know where he come from. And then how you got Gaither, how them dudes didn't know? She's messing with Garlington's aunt. What make y'all, and she the police, what make y'all think that she's not gonna build a case on y'all? Especially if she break up with your auntie, your auntie break up with her. She might be butt hurt. So she really gonna come after you.
But you see how the defense solved their case? They didn't have to throw nobody under the bus. They just let the state lay out the facts. They didn't even have to bring that up.
Yeah, you know, this how you know they were so confident. They never even presented evidence. They felt like, and they even said it. One of them said it when Whitaker asked them if they were going to prevent. And one of them said like, no, we we don't feel it's necessary. So what they saying is, we think we won this case already. The state won this case for us.
But they didn't test the products stuff that was inside of the house. So how can they say what are they charging them for? How do they not know that that wasn't something that was legal, like Delta 8 or something? Did they ever test that to
Yeah,
see
it
actually what it
was
is?
legal. It was legal because they bought it from the store. And remember, Doug got up there and he had one of the witnesses read all of the stuff off. I think it was Hogan. He had him read it off what it said. They bought
No,
it. You buy it at the gas stations. It's legal.
no, that was the bottles, but it was I'm talking about the bags of stuff.
Oh, you talking about the weed?
Yeah, and even the other things that they found in that nice
Oh,
Louis
the
bag
cocaine.
in the stash spot. And then
Yeah,
you know what that detective said? How I didn't like what he said. He asked them. He said, "Well, is that an easy cabinet to get in there, or how did you know it's something?" He said, "Yeah, it's easy if you know." What did he say? If you know where it is.
yeah. He said if you know where it's at, yeah.
So how did he know that though? That part right there kind of had me kind of scratching my head. Like, how do you just know where the stash spot is?
Yeah, they didn't do a real investigation at all. They didn't do a real investigation. And that happens. That's why OJ got away. And I'm not saying he's guilty. I always say he's not guilty because they didn't prove it. You know.
But no, my thing with those bottles when they were trying to say that they were lean or lean, or however you say that word. I know what I'm supposed to say. Talk that law, but we're
Lean.
trying to keep you up tonight. No. We're trying to keep them up.
We talking about like coding?
Oh, I don't know if you can. I don't know what you can say on here, so I want to make sure you able to keep the
Oh,
video up if you like. But
oh,
they never tested that to see what it was, because remember when they had all those little fake bottles that they were walking on the what do you call it, like on the red carpet with, and they would have like a baby bottle on the top of it, and it would look like they kind of sipping on syrup or whatever out the bottle. So that's
Right.
what it looked like to me when they poured it out the cabinet, out the closet, because one of them did have a nipple on there. So how can you say that that's like the lean stuff? The lean stuff. They never
Yeah,
tested that.
yeah, they didn't know, but I guess they was going off what the bottles say.
And then but the bottle said solution. It didn't say syrup.
Right.
And then the other thing is they admitted that they never tested the white powder.
That's true too. Yeah, so yeah, but I don't think the defense even argued that. That was something to argue. It's not tested. And once trials start, it's too late to test, I would think. Once you start presenting evidence, it's too late.
Well, they
But
didn't
this
bring the
part,
bottles in the courtroom. It's supposed to be 33 bottles, right? They didn't bring those into the courtroom. You know what else they didn't bring? Number 52, exhibit number 52. They didn't bring that clip.
what was that? 52.
When what's his name in the middle right here? Atkins, when he was presenting his evidence with all the weapons, he skipped over exhibit number 52. That was supposed to have been the clip that the officer went and shot those rounds.
oh
That was
yeah,
not in
no,
evidence.
they showed that gun
No. It
dude.
wasn't in evidence. It was not in evidence.
Oh,
They brought the weapon, but they didn't bring that clip.
well,
That
what
clip
was
should have been in evidence.
well, what was that they showed when they were showing him the one gun expert at the gun range
Okay,
when
if
he
he took it to the range, he should have brought it back and put it into evidence.
yeah, because they definitely showed it.
They skipped number 52. They went from 51 to 53. They never went. That should have been exhibit number 52.
Oh wow.
Delta 52. Or what was he? What was his numbers? Because he Papa 52, whatever his numbers were, but it should have been number 52.
Oh, okay. You just enlightened me on something. I didn't even pay that no attention.
My sister told me I need to be a PI because I'm nosy and my mind be going all over the place. But you gotta look at like a lot. You gotta just look at everything, especially if somebody's life is in your hands. You don't take things like that for granted. I'm careful if somebody riding in the car with me. Think of if I'm sitting on a jury and I'm
Right.
really looking at this. I'm not. I'm gonna look at everything.
No, you're supposed to.
Thank
You
you,
you
MJ.
definitely supposed to. Yeah, you just brought up some stuff that I didn't even know about.
Somebody said they Joshua L said they guilty AH. Does that mean that's hell?
As hell. Yeah.
Oh wow. But like I said, you see people from all walks of life. So far the poll, almost 2,000 people voted, but not guilty, 74%, guilty, 9%, and a hung jury at 17%. So that's crazy.
Well, I
Um,
don't. I'll say this much. I don't see a guilty verdict coming for Yak. Um, and the only guilty verdict I could probably see with Shannon is the weapons and the weed. But even with that, they already been convicted of that stuff, and all they're doing
And
is
there was
they're
so many people in the house, though. I'm not. It's not above that. I'm not at a reasonable doubt. I don't have. I still have doubt in my mind, so I can't just say yes.
Wait a minute, what weed for Shannon?
Remember the house that they went into when they said he was on the house, the chase or what have you, and then they showed him on video, and it was someone. They were. He showed what's his name, Quandarius, and he was rolling up in the house, and all that. Mary Jane was on the table.
Yeah, but I'm trying to see, did I
I
see
think
a
they're trying
count
to
for
charge him with that.
I, I want to see if I saw a count for that one. I don't know if I saw a specific drug count. I thought that was for Yak Gotti. Let me go back to the chart. Let me see real quick. So the ones on the right are for Shannon charges for Shannon. Jess said, shout out to It's Jess. Thank you so much, Jess, for being a member. If there are any white people on the jury, there is no chance for a not guilty verdict. 0. Hey,
Somebody mad about that watch though, because they came out and asked about that watch. Did Doug say his watch or the watch? They asked him, how did he phrase that?
you just never know about somebody, what they feel, or it's really hard to judge on the outside to see how you think somebody's gonna vote. I had jurors, a whole jury, and they'll come back not guilty. So I learned that early on that it's really hard to judge. But I'm not from the Atlanta area. Maybe she's speaking from Atlanta people, and I'm speaking from my experience here.
And they have 3 white people on the jury.
What'd you say?
They have 3 white people on the jury.
They laughing at her. They laughing. They said she just came out and just said what she gonna say. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Everybody got their own. I mean, because you got to think about it. Some things, because I have clients, they look out and they see the jury pool don't look nothing like them. Sometimes they give people cause for concern. Like, hold on, I'm looking for a jury of my peers, and nobody in here know about rap music. They don't know rap music. It's just music. They could think that rap music people mean what they say in those music videos, even though that's sometimes not true. A lot of these rappers that grew up with money, they say a silver spoon in their mouth. They never lived a lot of the street life and catching bodies. They rapping about it.
Right.
Not in the South, just being real. Yeah, Jess, I got you. Thank you for your comment.
I think I kind of got what you meant by that. You're just going to be guilty either way, because they may not can't. They just feel like you did something wrong because you are who you are.
Yeah. Right, and I say not guilty for I would love to give people the benefit of the doubt, but I know what it is. I got you.
But I think it still depends on too how their attorneys were. Sometimes you may not feel as great for the client, but the attorney may have won you over. Let's just hope that they do the right thing and not what's ingrained in them. Let's just hope that.
Well, but we know we all humans, and what we got to do is look how we looking at the prosecution. So especially like TTL, he's an actual attorney, but somebody like you and me, we're not attorneys. So we go in there, and that's what juries do. Whoever present their case the best, whoever is the most likable, that's who they side with. TTL, I know you can vouch for that.
Someone in the chat said it doesn't matter because of their tone. What did Brian Steele? Because of their beautiful tone, they're gonna find them guilty. What did he say? Because of their beautiful color. Somehow the way Brian worded it on his opening statement. I think his opening was really good. And if you listen to Brian Steele's opening, he panned out this whole case. It's trial day 2. Exactly what he said in his opening is how this case played out between him and Yak's other attorney.
I like J.App. I like him. He was aggressive.
Flesh to the guys, I got your email. Appreciate that. Yeah. Well, you're right.
J.App was real aggressive. He is the one that cross-examined that investigator that was getting smart with him. Remember when she said, well, if you rapping about it, it's obvious that you had something to do with it, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, it's obvious? It's obvious? And then my second favorite moment was when Max Sharp was cross-examining Viverito. And when she was talking about when he was talking about Shannon rapping about just be the murder rap, pay my lawyer $30 for that.
Right.
And she was saying she went off of that. So he asked her, well, who was his lawyer? And you notice she would never answer his questions, and Judge Whitaker had to make her answer. Just answer the questions that's asked of you. But she always wanted to try to explain, her answers. That that I think that was one of my favorite moments in the trial right there.
That's because she
And-
wanted to make the story fit her narrative. I even like how on his closing, when he quoted Future's lyrics, you see someone speeding up behind you, and then he said, red light, got to go through it. I don't know what Future says, because I tell you, I don't really listen to that music, because somebody told me to be putting curses on you in some of them songs.
Hey, before we get too far from this, I do want to acknowledge that Teresa, she said she too would acquit. So she's saying she'll acquit, and then MJ say that's ridiculous. I'm white, and I think they ought to be out of this thing by now. Like I said, everybody got their own experiences with the system, but like I said, I've seen jurors that look nothing like me come back multiple times with not guilty. Even I have clients of all different races, but even when my client looked like me, not guilty. So, like I said, that's my experience from Texas. Jess might be speaking about her experience from the deep south of Georgia. I don't know. But we do have a few people in the chat that want to get their thoughts across. They're saying it's a horrible way to speak, but just saying that's her personal experience, and that's just the way she feels. But I don't know I don't think she meant it as she said. It's not hatred. I just want to get that out there so we can all be on the same page,
I mean, I kind of understand what you say, because some people you do hear in the South, some people are still experiencing what we think we shouldn't still experience. So I kind of understand what she means by that, but not everyone's experience is the same. It just depends on where you live and the geography of the world. Because it's not like that where I live. We're kind of diverse here, but you don't know what's on anyone's mind. I may think you're not this way. Just hope they go. That's why I just hope they just do the right thing and not what they grew up with. If that is what they grew up with, how they feel, just let them do the right thing.
But even if you take race out of it and look at the facts, the evidence, and apply it to the law, then I still don't think that these individuals should be found guilty, because I don't think the state met their very high burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't see it in the slightest. There's so much doubt all over this case. Maybe they did this, maybe they did that, maybe they went down the wrong way street. They don't obey the law. That he could have switched cars. He could have got in another car. He could have, shot through the sunroof. That's too much. Woulda, shoulda, coulda.
And then
do they still make you explain why you chose yes to a certain answer? Like when you have to check off the checklist that they have for the overt acts, do they have to explain why they feel like they're guilty for that overt act, or no?
I'm not sure. I don't think they released a copy of the verdict form, so I guess it'll be best if we can see the actual form, because I don't know what all they have to check off and how they have it structured. But I do believe that they have to be unanimous in each decision that they make. Per each count, per each defendant. So
I know they have to be unanimous, but do they have to explain how they came up with that conclusion, or just yes?
I don't think the jury does. I don't think the jury has to do that.
No, they don't. I've never heard of anybody give an explanation. I mean, they can say guilty on all counts and walk out the door, and nobody.
I didn't know if you can challenge the jury. I guess that was my question. If you can challenge why they made that.
They can now. Once the verdict come in, they can't challenge the jury, but they can poll the jury.
That's what I meant to say.
Well, yeah, but polling, and I think that's a good idea to poll the jury. If if you're a defense attorney and your client loses, you always want to poll the jury, because someone could have forced something upon someone else, and that's really not their verdict. So the judge would go by each juror and ask, is this your true and correct verdict? Is this your verdict? You might have somebody say, no, this is not my verdict. This is what they wanted. Next thing you know, okay, now you're back in business. You live to fight another day.
I can see Love doing that.
Hey, but as far
Meet
as,
the
hey,
film.
tell me your reasoning. I mean, that's you really can't invade the province of the jury. Whatever they go say and do, whatever goes on in that deliberation room is their business. It's the private matter. They don't have to share it if they don't want to. They don't have to
Right.
speak to anybody unless they want to. Now, you know, you can always make appeals and say, hey, the jury is not consistent. They voted guilty here, but not guilty here, but it doesn't make sense. You can't be, some of the charges either go together or they don't. Now, that's something that you can kind of hash out with the judge, but that's after the fact, after the jury is long gone.
But I
But
like how they're asking questions for clarity, like how they came out and they wanted to know, clarify this. Can we see this video? Can you tell me the term you use in reference to the watch? So I think they really are going over the evidence.
right,
No, they are.
but it to me it just sounds like they going over the evidence, but at the same time, to me they saw the evidence different because I didn't think for 1 second that that watch belonged to Deamonte Kendrick or Weinstein ever said it was his client's watch. He was just talking about how a watch at Young Thug's house came up missing. But it's
You know what? Maybe that's why they were confused because maybe someone in the back probably thought the same thing. Well, it
right.
must be his
It must
watch,
be
and he
his
must be
watch.
living there. Cause yeah, okay, I see what you're
Right.
saying. Okay,
Right.
yeah.
It must be his watch. So and I'm sure when Doug Weinstein was presenting this, he was only presenting it as a credibility issue for Viverito, but he probably had no idea that one of the jurors might take it the wrong way and think that since the watch is there and that watch is his client, then his client lives there. So I'm sure if he can go back and do it again, he'll probably clarify that, hey, that's
Either
not my
way, it's
client's watch,
missing though, and it's
but
still
it's
a
still
big
missing.
factor. Cause what did Judge Whitaker say? A red herring?
Yeah, I don't know why she said that, but I'm glad that Doug called her out on that. He said no. It goes to a lot of issues, and credibility is the very first issue at the top of the list.
Yeah.
That watch come up missing. Your DA's office, your boss, she's already under the spotlight because of alleged wrongdoing with money, and now you are and then you're trying to seize more of his property. So it just looks shady. Something ain't right.
And the investigators, to me, some of them were non-responsive.
Right.
Yeah.
That
What gave the sage? What she mumble under her
I
breath?
already answered the question. It's gonna take too long. Not him again.
Right. Then she said
Oh
horrible.
my god.
She's like horrible.
She said horrible. Gaither, come on this stream and talk to us so we can see what's going on in Atlanta. You don't work there no more. You might as well come up here. She said, I don't want to be on camera. and
You
then
be on the camera at the basketball game looking all stupid.
and then the photo ended up leaking of her sitting up there in that suit on camera anyway. It came out.
And then I don't know how stuff just be coming across my timeline. It was her birthday or something, and they were like, "She's the second female or something," and we're wishing her a happy birthday. I was like, "Wow!" And she don't want to be in the spotlight.
Oh that's how it be though. Hey, Mr. What you put in the blender?
It's the
Oh
microwave. He melting some more
no,
butter.
no. I just started. I'm making my seasoning, put my seasoning together so I can. I done started injecting my turkey.
Oh, okay. Okay. I heard the noise.
Oh,
So
that was
you
a blender. You got good ears, TalkThatLaw. I thought it was a
No,
microwave.
it was a microwave. You was right.
Oh, okay.
okay,
Yeah, you was right.
okay. I just heard a humming. I said, what is this? So okay, so you using a microwave for your spice. You ain't warming up no food out the can and acting like you cooked it. You
You gotta
that's for a different
No,
inject.
no.
purpose.
Let me hold
That's how you
on.
inject inject
Right,
the
I got
inject
you.
the butter
No,
into
Okay,
the
so okay,
turkey.
so yeah.
I just melt my butter. Let me show
Right.
you these my dry goods for my dressing.
Hold on, let me make you big real quick, so we can see. Okay.
Those my dry goods for my dressing. That's my elbows for my mac and cheese. That's my turkey. My greens are in this bag. My sweet potatoes.
Come on, yeah.
Only thing I bought potato salad because I didn't feel like cutting up potatoes.
I got you. Come on.
These my vegetables that I got cut up. I just got to put them in my I got my little chopper right there. So I chop my vegetables up. I mix them in my dressing. I ain't gonna give y'all my recipe. I got my chicken right there for the bacon fry. I got a lot of work to do. Oh, and I got that big old ham down there that got to go in the
Yeah,
oven.
hold on. Let me see this ham right quick. Let me make it big back again. Let me see. Oh, okay. So you ready to go?
Oh yeah.
Somebody
Where's
said I
my?
want to come to your house. Somebody said
Oh
Paris.
yeah, come on. Indianapolis only probably about an hour and a half, 2 hour flight for you. Where's my?
Somebody gonna click on this channel. What's going on? Hey, we getting ready for Thanksgiving.
Oh, here we go.
313 says she ain't got nothing done.
Here's my. Hold on, let me get it out for y'all. See, y'all making me have to go above and beyond right now.
They want your recipes for the stuff and
You see my sliced pineapples for the ham?
oh, okay.
Man, I don't even eat ham, man. But I got my sliced pineapples. My brown sugar is in here. Yeah, we doing it big. I'm trying. I'm not gonna say doing it big, but
You doing it big because I see how you already injected your turkey. I saw that when you showed it to me. You showed us.
Oh yeah. I'm not done. I had to put some more butter in there.
Mm-hmm.
And to be
Okay.
clear, the elbows are like the noodles, right?
Yeah, for the mac and cheese.
Okay, I got you.
Yep, that's for the mac and cheese.
24
Man.
hours. I'm in. Oh, Paris say she's way in Australia, 24 hours. that's she way far away, a whole day. But she appreciates it, sir. Thank you, Paris, for watching. What time is it there, Paris? 24 hours of golly.
You said Australia?
And I'm sure they like this must be an American holiday. I know they don't celebrate.
What are they about? They about 8 hours ahead of us, right? 8-10 hours.
10:45 a.m. Golly.
Yeah, so they
Sheesh.
14 hours ahead
So
of
is
us.
it the 28 for them or is it the 27? Are they ahead of us or behind us?
Yeah, I think
So it's already tomorrow for them.
yeah, it's Thursday there right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Golly. So y'all already on at the next day. That's crazy how social media can connect everybody. Oh, you say y'all always watch. Thank you. Thank you for always watching and supporting. I know a lot of y'all may be watching. Some people just don't comment or say nothing. They be in the bush is what they call it. I appreciate y'all too. I know a lot of y'all just like the videos. So thank y'all for that.
Yeah,
Okay, homie. Okay.
yeah, no, you up there, man. I just because of everything I'm not able to work, so I couldn't resubscribe. I mean, renew my membership with you, man.
You're
But
all right. You're all right. You good. Everything is we good. That's not mandatory. Yeah,
oh
you,
no, but
you can. Yeah.
I like those member perks.
No, we all good. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Paris. Yeah, you good. Take care of your health for sure. I'm glad that you still able to get around because having a stroke and being able to recover that fast is really good.
Yeah, nah.
The next shit, yeah, you're right. Have your family do all of that. You done. You done your duty.
Well, I gotta do it, man. I guess.
Or let them help you. You can order them around. Hey, you do that? No, not too much. You're putting too much. Not that much. You know how you do it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but I definitely appreciate y'all coming up and talking to me. I know
Oh
y'all
yeah.
got to get ready for tomorrow, but I definitely appreciate y'all. You know, you
No,
able
I'm okay. I can use your company.
to, right?
But
Hey, Drew.
I understand, man. You done been on here 6.5 hours already, so I know you got to get yourself together too, man.
Yeah, I want to get prepared. I guess for tomorrow. I'm not hosting Thanksgiving. Even if I was hosting, I'm not cooking. I'm
Right.
participating in the eat, but I don't have to
You
worry
bringing
about
the
nothing.
ice? You bringing the ice off that law?
I'm bringing the ice. Hey, in the drink.
Hold
I
on,
need to
y'all.
get that, and
Let,
I
let me
really need to go get that low key.
let me show y'all something else. I've never been a baker, right? So when I went to Ohio, hold on, I'm gonna show y'all something. First time I ever baked a cake from scratch in my life. My mom showed me when I was back in Ohio when I went back home. Uh, so I came in last night. I baked me a pound cake. Hold on, here it is.
Oh, hey, hold on. Let me get back. Let me get you the. Oh, come on.
First ever homemade pound cake, man. Look at that.
The original
It
bump
look good.
thing.
Cause look at the crust. My mouth watering. Think, I
Are
wish
we
I
ready
could
to?
eat.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we ready to start cooking right now? Start eating right now.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Y'all both invited. Come
So
on.
you sift the flour and everything.
Yeah, no, I bought my flour from Walmart, but
Mhm.
this the best flour you can use. It's called White Lily baking flour.
Oh,
I
you
got
don't have to
I
sift it
got
as much. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah
Mhm.
yeah.
They saying the cake looks great.
It looks
Paris, I love
amazing.
it. Someone's asking you, how do you season prime rib? I don't know if you.
um you know what I do? When I do my ribs, you have to always take that back on the back of the where the bone at. It's a double layer of skin. You take that first layer off. That'll help it when you put it on the grill. But I use lemon pepper. I use garlic powder, onion powder, um, Worcestershire sauce, and then Italian dressing. And then you put it all on there. You rub it in real good, and let it soak up
You
and let
gotta
it
let it
sit.
marinate for a while.
Yep, yep. Let it soak and marinate, and then you put it on the grill.
You keep on, they're gonna be asking you to start you a cooking channel.
Don't know about all that, man.
Right, I know
I
it's a
think
lot of
you
work.
should. Get you a camera and prop it up there. You can get one of those for Five and Below, and
And then
prop
Yeah.
it up somewhere, and then cook.
don't they have motion cameras now that can follow you around as you walk around the kitchen? The
They
ones
do,
that
and they have the ones you can control with like your finger, like the little button, I believe, and the camera will move for you.
what's
Will
going
take the
on? Atlanta
photo.
in the house.
All right,
I
then.
think you
Well,
should. That's your income right there. Doing what you love.
yeah. No,
Create
I
your
enjoy it.
community. We'll come over there.
Yeah, all
Oh,
right. You got all the tips. As long as you
yeah.
just don't overextend yourself, little by little.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
One dish a day.
Yeah.
Or one
The
a
best
week. How
thing.
many you got post talk there, Lo? Let's get some free tips while he on the line. How many should he post? How many videos should he
No,
post?
hey, don't give me the
Let's
line.
get a consult. Let's get a free consult.
I
uh,
I tell you what. If I had a YouTube page, I
You
mean,
already
I got
have
to.
one. Just by your name right there, you have a page. Just push that create button at the top.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I might post post my food when it's done. Let everybody see it.
Mhm.
You know.
well, yeah. If you can take some images of it or something, and then Monday when we come back, we can all see what the finished product is.
Oh no, I definitely do that. Um,
Yeah,
if
if you
you
can take the pictures.
send me your email, I'll email y'all the photos of it too.
And then I'll just put it up here for us. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All
I
right.
I, I appreciate that.
But
Yeah,
You know.
yeah,
promise
that'd be
us.
good.
No, you gotta promise us. If you don't feel like cooking no more, you're gonna sit down. and we'll just accept whatever's on the table. You don't
Okay.
have to cook to make everybody else's hearts happy. You've done that long enough.
Now, you know what? I do it because I enjoy it. It's peaceful to me.
I know, but
It's
sometimes we
peaceful.
give so much of ourselves to others. You know.
Yeah, yeah, but you know, your work ain't never done. Your work never done.
Work
And
ain't none to see you pay the bills.
I, I, I enjoy doing it. You know, I never thought about doing it and putting it all on social media because I try to stay away from a lot of social media.
I
You know,
get
I
you.
let the young,
But it won't feel like a job because it's your passion.
right. No,
But
I
that's what the
always
young
say that.
folks do, be on that social media, putting their business all on that Facebook.
Yeah, that's why YSL going on right now because
I got you.
they
I got
couldn't be
you.
quiet.
You're in the old school. I got you. Yeah. See, they didn't have all these cameras and stuff back in the day. The
Oh
internet.
no, they didn't. Like it was one of them things like you had to just, you know, but you know, it don't take much to be quiet, no matter what you do. I'm not saying those dudes are innocent, but I am saying that they haven't been the case haven't been proven. And I don't think the murder charges, I don't believe the murder charges at all. That's one thing I will say I think they absolutely innocent of. You
This
know,
makes me feel like they found a way to charge you with double jeopardy.
yeah, that's what it is because those guns and drug charges, listen, they was already convicted of that. You know, Weinstein and Sharp both said it. They said they served their time, but that RICO allows them to bring it back up, I guess. Is
Right.
that true?
And I believe that's why they
Yeah,
use the RICO vehicle to bring it back up.
Right.
because those are the
Because
overt acts. Am I correct? TalkThatLaw.
no, all of them not overt acts.
Some of the ones it's like 170 something altogether in the case. Some of them are old.
Yeah,
Right.
I
Like
But
think.
some of
so
them are like pictures and postings. They're
right,
using those as overt acts.
right. And the overact doesn't necessarily have to be a crime. An
Mhm.
Right,
overact could be just going to the grocery store to buy duct tape, and you're planning on using that duct tape to tie someone up and kidnap them. So don't going to the store alone to get the tape is not a crime, right? But it could be an overt act. If
right,
that's what you plan to do with that tape, that's the actual crime itself. Um,
right.
but yeah, I
But I like
definitely
how they put this statute of limitation. I need to be quiet. I keep cutting y'all off, and y'all 2 minutes.
go
My
ahead.
mama gonna
No,
pop
go
me upside my mouth.
no,
I'm
go
going
ahead.
on
Go
mute.
ahead. Because we're talking online and we're not all synced because we're in different locations. So sometimes it may be a delay. And by the time you hear me talking, you already start talking. So it's good.
Right. Yeah, I say that I don't feel no way because I mean, because you might have a thought to get out. I mean, I don't take no disrespect to that.
Right, right. Yeah, we good. We good. What's going on, Susan? Susan popped back in.
Okay, I would just say I like to. I'm happy that they put the statute of limitations on some of them, but I just don't like how they put them on the form. If they can't be charged with them, in my opinion, I think they should take them off the form as an
Right.
overt act.
Anything that happened before 2017,
Yeah.
May 10th, 2017. Well, yeah, it shouldn't even be nowhere on the paperwork, on the indictment, on the jury instructions, on the verdict forms, nothing. That should never be included.
Teresa said she make her own dressing. Okay.
With cornbread,
Oh
she's gonna make
yeah.
it with cornbread.
You can make your own
Yep.
dressing, you say, with cornbread?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she just
no.
mash it up.
Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to make it. I mean,
Mhm.
I didn't come up with no making no box dressing. You know, I mean, you use this stuff. You use the stuff to add it into your. That's why I say my dry goods. This I made my cornbread. You can see the cornbread, but then you can see the other stuff included.
But
Yep.
do not forget to take those pictures so we can look at it on Monday
No, I
and,
definitely will, bro.
and see what the end result came out to be. And then you can tell us not only if it looked good, but it tastes good.
Oh yeah, no, you definitely. I'm definitely gonna keep y'all posted, man. Um, yeah, it's 6:58 here. So what is it? Y'all an hour behind me?
Right, right. It's gonna be
Okay.
6 o'clock for me.
Yeah,
Um,
see, it's 7 o'clock here now. But
I
and
definitely
go ahead.
no, officer, I definitely appreciate y'all coming up and and hanging out with me for a little bit. Definitely appreciate y'all. We're able to go longer because
Yeah,
people like y'all came up and talked and shared y'all insights, and the people that came before y'all. Some people have to drop off. And look at Kay. Kay said she was coming back in 45 minutes, and we'd have been on here another at least an hour or so after that.
yeah, it's been at least an hour.
Yeah, I know she got to get ready
Probably,
for
it sounded like
tomorrow.
she was out and about trying to
Yeah,
get her shopping done. It's 7 o'clock where I am too. So I think
each
we're on the same time. Yes, I'm on Eastern.
are you on the East Coast? EJ
Oh,
said,
yeah.
Okay.
Don't fear, you must have quit. No, I'm an attorney, EJ. I know you had asked that earlier. EJ said, are you a paralegal? No, no, sir.
No.
But yeah,
Show him the, what is it? Show him the nine on the wall. The nine,
right.
nine on the
The
wall.
nine on the wall. The law license on the wall behind me. Come on.
The 9
Come
Supreme
on.
Court justices.
Justice assigned. Come on. Yeah,
Hey,
but thank you for stopping in. I know we got some new people popping in. No, you good. You good. You don't know if you don't ask. You're all right. Yeah, you good. But thank you for popping in and liking the video and the new people that subscribe. So many of y'all subscribe today. So thank y'all so much for the support. Y'all have any final words y'all wanted to add?
no, all I want to say is I wish everybody, man, everybody in the chat, UTTL, both of y'all, wish y'all, man, y'all have a happy holiday, man. And I know I got a lot to be thankful for right now. So, you know, y'all just enjoy y'all holiday, man. So when you say we're gonna do this again Monday?
Yeah, Monday, and no, she said, "Hey, don't shade us paralegals." No, hey, the law offices across the country run because of paralegals. I mean, come on, that's any profession. The lawyers might get paid the most. That's just like doctors, but it's the nurses who really doing the work. Doctor
Yeah,
coming there 2 minutes, if that, and they
yeah.
gone. It's the nurses that's in there day in and day out with you. So that's in a lot of professions. The
No, you
construction
remember
workers. They know how to
we
do
had
the job.
we had that conversation a couple months ago. Whoever just made that comment, they must not have been. Remember we had that conversation where I
Oh
was
yeah,
talking about the paralegal.
right.
You
They
know,
really want to get the job done. I was gonna say construction workers, they really know how to do it. You may have a boss wearing a white hat in the office somewhere, but when it comes down to really getting the work done, the people that know how to do it, it's the boots on the ground. So yeah,
yeah,
definitely
well,
no disrespect to the paralegal. Shout out to the paralegals. Paris say I'm a paralegal. Shout out to you. Thank y'all so much.
yep, and yeah. Paralegals, they definitely need their flowers. You know, they do a lot of hard work. Um,
Yeah,
but
I don't
yeah,
see nothing wrong with male paralegals. I don't see nothing wrong with it at all. I mean, they just as
no,
capable as.
you know what? I'm gonna give you another look at what's his name that with Shark Kokomo? He's a legal assistant. He's not even a paralegal, but it's basically the same thing.
Right, right.
You see all the work he's doing in that courtroom,
Right. That's a good example. Yeah.
you know.
And he not missing a beat.
He catching a lot too. I was just about to say that.
Good
He catching
Kokomo
it.
And
over
Yeah.
here. Kokomo over here. Shout out to him.
yeah, he the young brother in the suit that all the little the females be going crazy for on them other on those other YouTubes.
Shout
They love Cat Not Williams. They love him.
out to Cat Not Williams. She always been kind to the channel. Shot Diggy. I'm a paralegal as
Yeah,
well.
no, she real good. Are
Mhm.
you hip to the Fit Lawyer ATL?
I've heard recently that she started a channel.
Yeah, she good, man.
Okay, okay. Shout out to
Yep,
the Fit,
yep,
the Fit Lawyer ATL.
yep. So go check her out, man. I would advise anybody to subscribe to her.
And she's in Atlanta, right? So she
Yeah,
knows.
she's in Atlanta.
Okay, shout out to her. Okay,
Yeah,
good lawyer. That's
and
good
then
to have somebody that actually worked in the county to know exactly what's going on with
yep,
And I
behind the
like that they're
scenes.
not afraid to call them out. They're
Right.
happy that we see what they go through. A lot of them are relieved that we see this.
And then
Right.
here's something else I want to say, man. I wouldn't have said nothing, but then he ended up saying it himself, man. Y'all keep lead attorney in y'all prayers. You know he has cancer. He fighting cancer.
Shout out to the lead attorney.
Yeah.
He when I did an interview, I believe with, I don't know, it was a recent interview. He was kind enough to come on and leave a really nice comment on the video. I always support, so thank you to the lead attorney and to AV. You know that they big channels over there. Hey, but hey, we
They cooking.
yeah, they are. Yeah, they doing their thing over there. So shout out to them for sure, and obviously prayers to lead. And it's good that he's still going strong. He hasn't missed a beat.
Yeah.
He was streaming
You
all
know,
day. Come on,
he dealing with chemo and everything, and he's still going.
still
You
going.
know.
See, that gives you motivation that you can start your channel as well.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. You know, just gotta get some things in order, and what y'all saying, I'm really take that to heart.
All you need is
Yeah,
what's those
think
things.
about it.
Yeah, what did we? I can't even think straight. I didn't eat no lunch. I should have ate my lunch. I just wanted to get out of there. They was getting on my last nerve. When I tell you they was driving me crazy today. But I can't think of the thing which you put you hang your phone on. It's just like a little hook thingy. It's like $5.
Oh yeah, I'll see.
And a little ring light.
Yeah.
And don't tell a lot of people you starting because you don't want a lot of people in your business and hating on your
Right.
channel before you get up off the ground. Let us
Oh
come over
yeah.
there and kick that thing off, and then you tell them, whoop, there it is.
Oh yeah. Hey, I'm gonna get with both of y'all, and here, is it cool to leave my say my email out loud for y'all?
If you're comfortable, if not, you can put it on a private chat in the back.
Okay. How do I
Yeah,
get to the private chat?
let me see.
I mean, I'm comfortable. I mean, because if it's somebody I don't want to see, I won't respond to them.
I just sent
But
you a message. Can you see it on your? Did it pop up?
a message, I don't know. I think I would have to lead a stream in order to do that, wouldn't I? Let's see.
I just sent you a chat. It was. Yeah. All right, y'all. I do want to thank y'all while they're doing that. Shout out to the Fit Lawyer ATL, Tiffany Adams. She's a good lawyer here in Atlanta and Decatur. Yeah, shout out to them for sure. Monica said, "Talk the law. Did you see Taylor pass her LSAT?" Shout out to Taylor. I had messaged her. We were talking the other day about something. So shout out to Taylor. She didn't even tell me she passed her LSAT. So congrats to her. That's Taylor Umbridge. I remember when I was first trying to get in
Congratulations.
contact. I was trying to get in contact with Lil D and his family and Moon Tunk and all of that behind the scenes. She was real kind and actually got the sister on to Lil D's sister to talk us through that situation. So yeah, so shout out to Taylor and her growth on her YouTube channel and on her TikTok. And Taylor said every once in a while she stopped by here to mind her business and to drink her water. So shout out to Taylor. All right, y'all. Oh, you kicked yourself out. Oh, come back up real quick. And let you say your final word. We can get out of here. So love Taylor. Yeah, yeah. Taylor has a really kind spirit. Shout out to Taylor.
And she's so patient with her interviews.
Come on, you got yeah, real patient.
Mhm.
And sometimes you gotta be because everybody's different. Everybody go at their own pace. So I think she do an excellent job over there on her side. Okay, you want to click it real quick? If not, we can do it on Monday. I mean, you can give me the email on Monday, and then you can just send them right then and there. You don't have to do it this early. I think he's trying to get back on. But yeah, thank y'all. What legal what legal practice area? Criminal defense, personal injury are my primary practice areas. Yeah, so I do mostly criminal cases, but I got a lot of personal injury cases as
Private
well.
practice as well.
Yeah, yes, for sure. Happy Thanksgiving. I'll have a great evening. Yeah, thank y'all so much for coming in. I was trying to give him a chance to come back on, but I guess it let me see. I didn't want to leave without him being able to tell us his goodbyes if he had. I think he already did though. He said he got a lot to be thankful for and happy Thanksgiving to everybody. So thank you, Mr. Princess Jones.
Thank you, TalkThatLaw, for having me up here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dream. I definitely appreciate you.
I appreciate you as well. I'll be out the bush. You know.
Okay. Well, hopefully I'll see you on Monday too.
Yes, everyone have a happy holidays. If you don't celebrate holidays, just have a happy every day.
You talking to Paris because she just said Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. We don't celebrate that in Australia.
Just have a happy day.
Right. Yeah,
Happy days. All right, I'm gonna hang up. Okay, I'm TalkThatLaw.
All right.
Thank you again. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I learned so much from you.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, y'all. Let's get out of here. Thank y'all so much. I know y'all got Thanksgiving to prepare for tomorrow. Happy Thanksgiving again to everyone here. Whether you celebrate it, don't celebrate it, I'm gonna tell you anyway. Go get you something good to eat tomorrow. Definitely appreciate all of y'all. Oh, there you go. He said, "Happy Thanksgiving, everybody." Really kind. All right, y'all. Let's go. Yeah, we've been here almost 7 hours. Flesh to the guys. Thanks again. I'll be getting with you. Maybe we can figure something out. I got your email. And Teresa, thank you so much for your time and dedication. I talk a lot. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, thank y'all so much for the people that like the video, the new people that subscribe to the channel, and to the people that donated, whether by Cash App or by super chat, super sticker, Tips Tate, Get 'em Joe, the other pair, shout out to her, Stephanie. I'm sure some of these people are already gone. Thank y'all so much for becoming a member, gifting memberships. Jane Q Public, big homie, Slick, all of y'all. Thank y'all so much for supporting. Now you've been here all day. You've been here all day. Thank you for supporting. I'm popping in and out, hiding in the bush. And some of y'all, thank y'all so much. Definitely appreciate y'all. Y'all be safe out there. But before I go, let me give my legal disclaimer. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk the law. Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a good night, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Let's go.